Karen, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Get him!
A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara, mampukah RSG MY dan Team SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizen. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and alert the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, This only helps me take full control.
Hand over the stone! Interesting proposal. But no. Get him!
A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of anima, I, Lucius Taxley, will never surrender!
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Muntor, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase through the McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G.
Champion Extra GG with Guardia Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink. Game your way and Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink Prepaid. Get your choice of unlimited internet or high-speed internet on the always connected network.
Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in eSports, Joe's Barber, EGG Network, TikTok Live, eSports Charts, and ESI. Good afternoon, Malaysia. It's 12:01 here in this bright sunny day. But week 8, day number 2 must begin. Starting off with SUHAZ eSports up against Red eSports Team Hak versus the Lunatix, TODAK versus CARACAL. As we are almost at the conclusion of the regular season, these teams are fighting for their lives, fighting for a spot in the playoffs so they don't have to go through regulations. But it's going to be an easy, difficult, maybe even a good day for some of these teams. We don't know. My name is Gideon Q. This is Sadafa here at the desk. We're going to be your casters here for today of the MPL MY Season 10. Welcome to the English broadcast. Sadafa, yesterday we saw very interesting picks. And I don't know, personally, based on what I'm thinking, depending on your situation, maybe you have a little bit more flexibility in the draft.
It does seem that way, considering that you already feel like when you're in the final week of the regular season, week 8, the stakes are already high. You would think, alright, that's more than enough entertainment value, but that's not enough for us. We have to drop a whole big patch, big update for all of you guys as well, just to shake up the meta. And we're already seeing players attempting to try their best to adapt. But of course, with every new meta, and with the lack of time for true preparation, it's hard to really say if they've been able to find their way in the chaos of the situation.
Personally, based on what I've seen in the new, patch, let's say, it feels somewhat the same, yet a little different here and there, right? We haven't seen anybody really abuse the sentries, and I mean, I'm talking about Red eSports, where they're putting Mal on that, sorry, I was about to say Beatrix, but she's been nerfed. Melissa, it's good, but also bad at the same time. She's really susceptible to ganks, really good at bullying the lane, but it's not going to be enough for Red to get them the win today.
It certainly is a curious thing to see how Melissa has shown up here in the meta. But speaking of showing up, the players are now going to be showing up on stage. So let us welcome the two sides onto the stage.
Red eSports.
Red eSports make their way up on their stage as their final game of the regular season comes down to this. After yesterday's defeat against RSG, they are going to be ending their week possibly 0-2 or 1-1.
Obviously, they want to avoid that at all costs, but this is, of course, their final game in the regular season, so if they want to finish things off, they want to finish it off with a splash. Their situation, their standings right now looking quite comfortable. They should be able to get into the playoffs quite easily, but that doesn't mean they should just stand back and relax against their opponents.
SUHAZ eSports.
SUHAZ eSports walk in the stage comfortably, maybe even a little cold, but as they warm up to make their way and play off this game, they've already ended their losing streak after beating Team Lunatix last Saturday. It shows real good effort and real good heart.
Unfortunately, due to their performance throughout the regular season, SUHAZ eSports will no longer have any chance of making it into the MPL playoffs. But as you mentioned, they just broke their lose streak by defeating Team Lunatix last week, meaning that their spirits are not broken and they are using whatever opportunity they have left on the MPL stage to truly show what they've got.
Well, I'm looking specifically at Minza, maybe even a Rush here to make the difference for the team. After they've been loaned from CARACAL, they've been doing a lot of work, but let's bring in the analysts as well as the coaches, the brains, the drafting, The battle already has begun. Let me introduce to you Dragon, the analyst coming in for Red Esports, Rex, Finn, and Ryzen as coach and analyst respectively.
If you were to mention that the players are doing a lot here for the final weeks of the regular season, one could argue the managers, the coaches, the analysts are doing so much more just to make sure that their players have the start that they need, the draft that they require to come out on top in the land of Dawn. And now that the meta has truly shifted, that is even more important.
Let's talk about the keys to victories here. Let's start off with roamer contribution. We are not seeing Mom here today for the side Red Esports. It's going to be Miral.
It's been a little bit since the last time we've seen Miral play on Red Esports, so I'm interested to see whether or not he's going to be going back to the same old comfort picks like the Franco, or whether or not the meta shift has gone to him, whether he's practiced the new hero pool. As for Mianzal, he was actually doing a really good job on the Lolita last week, so I want to see if he can repeat that. And of course, whether or not that will play into the jungler impact.
Yeah, and we're talking about Zaid here. His Benedetta has been looking good. Sometimes he even gets to play Balmon, less of the assassins these days. But we have to talk about Razin. His Julian kind of goes crazy.
Yep, Julian, his performance against Team Lunatix was insane. Probably the best performance he ever had, having KDA of 827 and then 5-0 and 5. Probably the most comfortable we have seen from him. And I want to see more of that now that they basically have nothing to lose. And now that we've really gone into the new meta as well, I think objective pursuit has just become that much more important, because it's very difficult for players to figure out what is truly the stronger draft. Going for those towers, making sure you're strong in terms of structures, makes a big impact.
Let's look at the audience prediction here so far, and wow, actually, this is a lot closer than I would have imagined. Red Esports taking a majority of the votes, but it looks like the supporters of SUHAZ come back stronger. Even though they cannot make it into the playoffs, the fan base still keeps strong.
And noting that quite a few of these fans here at the live venue are the family members of SUHAZ Esports as well, so it's very heartwarming to see that the parents are still here to provide their support, even though they know that SUHAZ will not be making it any further. Like we mentioned many times before, that doesn't mean it's time to give up. After all, SUHAZ Esports could still make life difficult for Red Esports, and sometimes being able to unnerve your opponents is already a win.
I mean, it's about culmination, right? Who do you guys think is going to win this game? We saw a general vote, but we want to get a little bit more details here. Use that hashtag MPL Predictor. Share your predictions for this match. Maybe drop down a score to 1, to 0. It's up to you. Write your most creative comment, but include your game ID as well as server ID so you stand a chance to win exclusive MLBB skins worth 749 diamonds.
That last step is particularly important, because even if your comment is selected, we're not going to be able to give you your prize skin if we don't know who you are. So game ID, server ID, you gotta make sure to include that. And now, with the timer ticking down, we have 1 minute left before our very first draft of the day. I'm personally very excited to find out, have these players been able to figure out anything new with the meta? We already saw it yesterday, Red Esports. They tried a lot of different things, but it didn't quite work out for them. Traditionally, Red Esports has always been known to play a very particular style, and when they try to veer away from it, you can tell that it feels very alien to them.
Yeah, I think, again, Red Esports, same problems like they had prior to this Season 8, Season 7. They play around Maul a lot, they play around these objectives, they don't let anybody else really go for that carry role, because Maul is reliable when he has items, but it doesn't really allow them to diversify their strategies. I would like them to play around Zayed for once, maybe arguably even Ashe.
It is a bit curious why Zayed hasn't been a focus for Red Esports in the recent weeks, especially since we saw how well he was performing in the previous season as well. So, especially with the meta now, leaning more towards assassin junglers being more effective like they used to be, you would expect that Zayed would be performing a lot more, the Red Esports would play around him a lot more, but no, they are still focusing quite a bit on making sure that Maul is enabled, and I feel like a lot of other teams are able to use this as a weak point.
I love the interaction between Razin and his family, who's already in the crowd. He has nothing to worry about. He's letting Rexvin do all the drafting talk, and he's just gonna be like, yes, heroes, Julian, yes, give me that.
Yeah, why not? After all, SUHAZ Esports, like we already mentioned, they have nothing left to lose. They know they're not making it through, so these are the best chances to make some memories, have fun on the MPL stage. And honestly, if players are able to have fun here at the live venue, that really does make a difference compared to their opponents who may be stressed out, who may be overthinking things. And I do feel like recently, Red eSports has been in a bit of a downward spiral of overthinking their draft a little bit too much. Maybe going back to the basics will be the way to go here in the drafting phase.
All right. Let's see whether it's going to be enough. Drafting phase has begun with Red eSports on the blue side and SUHAZ eSports on the red side. Now, after yesterday's games, I would imagine Red eSports have a different sort of preparation for this draft.
I imagine that Red eSports definitely want to prioritize on their marksmen a little bit more, and I feel like they need to define their overall game objective a bit more clearly. Red eSports have always traditionally played a 4-and-1 draft. They have 4 people protecting Mall, they have Red QT split pushing the other side of the map. Very common style of play. And they're very team-focused in comparison to SUHAZ eSports. Looking at the focus players up on screen right now, we have Zayed as well as Razin, the junglers from the respective sides. Zayed obviously will have slightly better numbers, but considering how poorly SUHAZ has been doing throughout the season, you'd expect the difference to be more stark.
Well, that's the thing, right? When we're looking at SUHAZ eSports, I think the one thing, and especially with Razin as their jungler, who's a little bit more flexible in his hero pool, I say that again, it does come with some conditions. SUHAZ eSports has that leg up, just a little bit of edge against Red, right? Because if the situation demands from it, they can, you know, fit the cup. They are basically like Liquid. They will adapt according to the situations across the board against Red eSports, who again play very one-dimensionally, right? So we're seeing the Diggy ban, we're seeing the Valentina ban so far. Wanwan, the follow-up from the side of SUHAZ, and yes, there has been changes to Wanwan, but she is still strong.
I think this is a smart choice from SUHAZ eSports here. Now, we already see that Wanwan recently has actually become quite a bit less prioritized by other teams in the MPL, just from the one simple change that Crossbow of Tank can only activate on the target with which all the weakness points were hit. SUHAZ eSports, they see the Diggy banned out by Red eSports, and this is not a common ban from them, indicating that they may be looking to pick up the 1-1 for themselves due to Time Journey's ability to purify the weakness stacks.
That's a good point. And the fact that Akai is also banned out, they want to deny SUHAZ eSports some team fighting capabilities, especially in the jungle. Now that SUHAZ eSports has that final ban of the first phase, where do you think they're going to lean more towards? Because, again, Marksman's being taken out, potential counter picks, the fact that Diggy's not around, Atlas becomes a potential problem, they're hovering over Matilda, so I'm guessing supports?
I'm going to think that supports is what SUHAZ eSports wants to focus on, purely because the Akai and Diggy were banned out previously, both heroes that have very strong CC ability and ways to control the battlefield. They will elect to ban out the Matilda for themselves over a hero like the Atlas, and I would agree with that because in the first place, Red eSports don't really prioritize that, nor are they really giving respect yet to Miral's Franco because the recent meta is shifting away from Franco's capabilities. Red eSports, they have the first pick here. I'm wondering whether or not they really want to prioritize Maul's hero. Do they want to go for a Melissa at this point, or is it safer to go for a safe choice like the Paquito?
Yeah, Paquito's just a little too good. You can tell by its win rate, 56% overall win rate, 82 picks, 30 bans so far. Paquito fits the meta so very well with its high damage output, on top of the fact that it's a good flex pick.
Really good flex pick. The reason why teams just pick up Paquito so quickly, for the reasons you already mentioned before, addition to the fact that you don't know if he's going into jungle, if he's going into the EXP, just a really good choice overall. As for SUHAZ, if they want right now, the Julian is wide open, the hero that Razin has been the most proficient on, and if they want, Lolita is open for Mienzal, but Faramis actually going to be the first pick here. The first time we've seen him since the patch dropped.
Exactly. Faramis had a bit of a change. He doesn't get as much temp HP, but it's still useful. The Lolita pick, I'm not 100% on board with this so far, but my guess is that they do expect at least a Melissa or a marksman pick coming in from Red eSports within this first rotation. So there is some thought put in there, but I would have preferred to see Julian for the side of SUHAZ eSports.
Yeah, I agree with you here. I am not very confident with this opening lineup from SUHAZ, merely because if they pick the Lolita and the Faramis, that means Faramis is going mid. And the recent update really nerfed Faramis's damage scaling on the Ghost Bursters, which means that his ability to contribute damage as a mid laner has has been greatly reduced. Something that I'm a little bit worried about. We'll see whether or not SUHAZ eSports will be able to overcome that deficit, as now Red lock in the Lunox and Melissa.
I would have imagined that they would have played Lilia in this position. The fact that they are going Lunox, I guess they want to play for the later stages of the game. But again, mid-prio is so very important here. Like we saw yesterday, Melissa getting absolutely bullied out of her lane when you send 3 people down to that side, 4 people sometimes, even to guarantee that dive, to guarantee that kill. So I don't know. As good as Melissa is in lane in that 1v1, we know for a fact Mal is going to get targeted.
Yeah, absolutely. I do feel like this is slightly greedy from Red. Like you mentioned, very big late game leaning with the Lunox and the Melissa. And with SUHAZ locking in the Irritel, they will have very obvious gold lane dominance, which they probably want to focus hard on. I think Red Esports realized that with the Lolita and the Faramis going, they are most likely not going to be winning fights in the early game. So hedge their bets on the part of the game that they as a team are more comfortable with playing. Traditionally, Red Esports loves playing for that late game, the big 5v5 team fights. That is their comfort zone. If they can delay the game long enough with these scaling heroes, they should be able to win even against the Cult Altar.
Your team is banning.
Let's keep that in mind, right? They want to play for the later stages of the game. SUHAZ eSports, they're going to take away more scaling, right? They want to get rid of these sandbags up in the EXP lane. They're getting rid of the Esmeralda first. They want to make sure it's more of a brawl, maybe even a favorable matchup for the EXP lane. Considering that Ren QT, he's been a lot more stable since his time during Season 7 and Season 8, where he has up and down performances.
But we can also tell that Ren QT seems to be trying to achieve something. I feel like he's attempting to expand his pool. He's attempting to play a more aggressive style, because Ren QT traditionally as a player seems to have this constant subconscious mindset that he needs to play for the team. If we compare him to the player like Arash, for example, a lot more independent, a lot more fighting based. Ren QT does what Red Esports needs him to do at that time. Generally, that means split pushing, delaying the game. But at his core, I think Ren QT wants to fight.
If he wants to fight here, a good option could be looking for Cho, a good way to kind of slow down the pace of the game, or at the very least threaten the Irithel in the back line against SUHAZ eSports. But we'll see, we'll see. Atlas immediately banned out for the side of SUHAZ eSports. I think that's a really good option considering that you don't have Diggy for that counter pick. Therefore, they get rid of the Phoveus. They're making sure, since no Esmeralda, that makes sense. Red Esports on that final ban, this couldn't be another EXP laner. This could be another support.
I'm a little bit worried about Barrel's hero pool at this point in time. It feels like SUHAZ might be forcing him into a situation where he has to play something like a Ruby roam, for example. And I think Red Esports are already prepared for this possibility. They banned out the Phoveus earlier, not just because it counters the Paquito, but because they see the ban on the Esmeralda, so the Phoveus is an obvious thing that they have to reconsider. But Ruby obviously not in the best shape, probably one of the better options they have against a big teamfight lineup. But SUHAZ, taking a page out of Red's book from yesterday, the Lapu Lapu shows up again.
Yeah, Lapu Lapu recently getting buffed on his ultimate specifically, right? When you do get that big sword, you're ready to kind of take on the fight, and you get a really huge payoff if you land the abilities. But still, it's a big if you land those abilities. Half the time, people don't want to interact with you as soon as you pop it. Therefore, I would expect Red Esports probably wants to play Sandbag. They could play Uranus here to slow down the overall team. They could play Cho. Benedetta is also a really good option because you have the eye for an eye. You try and land the stun from Lapu Lapu, eye for an eye, boom, I'm out of there. Don't even get CC'd.
I think Benedetta is probably the best choice for Red Esports right now, but we'll see what they decide to go for. The Julian actually getting led through quite far in the draft here, finally gonna be locked in by Red Esports as well as the Grok. Forgot about that. I thought Ruby was the only option left, but I do like this. Back to the Lapu Lapu, I do want to mention the reason why most teams don't pick up this hero is because Lapu Lapu as an EXP laner tends to be very risky. He's a very all-in type of hero. If he uses his skills to start the fight, he is going to fight. He has no other choice. There is no way to get out of the fight. Otherwise, he is wasting his cooldowns, and that's something that teams can take advantage of through kiting. But one thing to note is that because Raging Slash means that he's not affected by CC, that could actually be a way for him to get into the Melissa ult.
Possibly. Yes, he can get into the Melissa ult, and even with just... a Jawhead. Is this a Jawhead jungle?
I think it's a Jawhead jungle.
Yeah, it's a Jawhead jungle. This is... Jawhead jungle. He's probably going to go full damage. He's most likely going to Blade Heptases into Hunter Strike or something, and then he's going to one-shot Maul. Yeah. That's the idea. That's the overall idea. The entirety of SUHAZ eSports has a really clean way of disengaging and re-engaging. The fact they have the Cult Altar, the fact they have the Numenon Blast. This is going to be quite a game.
This is going to be exciting. I already mentioned like 1 or 2 weeks back that Jawhead jungle seems to be becoming a thing on the internet meta. Yep. And now we finally get to see it here in the MPL. Recapping the team lineups once again. Red eSports, they want to delay for that late game. They have lots of mobility, lots of scaling. They want to play for their comfort zone, whereas SUHAZ eSports does not want to give it to them. They're saying, we are going to force you to fight whether you like it or not. Let's see whether or not Red eSports will be able to respond to their provocation in the Land of Dawn.
Welcome to game number 1 of this best of 3 between Red eSports up against SUHAZ. Red on the blue side and SUHAZ eSports on the red side. This lane matchup in the EXP lane, the fact that Julian's going into the jungle, the fact that it's Paquito up against Lapu Lapu, it's 50-50 and very volatile on EXP lane.
Mienzal is going to be doing his usual harassment. It's quite common for him on the Lolita, not quite able to steal the small purple buff, so it doesn't affect Zayed too heavily. Instead, Mienzal is the one that's going to be taking quite a lot of poke. But noting the emblems here, Zayed has decided to go for Mystery Shop, a very greedy option, and that's why he needed both Ashe and Maul to help him with this first camp, because his clear speed at level 1 is abysmal.
Yep, now for the Lethal Wanderer, they're trying to go in as Arash is zoned himself. The enhanced chains lands on Mienzal, forces him to flicker. Jenny is a little low, but he should be okay as Razin already hit his level 3 in the process. He is slightly ahead. Enhanced Chains isn't really going to do too much, but we do see that Amubar getting soul killed up by Maul in the top side of the map. That's going to be Sprint, and as well as, Inspire being used. Jawhead ends up dying in the enemy side, by the enemy side of Red eSports. They invade straight away. That's not what you want to see. This is not a good start for SUHAZ.
Yeah, that's a terrible domino effect for SUHAZ eSports, especially when they have the composition that should be stronger early game. They should be the ones taking control of the lanes, not only losing the 1v1 against the Melissa, which Abumon should be able to go 50-50 in, but losing out on the jungle invade, forcing Mienzal to use his flicker as well, down for another minute. So he's not going to have his Numenon Blast flicker combo for quite a while. Not at all ideal for SUHAZ. This will give Red eSports a little bit of tempo control.
I mean, we got to talk about the matchup so far. Melissa into Irithel. Naturally, Melissa is going to have a bit of an upside against her, so there needs to be some, well, I don't know, outside influences this time. That's why you can see Miral. He's walking up. Mienzal and Razin wanting to dive this. Don't find the unstoppable force target just yet as they try to deny the space. Wall charge does not connect just yet as Abumon, Mienzal, and Razin are going to back off.
Red eSports gets the turtle off of that. They lose a lot of turret gold, but Zayed also manages to steal away the purple buff. And at this stage of the game, those buffs are very important for a Jawhead that wants to be able to snowball his lead. Jawhead mid-game will not do too much, as well as Arash getting ganked in the bottom lane.
Yeah, perfectly timed. Good jungle pathing coming in from Zayed. This does mean that Paquito has overall gotten the level lead and has won the lane. There's nothing much that Arash can do except try to go for continuous all-ins and try to sustain. But for the time being, Mienzal, Jenny, as well as Razin controlling the top side of the map.
SUHAZ needs to make more impact here in the gold lane especially, and you can see that they're trying to do so. Maul will be able to escape for a while, but Razin in danger now.
Yep, Mienzal, he's trying to get him out of there. It's going to be the call altar coming in from Jenny. Rampage comes on through. The enhanced chains connects just a bit, but it doesn't matter. There's so much temp HP from the call altar. It's good in the early game. Let's see if it's going to scale. Jenny might be in some trouble, gets out just in time, having to use that Purify to make sure he doesn't get knocked up.
It is quite lucky he actually had that Purify, or he would have been dead, just like how Mienzal might be here.
He's so close to die. The smart missiles from Razin isn't going to be enough. Ren QT with an early rotate picks up the kill.
Okay, that's still not actually too bad for SUHAZ. That's exactly what they should be doing here, but Abumon,
he's in trouble. He's already popped the sprint. He's running away from 4 members of Red eSports. Can Jenny cover him? No, even Ashe bothering to flicker to cut him off Abumon. He needs to get executed executed. He's trying to buy a little bit more time. RenQT flickering in for this, and Abumon with fancy footwork wasting his time. This is good, as Arash will get pushed and some priority down on the bottom side of the map.
You can tell that Abumon is quite pleased with himself there. Yes, it's not ideal for the gold laner to lose their life like that, but the amount of time he bought is very ideal. Unfortunately, it did move a lot of Red Esports into the top half of the map, which is where the turtle is spawning. So ideally, that is not the case, but now they are contesting the objective.
Yep, Numenon Blast comes on through, gets the stun so far onto one. Minzal gets up top of Zion as the Call Altar comes out. It's Zion Hakimi who secures it. Mal cuts off the choke point, not allowing SUHAZ eSports any more ground. Nicely played by Red Esports.
Yeah, that's not ideal again for SUHAZ eSports. That Cult Altar is in a very long cooldown, and with this kind of lineup, they need to make something happen every time it is popped. If a Cult Altar is popped without getting an objective, without getting a kill, SUHAZ eSports are losing momentum, and that's exactly what happened. They had control over the turtle pit, but Zaid was able to steal it away with that retribution, keeping Red Esports in the lead in terms of gold for now.
Yep, Zaid in the middle of that fight. Enhanced chains onto Minzal so far, and Ash, he's deep in there with the darkening, but it doesn't help that Mal, he's making sure that Muddles is getting maximum damage. They 5 the jungler. Abumon is next to fall as Jenny left all by himself. No Call Altar, nothing can save him.
Disaster, absolute disaster for SUHAZ eSports right now. Red Esports, this is the ideal. This is what they dream of in this team composition. Mal, RenQT, Zaid, all on top of the gold ranking. And you can imagine that Melissa is getting a lot of gold funneling from all these kills in these big team fights, which SUHAZ eSports should by all means be winning at this stage of the game.
And now that mid-tier 1 is gone, Red Esports rotate to the bottom side. They're looking for their next objective. And I don't know if Arash can actually handle this sort of pressure. He's already losing his lane. He's down to death. He's down a level. And with Zaid Hakimi getting the shadow, getting Twin Shadow Blade, they initiate that fight. RenQT getting the knock up onto Minzal, saved by the Call Altar, but they chunked out Numenon Blast to get him out of there. Here comes the Raging Slash coming in from Arash Rageblade. Tries to get on top of Mal to secure it, but manages to flicker out of there just in time. He ends up dying as the team backs away, trading 1-for-1 so far. Shadow Stampede doesn't get another pick, but now SUHAZ eSports on the attack, forced to retreat with no wave to secure mid-turret. They move to the Turtle.
That was overconfidence by Red Esports there. They thought they could take the fight easily, which meant that their positioning was not in the most ideal state because they were trying to rush from taking the bottom tier 1 straight into a big team fight, resulting in them getting split up in a way that was not ideal and having to disengage from the fight half-heartedly when the Numenon Blast covered a large area. There was still some good individual play from Mal escaping from that final hit of the Raging Slash, but they did not need to lose Ash there.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if they had to lose anyone, it should be Miral, right? Ash needs to scale into this game. The rest of the team can actually do their job. Even RenQT dying isn't that bad in comparison to the scaling heroes like Mal and as well as Ash. They should have the least amount of deaths. And where are the outs for SUHAZ eSports? It's 10-2 so far. The pressure is on them, and Red Esports now hitting their power spikes with a 4.6k lead. Mal getting Berserker's Fury even. How does SUHAZ actually recover?
It's honestly very difficult because SUHAZ's lineup is very all-in style. If they don't win that early game, they're in a bit of a deficit.
Now let's see whether this deficit is going to hurt Minzal specifically, as Zaid is jumping into the middle fight, gets 2 from the enhanced chains, but no commitment. They are still playing towards the keys to victory, objective priority.
Yeah, they're able to disengage from that for now, but the more structures Red Esports are able to take, the more of a bad situation SUHAZ will find themselves in, because when they have a big team fight combination like this, they cannot be split up, they cannot split push, they cannot housekeep the lanes at all, and Red can constantly play circles around them.
All means I'll cut off from the rest of that team, and even with Mal harassing them with muddles all across the Nature's Barrier from Miral, nicely played by Red Esports. Is this still savable? I feel like things are kind of out of control for SUHAZ.
I'm going to be honest here, I feel like this is already checkmate at this point unless SUHAZ eSports makes some kind of miracle happen or Red Esports just makes the biggest blunder of their lives, which I don't expect will happen. Their lineup just doesn't allow them to come back from overcome this.
Call Altar to save one's life. Here comes the bravest warrior. Arash is here. The Rage Blade is dealing damage, but it doesn't matter. They lose another objective as the rest of Red Esports just maintain their distance, knowing a Numenon Blast could come through. 10 seconds on the clock. SUHAZ Esports need to contest for this Lord.
But I don't know if they can even. SUHAZ Esports' lineup at this point has been rendered completely useless. Red Esports has the solution to anything they want to try. SUHAZ cannot split push. Their heroes are not strong enough individually. And even when they go for the big 5v5 team fight, Muddles alone is enough to zone out the entire team. And that's a death right there.
Yep, Jenny getting caught out of position, and good commitments from both Ren QT and as well as Miral. Jenny just, he doesn't have to call Altar. He has to wait for the cooldowns. And if you're out of position like that and you get hit by wall charge of all the CCs you could get hit by, it's basically over for you. With no backup whatsoever, SUHAZ Esports are now backed up to their last inhibitors. Red Esports with a Lord push incoming. Zaid Hakimi dealing the most damage. It's not looking good.
It really isn't. Though, honestly, I can say with about 90% certainty that Jenny probably did have called Altar there. He just, one, was CC chained, so he couldn't use it, and two, he did not want to use it. He has enough stacks to respawn very quickly. He needs it for this next Lord defense.
All right, here it goes. Call Altar already put Razin in some trouble. They get the ejector onto Ren QT. That's one good pick. Can they actually defend this? It looks like they're pulling this off. They cleared the wave, cleared the Lord, and now Red Esports have to wait for the second incoming wave to try and open up the inhibitors. And now SUHAZ, this could be a good opportunity with 2 ults left and a Numenon Blast to go, ready to go. They have to protect themselves. Muddles dealing a good amount of harass. Minzal pulling attention to himself, and a successful defense of the mid lane. Now it's just 2 more waves to go, and there we have it. Bottom and top secured. Inhibitors still alive.
I don't think Red Esports can continue this push, and they themselves have to be quite careful now because SUHAZ knows that they're going to be split up. They cannot afford to get caught out individually at this stage of the game. Ideally, they delay until the next Lord comes up, but SUHAZ wants to force this issue.
Bravest Warrior already being utilized. Here comes the wall charge, immediately picking up Razin. No more jungler, no more picks. Abumon taking a significant amount of damage, but no full commitment just yet. If they can get an inhibitor, it's already a win. They find one inhibitor. Can they go for a second one on top side? They're getting close, but with the lead that Zaid has, no, they back away. That's just one inhibitor, maybe a second one off of this next one, and there they have it. SUHAZ trying to make the play, flickers forward, Brilliance dodges the Numenon Blast, and here it comes. Mal pops off as he drops down Muddles. The call Altar getting chunked away as they are losing too much HP. No Inspired just yet. They find the picks. Jenny's walks away to die once again to Mal's Muddles. Get away from me, making sure that Razin can't even get close. And Red Esports looking to end this game as Abumon dances circles around the means. Falls as Zaid Hakimi is just too far ahead. GG, well played. Red Esports takes game 1.
An extended base siege by Red Esports that eventually comes out successful because SUHAZ Esports simply has no other option but to attempt to force the fight. And when they're already that far behind, despite being able to rely on the safety of their structures, they simply do not have enough damage to match up to the farm on Red Esports. An excellent victory by the blue side.
Truly well done. Red Esports, red is my blood. The question is, what color is yours? And unfortunately, this time for SUHAZ, it's, they got one more game for 2-0 here. I don't know, but they can really make people bleed out.
I was honestly wondering where you were going with that, what color is your blood sort of situation, because I don't think there's gonna be any other answer than red.
Exactly. It's pointing towards the obvious. If red is not your blood, you have a health issue.
Yeah, pretty much. But they're definitely not looking so healthy right now. Red Esports were able to completely dominate that game from the very first few minutes. SUHAZ not able to find that early game momentum that their lineup really heavily depended on, and because of that lack of snowball, instead giving that to the enemy team, it meant that they no longer had options to be able to play. Unfortunately, with this kind of lineup, you have to fight 5v5. There's no other way around it. You cannot split push. You cannot pick off heroes. It's just too difficult. And Red Esports had full control.
I don't know. Personally, I think that early game could have gone much better for SUHAZ eSports. It's just the lane matchups aren't easy. Lapu Lapu against Paquito, already a difficult matchup for Lapu. You basically only have to wait till level 4, and level 4 just gets you a 50-50. It's not even in your favor at level 4. Melissa against Irithel, Melissa is overall just lane dominant. There's nothing you can really do. So I was expecting a little more from Meanzal and Jenny in this particular game to try and get them safely into level 4.
The problem is, I think SUHAZ eSports, they were definitely trying, and I think they hedged a lot of their bets on being able to constantly gank Mal's lane and stop him from snowballing. You can see just based on the items, Mianzal and Razin went for a very early antique cuirass. This is despite the fact that there are two sources of magic damage on the opposite side, especially the Julian, who will be doing a lot more damage early as compared to Melissa, but because they know they want to gank the gold lane a lot, they want to gank the EXP lane a lot, so they want physical defense, which makes it more easy for them to dive against the towers. Unfortunately, because that didn't work, them going for early physical defense meant that Zayed and Ash had free reign. Zayed, 0 deaths the entire game, 4 items complete. You can imagine he was just melting through even the tanks on SUHAZ.
Yeah, his Empower auto attacks alone was pretty crazy. Let's look at our MVP from this game. Coming in from Red Esports, it's going over to Zayed Hakimi with a 79% overall game kill participation. A perfect KDA 4-0 and 11. Man did not stop pushing his foot on the gas. As soon as he got that twin Shadow Blades, he's like, let's fight. We gotta fight.
Zayed Hakimi, he went for a pretty risky build this game, which shows that he had a lot of faith in his team. But if SUHAZ were able to achieve their win condition, it would have actually gone very badly for him, starting off with the mystery shot instead of the more common Demon Slayer on Julian, especially since his first 3 levels. His jungle clear is going to be pretty darn slow. It's very risky, but he was able to overcome it thanks to support from his team. Red Esports recognizing, okay, our Julian's gonna need a little bit of help with this first buff, and because of that, he hit 4 items way faster than anyone else.
Let's have a look at the highlights and recap this game. These highlights brought to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series, and I absolutely agree with you. I definitely think that SUHAZ eSports had the right idea, right? They were sending somebody to invade to try and slow down the clear, and Julian obviously not that great until he hits level 3. But the lane deaths really made the difference for Red Esports. Like, the fact that Abumon getting solo killed, the fact that Arash dying in his mid-rotation, all of these small little things adding up for Red Esports to make sure that getting into the mid-game wasn't too difficult.
Yeah, SUHAZ eSports, unfortunately, because they put a lot of thought into going for that big 5v5 teamfights, picking up heroes that could fight together with the Cult Altar, it ended up with them surrendering a little bit of lane priority a little bit. Because, as you mentioned, Lapu Lapu not going to have a good time against the Paquito in the EXP lane, and in this fighting sort of meta, having control over the EXP lane is perhaps the most important for any early game team. As a result of that, they lost a lot of control. Razin is well on the Jawhead. He needs to snowball. This is a hero that is only strong early game. He does not scale well at all. Honestly, I think if he went for high and dry instead of Demon Slayer, it might have been a little bit better because Smart Missiles clears jungle pretty easily. So I'm not really sure if that was the best option, but even so, Red Esports were just playing together really well anyway.
I think it's just a preference there, right? They still need a secondary tank because the EXP is going to be generally fighter-based. You're not looking to build like Lapu Lapu with a lot of tank items to begin with. He needs that raw damage to be a threat, right? So, I don't know. Personally, it's up to you, but quick shout out here to all of those who've been opening up the game and already heard about the new Exorcist skins. Have you heard about it? It's Yutong and as well as Kagura, and the Exorcist trailer is also out. Yudamon in the Dark is here, but do you have something that you want to protect? For the Exorcist who possesses superpowers, what they want to protect is the piece of Eternitas. However, a report of missing persons is bound to unveil a war between the human world and the Dark Realm. Exorcist Yutong and Exorcist Kagura have embarked on their journey. How will this battle end? That is a very interesting script, and to be honest, I haven't seen the trailer itself, but now I'm a little curious as to what it's all about. It feels like an anime OP.
Yeah, honestly, I've seen some bits of the trailer, and I think it does look pretty cool. I want to watch the whole thing afterwards. Personally, what I find kind of funny is the fact that like I'm watching you reading the script there, like I'm looking at the screen, I'm looking at, it's very obvious that you're reading a script.
Absolutely.
You're not making any effort to hide it because you know that this script is kind of strange.
It is a little. It sounds a little strange until you see the trailer. That's all that I'm gonna say.
It does sound like an anime opening.
It
though.
sounds like an anime synopsis, cramped into like a minute's worth of a script. That's all I can say.
Well, that's what you call a recap. Just like how we're going to be recapping game number 1 here. We can see the amount of damage that was done by both sides. Obviously, Zayed being the true winner of this game, 66,000 damage. Like we already highlighted, SUHAZ eSports put a lot of focus into building physical defense early into the game to try and counteract the Melissa as well as the Paquito. But because that didn't work, they found themselves even further behind because they had no magic defense, allowing the Julian to just go ham.
I don't know. The Julian did go a little, honestly, really ham. The fact that he got 66,000 damage throughout that game. I do believe that SUHAZ eSports had the right ingredients, just couldn't get the mix there. Couldn't put the cake in the oven to seal this game. And mainly coming in from Razin, his impact this game didn't feel very, well, I don't want to say impactful, but you couldn't really feel his presence with the constant invades coming in from Miral and specifically Zayed, sometimes with the help of RenQT, sometimes with the help of Ash.
I think what's impressive about this is that Red Esports seemed very prepared for this Jawhead jungle. This is not a hero you see very often. And typically, Jawhead is really strong in those early game 1v1s. He will basically 1v1 and win against almost any hero in the first few levels. Red Esports seem to already be innately aware of this, meaning that they would never put themselves in a vulnerable position when they were alone. You could see the way that Mal was playing was very safe. He didn't care about his gold shield. He put more emphasis on keeping himself alive and wasting Razin's time. Very valuable time that a Jawhead needs to actually scale to be useful, at least in the mid game.
Well, personally for me, I would have preferred to see Razin actually go for a greedy build and really start focusing on getting that early snowball and letting Irithel kind of do her own thing. Because in the lane matchup, at the very least, you can clear it off. But we got to look at Zayed Hakimi, the person who knows when to put his foot on the gas. Early game, he didn't really need to be there. It's mainly just to enhance chains, get on out of there. But as soon as he got 2 items, boom, you see him just pop off. Every fight he takes, he goes very deep into the fight. And more importantly, he's making sure he is peeling for the rest of his team before he goes for the all-in.
Yeah, I think this is definitely Zayed at his most comfortable style of play. He wants to play these aggressive assassins. He wants to be able to make an impact. He wants to start fighting very early on in the jungle position, which is why you see his average GPM is much lower compared to most other junglers in the game because he wants to fight. He wants to help his team. Red Esports as its core wants to have their jungle, have their roam, make space in the early game so that Maul can scale. And I think if Zayed can look flashy while doing that, he will be very happy.
Yeah, and I think, when you are on a Julian with such a high skill cap, with a relatively simple kit, that's a hero where you can really show off. And we have to compare him to Razin overall, right? I mean, the average gold per minute, not too far away from Zayed. Average damage per minute as well, same goes. But when we talk about average kill participation, 62%, a slight difference between him and as well as Zayed is the times where you see him play Ling. And again, we haven't seen Ling come up too often here, but I think it's something that SUHAZ might want to consider for this upcoming drafting phase.
Well, let's see whether or not they will consider that. Do they want to go all in again, go for flashy fights, or do they want to play it safe? That is going to be the question on the minds of the SUHAZ eSports players as well as the coaches deciding what is going to be the best manner to deal with Red Esports, because that was a very good showing from them in game number 1.
I mean, it's a good showing, but I think SUHAZ eSports, they really need to warm up to this because they've decided to go back on the red side one more time. And knowing Red Esports, they don't change their drafts too much, especially since it's working. Why fix it?
Yeah, absolutely. I have the same mindset, basically. Why overthink things if something has already proven to work? Which means that SUHAZ eSports will need to be the ones to shift up their bans somewhat if they don't want to allow the Paquito to fall back into the hands of Red Esports. RenQT was creating a lot of space in this, and like we already highlighted earlier, winning out the EXP lane is incredibly important to make sure you have a foothold on the map towards the early to mid game. So if they're not banning the Paquito, they need a plan to deal with it.
I think Personally, for me, I think SUHAZ
what's your
eSports could have
command?
played that
Your
early
team
game
is
much
banning.
better in game number 1, at the very least. I don't think the draft had much of an issue other than just scaling, which Irithel kind of provided, but it's nice to have 2 sources. But that's me. That's personally me. We don't know how comfortable
Your
SUHAZ
team
eSports
is
is
banning.
with extremely volatile lanes. So, once again, same bans coming up from the side of Red eSports, Valentina, the Diggy, and as well as the Akai. SUHAZ eSports banning out the 1-1 as well as the Fanny.
Now, I personally don't actually remember what SUHAZ banned out in the first phase in the previous game. So I don't really know what hero they have to swap out here to ban the Paquito if they decide to. It does look like they're contemplating the Melissa.
I think that's a good ban.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot more sense.
Melissa was chunking out the temp HP from the Call Altar, and we know the changes to the Call Altar, it doesn't give you that much temporary HP, or temp HP as I like to call it, just in case you guys don't know. So that's why we're seeing a lot of these fights, especially during the choke points, where like the Call Altar is getting popped super quick.
Yeah, the muddles is just such an annoying thing to have to deal with, especially when you are a team that wants to play together, wants to fight together. It's so easy for Melissa to deal so much damage in a short amount of time. Understandable that they would get rid of that, but because of that, Paquito will be led through for Red eSports again, and the flexibility of the hero means that even though Ren QT played it in game number 1, that does not mean he will be playing it for game number 2.
Yep. Question is whether they want to pick up Julian here as well. It could be farm as Julian. There's a lot of ways you can kind of play around it. You are on the red side. You will get first pick in the second phase, so you can kind of set things up. So focus on the power picks for the side of SUHAZ eSports. I'm hoping that they still play the farmers. I don't think he was that bad.
I actually think they should lean towards Julian and Grok here.
Really?
I think that would be a safer choice. Julian is an obvious pick. Zai did really well. It's one of Razin's most comfortable heroes, but the Grok has been proving to be a very contestable hero by basically every team ever since the patch dropped. They will grab the Grok, but pass up the Julian in favor of Lilia.
Farmus is open. I don't know. I guess maybe I still have the old patch in mind where I still do believe that Farmus is relatively good, but I don't know. Looks like the teams may convince me otherwise here. Let's see how this game goes. Maybe we'll see a Farmus. Maybe we won't even see Farmus this time around. The fact that Lilia is there, great peel. You have Grok, great initiation, great peel as well. They're trying to build up for the gold lane, which I'm guessing is going to be Irithel once more. Red eSports, they can either make a hard read here, or they continue to play their game. They can go for another Lunox if they want to, arguably even Kagura, Farmus, and as well as Claude. That's actually not too bad.
That is actually quite a scary combo there. Cult Altar with the Blazing Duet is going to be quite terrifying. Now, personally, after the Faramis nerf, I can agree why teams would lean less towards picking him up. And I feel like Faramis as a hero does suffer a little bit from the same issues that Atlas had when he was first released, in that he has a very singular play style. It's very predictable, it's very readable. You know that the team wants to team fight, and so you just play your entire lineup around the Cult Altar, which is a problem that SUHAZ had previously. Without the ultimate, they were losing a lot of their fighting potential, but Red eSports doesn't think that is a problem. I think that's great as well, because that is their style. They fight together.
All right, okay. So my theory here, well, basically what I'm going to be looking for, this is a bit of an experiment for me myself. Farmus, now with the nerfs, can Lilia, we know Melissa for a fact can absolutely cut through it, right? Especially with the Inspire, it guarantees to lose, to break the Call Altar really quick. Can Lilia do the exact same? Now, looking at the bans, we're immediately bad lane matchups. Dyroth is gone. Popo and Koopa, another lane bully, gone for the side of Red eSports. They want to make sure this Claude is okay. SUHAZ eSports, they're trying to make sure that the Esmeralda is okay.
Now, to answer your question earlier about whether or not Lilia will be able to break through the temporary HP of the Cult Altar, I will probably say, even though I haven't been able to see it, absolutely, because they've already reduced the temp HP, and Lilia does massive AoE damage to the point where even I think it's kind of ridiculous how much damage she can do in an area over a short period of time. And especially if you're smart, Lilia can just place down Gloom early to set up a bit of a minefield, making it difficult for you to engage with the Cult Altar, as long as they're able to funnel Red eSports into a choke point.
Okay, so the conditions are choke point, have enough Gloom charges. That's our hypothesis for for now. We'll see whether it applies into the game for this experiment. For the time being, it's going to be Franco ban for the side of SUHAZ eSports. I think that's not bad. Overall, really smart pick. Really smart ban. Red eSports, they could continue on getting rid of these lane bullies. Bruno recently getting buff as well. That's something they might want to consider. Brody is still quite good. Beatrix is the big question mark here. A lot of teams aren't really picking it up as much, but they do ban out the Julian instead.
I absolutely think Beatrix should be a choice for SUHAZ eSports here.
It's still good.
Yeah, but yes, Beatrix was nerfed. Renner and Wesker do a lot less damage now, but in return, they actually slightly modified Bennett as well as Nibiru, bringing Beatrix back to the style of play that we saw from her a few seasons ago. And in this case, Nibiru's passion would be a huge ultimate for just cutting down the cult altar instantly.
Yeah, that is true. They've reduced the amount of damage each wave does, but instead they put more waves of bullets. So I feel like the payoff is there. It goes both ways. SUHAZ eSports, they go for something really safe. They go with the Balmont to ensure that they can secure. Actually, you know, the more that I look at this, kind of reminds me of Orange Esports' draft.
It does have that feel. Like, these heroes are all very strong individually, which deals with SUHAZ's problem in game number 1, where their team had to fight together or they were nothing. So this will allow them to play the map a lot more easily, which is excellent when you know that Red Esports wants to go for the Cult Altar Blazing Duet combo. And Balmont will be able to do a lot of AoE damage and steal objectives.
Actually, let me correct myself. This is more of a Team Hot draft than Orange Esports. The only difference being the Grok. I mean, if this was like I don't know, Matilda, Lolita, maybe even Atlas, then it'll be more towards Orange. But yes, we've seen a draft like this. It's all about peel, and they are going to be playing. I'm guessing it's going. Oh, that might be a bit tough there. I'm thinking that they want to put like a hard hyper carry. I'm guessing like Irithel, somewhere along those lines, but it might be a little tough when you have to deal with the real world manipulation, a Paquito with a Call Altar on top of getting dived by the Black Dragon form from Yuzong.
Okay, Beatrix is no longer a solid pick here. I think going for the I think Brody. Brody is probably the safer choice for SUHAZ eSports at this time. He lacks a little bit of AoE, but Torn Apart Memory will allow him to do damage from a very safe distance, which is what they really need to create with Red right now, because they've gone for a full dive. SUHAZ gonna maintain the Irithel, which I think is a good secondary choice. Lots of mobility, lots of AoE damage, but he has to be very careful because in comparison, the range of Irithel is going to be shorter, meaning he's going to be in that real-world manipulation.
Oh yeah, I fully expect him to get caught in real-world manipulation, but I trust that the rest of the team will bail him out of that situation. It does mean that Grok plays a very important role. In fights, he's got to get a 2-for-1, right? He's got to be able to knock people up and as well as cancel the real-world manipulation.
That is ideal. It's going to be very difficult though. Red Esports are going to be attacking from every possible angle with this lineup. This is probably the biggest teamfight lineup that one could hope to draft on the land of Dawn. So Red Esports are instantly flipping the script on their opponents. They're saying, last game you wanted to 5v5 us, this time we're gonna 5v5 you, and they are going to come with a vengeance. SUHAZ eSports, their lineup is actually quite solid. Very standard, very safe, very strong. But will they be able to deal with the pressure that is 5 heroes running at you with blood in their minds? We will find out as we once again enter the land of Dawn.
Welcome to game number 2 here. Red Esports versus SUHAZ. Red Esports currently at match point. Mid lane control is looking real good for SUHAZ this time. Minzal, with the help of a Lilia, clears out their lane like it's nothing. However, the volatile lanes here, especially when I'm looking up top side, Yuzong has to get a really good trade here, at least at level 1 or level 2 against Arash. But in the meantime, Minzal and Jenny making sure that every little bit of ground that they gain, they look to punish.
I looked at this screen the moment we entered the game, and I had to stop myself from laughing because we have 7 sprints on this game. There are 7 players with the sprint battle spell, which means SUHAZ are thinking we're gonna take all sprints so we can run away, and Red Esports are saying, well, we're gonna take it too so we can keep running after you.
Yeah, man, gotta go fast. That's all I'm saying. Gotta go real fast here. They want to make sure that they can continuously like take trades back off whenever a situation is disfavorable to them. And at the very least, like Abumon is doing a good job trading against Mal for the time being. They've got a lot of control in the mid lane, so don't expect any support Mal for the time being. As well, Minzal, he's making his way. Razin wants to go straight for this kill. Immediately starting to dive and getting the lethal counter as well. Good first blood for SUHAZ.
That is an excellent play from SUHAZ and exactly what they need to do. This is going to be basically the entire gold shield falling for the tier 1 turret down bottom. A massive boost in gold for not just Abumon, but for his team as well.
Even Arash paying the price here up on top side so far. Whoa, 3 members of Red Esports committing to this fight, and Zayed able to secure that kill. They even up the score here. But now, do they realize that turtle is going to be contested? Do they have Black Dragon form? Yes, they do, but Abumon might get solo killed down on bottom side. Luckily, he doesn't, as the rest of Red Esports pushes out SUHAZ from their position. They can't build trenches around the turtle just yet.
SUHAZ Esports were not able to have Arash pushing out the lane up top, so Red Esports are pressuring the top tower with this turtle take as well.
Oh, Minzal, he ends up dying. The call altar doesn't save him in time. Lethal counter to secure the turtle, but now Zayed Hakimi can't seem to get on out of there. Razin is chasing him down. Arash peels him off as rank QT, secures the kill onto Jenny. It's over here so fast.
Yeah, that was excellently played by Red Esports, using the fact that the EXP lane on SUHAZ is not back in lane yet to force out the wave, making SUHAZ choose between the turtle and the EXP lane to shove out. And then, even though Razin was able to secure the turtle, they were able to escape. They were able to get 1 kill for themselves. Gotta feel bad for Razin as well. If the Cyclone Sweep lasted 1 second longer, Zayed would have actually died there.
Yep. Again, it was close. It was very, very close, but it does mean that Red Esports have a slight kill lead, but the gold's still the majority of SUHAZ Esports' favor, right? Zayed Hakimi now getting pressured onto the side jungles as the rest of the team of SUHAZ have rotated. They want to dive. They want to kill Mal. Minzal has already begun with the Guardian's barrier. They find the wall charge instantly on top of Miro, forcing him out. He goes off, out of bounds, but has to come back as soon as the Shadow Stampede is done for. Zayed Hakimi could pick up a kill as Jenny uses the black shoes to get on out of there. Rotation from Ash, dropping the real world manipulation, securing 1. Can they get Abumon as well? No, they cannot. It finishes just in time, and Zayed left all by himself as Minzal cuts him off. A double kill coming in from Abumon.
Red Esports made a very good calculated play there, but I think SUHAZ may have outplayed them a little bit. But Ash managing to survive there, very key. You could see that the way they were playing, Miro actually stayed for a bit longer. He was willing to sacrifice himself to buy time. He wanted to keep SUHAZ under their tier 1 tower to make space for Ash to come in and catch them all inside the real world manipulation. And that was excellent engagement. But Red are underestimating the amount of damage that SUHAZ can do in this early game with that Balmond, and ended up losing more themselves.
Yep, and now with the even score 4-4, mid is getting shoved in hard. I mean, this is good macro coming in from SUHAZ Esports. They shove out mid lane. They immediately start pushing their angles in towards the jungle side. Jenny, using the black shoes relatively early, but they do get that turtle. Now, bottom side completely untouched. They did a bit of a lane swap here, rather interesting from SUHAZ.
You can see the way that SUHAZ is playing is still very dependent on roaming around together, and because of this, they are allowing the side lanes for Red Esports to get a lot of safe farm, especially on Maul, which is something that is not ideal. Yes, the Claude has died twice so far, so they've already managed to slow him down somewhat, but they need to do more.
An attempted engagement coming in from Arash with the falling Star Moon. It doesn't connect as Maul. Again, fast fingers, he still got it. But you can see the pressure. SUHAZ is mirroring them across the map so far. Irtel is getting this free farm and continues to develop her lead.
What I'm worried about here is that Red Esports does actually have pretty strong late game scaling. So the more that SUHAZ roam around the map and try to get kills without actually securing any, the more time that Red Esports buys for themselves.
Well, That's why you're seeing the sandbag, right? Oh, Zaid Hakimi almost securing the kill onto Jenny so far, but they get a killing spree as Abumon dances around him in the meantime. And yeah, this is what you want to see, this development of the gold lead for the side of SUHAZ. They need to sandbag Red Esports by stealing away their jungle bit by bit. They're playing the strong macro game, and with mid lane getting attacked as well, Miro as well as Ashe. Call Altar saves their lives so far, as Ashe is already here. It's a 5v4. They find Miro immediately. Blazing Duet coming out of Mal. We see the sprints pop out too. Abumon should be going down. Yes, he ends up dying, but under the turret, Red QT secures the kill against Jenny. Mal almost gets out of there, but a double kill coming in from Mirage.
I actually don't know what killed Mal there. I actually thought he made a really good escape with the Balmir image. Unfortunately, even if he didn't die in that instant, he was inside 3 members of SUHAZ, so not ideal, but they do trade the gold laner for the gold laner, so that is still not too bad for Red Esports, as Mal does have the avarice, so he is going to slowly scale up faster as compared to Abumon. But because of SUHAZ Esports' momentum so far in this early to mid game, you can see that they're having the EXP lead, they're having the gold lead, they need to maintain this, they cannot allow Red Esports to gain control.
I don't know how they are going to try and force, because right now it's a make it or break it for Red Esports, right? If the next fight they end up losing, SUHAZ Esports should be able to basically get a lead enough to get the first Lord of the game, and that should put them at a 5k lead, right?
I think something we have to consider is that Red Esports has a terrifying base defense. Their lineup is so good at defending choke points. So even if they lose out this mid game to SUHAZ Esports, they are confident that they can delay for those later minutes.
Means he's already coming in with the conceal Black Dragon form and try and lock them in with a combo with the real world manipulation. Jenny can't seem to get out in time, but a good disengage from Minzal is going to save Razin's life. Abumon, he's got the winds of nature. He's ready to fight Rank QT with a Pashan residue. Is it not? But Arash ends up missing and then might just die for it. Manages to get away with a Frostmoon shield as Abumon running down his targets. Finds one. Can he get Mural as well? Finds a second. Mal comes in with a blazing duet, but it's too late. Winds of nature protects Abumon. Razin secures the kill. 3-0 in favor of SUHAZ.
Beautifully played by SUHAZ Esports. Red Esports, they thought they had an excellent initiation and they caught out so many in that real world manipulation, but dragged out the fight way too long, wasted too much of their cooldowns. Looking at the items now, that Wind of Nature purchase by Abumon was clutch. Literally bought in the middle of the fight and then used to counter the blazing duet. I can bet Mal, he was not expecting that. He didn't know Abumon had this because he didn't have time to check the items before the fight started. And because of that short distraction, he put himself in a vulnerable state for the lethal counter when he should have been able to easily BMI out.
Honestly, if Red Esports was even goal with SUHAZ Esports and Abumon was still 2 items compared to Mal at 2 items, it would have fallen into the hands of Red Esports. Like, for sure, they would have won that fight. So many things were going for them. It was a good combination. They already had the Call Altar to protect them from the initial damage from SUHAZ. It's just the gold lead making that difference to push SUHAZ Esports over the edge to win that fight.
Either way though, SUHAZ still have control over the map. They still do have the structure advantage over Red Esports, and they need to make sure that they maintain this. Their window of opportunity is going to start narrowing down when we consider the fact that their base push is not going to be as strong as Red Esports, so they need to have a more convincing lead in order to end the game in their favor. They take the Lord, but just from Red Esports' positioning, you can tell they don't care about that. They are taking structures, they are getting farm on Mal. They don't want to respond unless it is SUHAZ engaging on their side of the map.
And as predicted before, they basically, after winning that fight, guarantee a 5k lead, ensuring the very first Lord, and Abumon and Razin. Big damage numbers here. 8,800, 7,700 as well. And Minzal coming in for the engage. Wild Charge does not connect. Zayed is able to punish. No! Minzal walks away with a sliver of HP. And now Zayed out of position, hops over the wall. Ren QT here to slow them down, but this should be a free kill. They could look to punish, but instead they're focusing on the objective, stealing away jungle farm. Purple buff falls into the hands of SUHAZ. Mid-tier 2 should also at the same time, but it doesn't look like they're capitalizing on it just yet.
If I had a nickel for every time Minzal walked away away with like 1 pixel of HP, I would have 2 nickels, which is not a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Either way, they were able to defend the Lord, and right now, this is where the pressure is on SUHAZ eSports. Red, we already mentioned, their base defense is very strong. They have tons of wave clear, and the real world manipulation is a really good way of zoning people off of towers. SUHAZ, yes, they have an 6k net worth lead, but they gotta use that to end the game.
Yep, speaking of which, Mural, he takes a lot of damage, but Meansal, he's really tanky. Even Zayed's damage, even though he's 3 levels up, doesn't chunk Meansal as much as you would like it to with a full combination, but it's fine. Arash now gets the Oracle for himself, and we did see the Seer Sentry actually being used earlier to reveal the full position of the top side jungle, but Zayed Hakimi now, without it, doesn't realize how dangerous the bottom side of the jungle is. Call Altar already popped defensively. You know my thoughts about defensive call altars. Defensive call altars basically loses you games.
Yeah, not ideal, especially because he didn't actually need that call altar. Zayed was out, he was safe. SUHAZ wasn't planning to engage any further, and wasting that ultimate means that SUHAZ, this is go time. They ideally want to be able to take a structure without that important ultimate down, but without the Lord, it's quite difficult for them to do so.
Yep, and now they find Zayed Hakimi instantly, and Mural as well, finding a double. SUHAZ look to even out this score. Looks like red side is the best side. Tier 2 start to fall. The inhibitors is all that is left, with Lord coming up in 25 seconds.
I feel like I just got hit with Caster Curse. I say like SUHAZ, they're gonna have a rough time pushing this without the Lord, and then instantly they catch out Zayed. I feel like Zayed has been a little bit heavy-handed here. Yes, he has a lot of damage. Yes, he has high and dry. He should be able to take out squishy heroes a lot easier than anyone else, but he cannot simply dive into the enemy team like that, and losing the Paquito meant that SUHAZ got that free tier 2. But Red are still holding on to all their inhibitors, and this is where they can go full turtle as long as they avoid giving too much more advantage to SUHAZ eSports.
Yep, Seer Sentry also being used down on bottom side to reveal position. A little wasted here because there's no need to find out whether they have a forward position. They try to punish Meansal. He's really tanky at this point of time. Just a level away from Zayed Hakimi. And they can't really do too much. Zayed, he's continuously trying to make these plays for Red Esports to try and open doors of opportunity.
I actually think I hear the audience going sheesh in the background. I think using the Magic Sentry there was actually not bad at all by Red Esports. They know the Lord is up. They want to check if SUHAZ eSports are actually taking the Lord, or they're using the Lord as bait, hiding in the jungle for a potential ambush. If they didn't see anyone, they could actually use that information to try and challenge the Lord for themselves as well.
I mean, the timing was a little late though, but now it's all or nothing here. SUHAZ eSports looking for this final push. First inhibitor is down with this Luminous Lord. SUHAZ, I'm keeping an eye on Zayed right now. He could, Jenny actually using the black shoes early. That could be a problem for them later on, but looks like they're only going to take 1 inhibitor and just back off here for the side of SUHAZ. No, second wave is coming through. They could look to contest. Mural with the Shadow Step. He pulls into, no commitment just yet. Here comes Ren QT with Black Dragon form. He's looking for Jenny so far. Yes, he lands the Petrify, secures that kill. That's why you don't use the black shoes early. Immediate punish onto Jenny, forcing SUHAZ back.
Yeah, slight greed from Jenny there. He used the black shoes to reset his charges on Gloom to clear the wave even quicker, hopefully, to see if they could get some damage onto the mid inhibitor, but didn't keep his distance long enough without that important ultimate down. Ren QT snapping onto the opportunity, realizing, okay, he doesn't have black shoes. Goes in, Black Dragon form, gets the kill. That is ideal as of right now. Looking at the items, we can see Abumon is full on items. That's why a single shot with a heavy crossbow can chunk out 70% of Zayed's HP.
Yikes. Okay, that's not what you want to see as a jungler. You don't want to get chunked out like that, but Amomon with his full build, it's an Irithel. She does Irithel things, like absolutely blow you out of the water. But for the time being, I think SUHAZ, this is dragging on a bit longer than I would like it to. They should technically have everything they need to end the game. So off of this next Lord, if Red Esports can actually prevent it, or more importantly, either steal it or defend against it, this goalie that SUHAZ eSports has taken 15 minutes to develop is not going to mean anything.
Yeah, this is an unfortunate flaw of newer teams in the MPL. They can play well, but they may not be able to end games in their favor when it is most decisive. and that is what Red Esports wants to take advantage of.
QT using the Black Dragon form to get on out of there. Call Altar. Whoa! Getting chunked out heavily here by Abumon as he takes out Zion Hakimi instantly. But his Winsome nature has been used. This could be an option for Maul, an opportunity for him to redeem himself after having a very rough laning phase.
Honestly, what Red Esports needs to do now, they know SUHAZ are taking the Lord. They should be pushing out the other waves. Maul should be going to the bottom lane. He should be shoving it out. I don't really know. They're trying to take the purple buff, but that's not important right now. That's on the side of the Lord. You are giving SUHAZ Esports chances to respond to your actions.
Well, let's see. SUHAZ, again, closing the gates very soon here. They need to make sure that this is going to be the final Lord of the game. They need to end it off of this. And with a 9k gold lead, they've got everything. Red Esports is the one who is being pushed back into a corner, not SUHAZ.
Yeah, I'm loving the patience of SUHAZ Esports overall. They know Red has such a strong team fight. They're not going for the full out dive. They are waiting for cooldowns. They're waiting for vulnerable opportunities. And now they're pushing into the base.
Jenny, he's got immortality but no black shoes. And as the Luminous Lord starts crashing into the base, this is going to be a good fight here. Red Esports going in deep. Abumon getting chunked out, force the Winds of Nature's out. Red QT in the middle, finds the Petrify on the 4. He's taken out 2. And Jenny, he's trying his best, but the immortality brings him back to life. Maul still at full health, getting chunked out. Now they have defended successfully against SUHAZ Esports, pushing them back.
Massive mistake by SUHAZ Esports. They grouped together for safety. They went back to their instincts of playing with numbers. But that is exactly what Red Esports wants them to do. Pile in one spot. The real world manipulation, Black Dragon form gets the 3-man Petrify. And without Abumon, SUHAZ are lacking a majority of their damage. This will allow Red Esports some map control.
Yep, and now, Jenny is in trouble again, using the black shoes super early, manages to get out, but a killing spree achieved by Maul. Zion's trying to get on out of there. He's used the heavy left jab to get enough damage reduction, but Arash is not letting this go. He's chasing them all off to zone them away from their jungle.
That's a throw from Red Esports. They got a small glimmer of opportunity and then threw it away. Maul did not need to be that far up. He wanted to get stacks off of the minion wave. He wanted to farm more. He wanted to clear it up. But SUHAZ used that opportunity to get a massive stun, and now they're looking for the crystal.
Yep, real world manipulation being dropped immediately. Red QT trying to go for the zone. They find the kill on to the AD carry. He's dead, and it's over. Zion fights 2. Abumon giving up his life. They need to get on out of there, but SUHAZ, they're not done just yet. They're trying to peel off, making sure that Arash gets on out of there. Please run as Red Esports chase them. They're looking for the hunt. Red QT, Black Dragon form is about to time out here. Can they find his targets? No! Right with the safety of the mid turret, they managed to get on out of there. SUHAZ, they've taken enough damage here, but Red Esports, that gold lead doesn't matter anymore as they look to push to get this tier 1 off of SUHAZ. Ren QT falls back to protect the base, but SUHAZ Esports putting up as much of a defense. Their goal lead, they've developed for so long, it's done for.
Both of these teams are just getting too desperate, and in situations where you are fueled by pure instinct, Red Esports has the better and easier team comp to execute. Now they're looking for the fight again with the Call Altar.
Yep, Call Altar already being gone here. They're going to reset as Ren QT looks to zone the rest. Arash in the backline at the same time. Zion doesn't find a Blazing Duet coming on through. Petrify as well. They get the kill onto Abumon with the real world manipulation. But now Ren QT, he's so low. But Zion Hakimi finds Balmon, looking for Meanzal at the same time. Arash himself finds Ren QT, turning it around on Miro. The Shadows MP pulls him right back into the middle of the fight, but Maul is still alive, and the Demon Hunter's sword is going to be more than enough. Ash secures the kill, and now they are back on the Lord. Okay, Maul's a little low there. Hey, Maul should be able to heal back up to full. Miro, he's not even going to participate just yet. He sees Meanzal. He could lose his immortality, but overall, Red Esports wins the fight 3-1.
This is chaos right now, and you can imagine SUHAZ Esports are feeling the most pressure they have felt in their entire lives. Net worth lead now back in favor of Red Esports. Luminous Lord, the final evolution, pushing in Red Esports' favor on the bottom lane. The damage dealt belt obviously going to be belonging to Zayed, but right now, because Red eSports are able to control the map so well, they have control over the battlefield, they have disruptors, they have controllers, they make it so difficult for SUHAZ to engage, and all eyes are on Abumon. They want that Irritel dead.
Oh, Jenny foresees the black shoes. He's all out of there as quickly as possible. Zayed ends up dying, losing to immortality. Razin is able to secure that kill with the help of Jenny, and now Mirul trying to pull one back. That might not be a necessarily good idea. Can Mal stack this up and turn this around? He finds one onto Balmon. Q team will sacrifice his life to Abumon, and now Arash trying to get on out of there with a falling star moon. Mal uses the battle image to close the distance. Abumon trading against him. Winds of Nature already popped from both sides. Blazing Duet only gonna find the target onto one.
The Lord!
But Ash is able to do it. The Lord is crashing onto the inhibitor side. Mirul is trying to pull one back. Arash gets pulled by the Shadow Stampede. Oh, Mal manages to get on out of there at the right time. But that means that SUHAZ has to back away to clear off this Luminous Lord. Both sides not giving an inch or 2-for-1 trade.
Red eSports purposefully delaying that fight for as long as possible, even though they lost Zayed in the first moment because they knew that the Luminous Lord would be pushing in. They're able to get an inhibitor for free. I think they ideally wanted to delay it long enough for the Lord to take down the crystal by itself, but SUHAZ were able to respawn. This is truly the point of the game where anything can happen, and a single strike is all that is required to end it in either side's favor.
It has to be a little disappointing for SUHAZ though. I mean, they fought so hard. They got all 3 turtles. They're able to get 3 lords. They basically got all the turrets off of Red eSports, and they still couldn't end the game.
Right now we can see that Red eSports, the way they're playing, they're trying to bait out SUHAZ for themselves. SUHAZ, they want to wait for cooldowns to be down, and Red eSports are aware of this, which is why you can see the way they're playing is layering their abilities to try and force SUHAZ to spend as much as possible on a single member of their team. This is the point where players on Red eSports are ready to sacrifice themselves if it means prolonging the fight, because the longer the fight goes, the more Art of Thievery stacks Mal is able to accumulate. But even Mal himself has a difficult job because Abumon is specifically waiting for the Blazing Duet to pop that Wind of Nature, meaning that the Claude cannot go in willy-nilly, even if his ultimate would be enough to kill the entire team of SUHAZ eSports.
I don't know, we've seen a couple of examples of that going in. It really comes down to whether or not Abumon or even Mal have the Winds of Nature, and I think that's what they're waiting for right now. Waiting for it to come back online, and the fact that they are going towards his Lord, they know that this is going to be a make it or break it for either side.
And this is nerve-wracking right now. Nail-biting. I can imagine a lot of us are going to be on the edge of our seats. And literally, this is going to come down to micro-play. Macro-play will not matter anymore unless a team decides to let a lane push in for no reason, and I don't think we will expect that. So this is up to the individual players, especially, like we mentioned, Mal and Abumon, who uses the Wind of Nature more effectively, will win the game for their team single-handedly, no questions asked.
Well, let's see whether that's going to be enough. Jenny, he's going to recall and reset here, but Razin, he can't seem to get into the middle of that fight, and now the Petrify lands. They're going to secure Razin first, so they can't contest the Lord. Razin, he needs to live, but he's already dead. Zayed finds it, but the backline's going to get tagged. Abumon using his Winds of Nature. He needs some peel. Arash is here to body block for him as Abumon makes it on out. Arash cancels the real wall manipulation in the middle of that fight. He is scaled, but he can't deal with the damage coming in from Mal. But Zayed Hakimi has been chasing down Means out for the entirety of that fight, and Abumon, so caught out of position, needs to run away. Is his angles getting cut off? No, they are backing off and looking for a reset.
Abumon literally just swapped his boots to rapid boots so that he could run away from Red eSports. We are at that stage of the game, ladies and gentlemen. And it was a good idea to try and execute Mal in the backline, but now Red QT out of position.
Ash, can he save him here? No, he cannot. The damage coming in from Jenny was too much, but Abumon might end up dying for it instead. Now Mal can go ham. Real war manipulation is not even up yet as a Blazing Duet. There we go. Arash can't seem to run fast enough. He uses the Winter Truncheon. He should die to Zayed. Immortality more than enough. Jenny doesn't even have enough life to make those black shoes
this
worth
could
it.
Be it.
Immortality already down. They find 4 kills. Razin is back up, but Mal takes out an inhibitor. Can they do the defense with only 2 members? 3 members for the side of SUHAZ eSports. The rapid boots purchase coming in from Abumon. But now Red Red, they have to back off. Look at that wave down bot side. They have 1 to defend, 3 to attack.
But this is the perfect opportunity for Red Esports to start taking the Lord. Ash will be back at base. He should be able to defend it with no problem. If SUHAZ want to contest this, they have to go right now. Ash, he cannot leave the base. There is no real-world manipulation. They cannot give this to Red. This is the winning Lord. Whichever team takes this right now could end up victorious instantly.
They need to breathe. They need the space. It means might just be going down. Oh, call Altar. Saves the rest of the team, allowing them to actually engage onto Arash. Mal doesn't care, even using the Blazing Duet at the same time. Means gets to live another day, but they can't let Razin get anywhere close. Abuman is here. He's popping the sprint. He wants to get some kills. He wants to get some damage. No call Altar as Rank QT is going to chase him across the map. Mega kill coming in from Zion. Razin just secure the Lord. He doesn't, and now he loses his immortality, but Abuman gets killed by solo by Red QT at the same time. What cost was this Lord as SUHAZ lose 3 core members?
SUHAZ needs to play defensive at all right now. If they can keep themselves alive until this Lord spawns, until the rest of their teammates come up, they could win the game. But Red Esports, they know of that possibility. They're not gonna let it happen 50 seconds before the rest of SUHAZ come online.
Yeah, it's too late. The Lord has spawned with Lord empowered minions. Mal comes in with the Blazing Duet as well as the call Altar to make sure that nobody dies, but it's too late. Jenny, he's dealing so much damage. He's already found 2 kills, and that's gonna be unstoppable by Zion as I'm trying to get rid of this. Ash, real world manipulation being used and forces Jenny to use that sprint, clear up a little bit more time. Jenny all by himself, does he have enough charges? No, he does not. It doesn't do enough damage. They end the game. Red Esports tie the score 1-1.
A grueling late game waltz between Red Esports and SUHAZ Esports, ending in an ultimate crescendo, sending the victory in a clean sweep 2-0 fashion over to Red Esports. Their efforts finally rewarded as they are able to claim victory in their final game of the regular season.
And that's my bad. It felt like the game was 1-1. It felt like they were playing in the grand finals, but a clean 2-0 coming in from Red, making all that difference. SUHAZ were so very close. They had the right ideas.
It has to feel bad, but they should feel proud for bringing it to this point. This is a very different SUHAZ from the regular season, but let's see what the host has to say with Red Esports.
Perlawanan yang begitu menakjubkan, regardless of result sebentar tadi. Dua-dua dah berikan yang terbaik. Dua-dua telah berikan yang mantap. Good game untuk SUHAZ Esports. Tetapi tahniah kepada Red Esports, kemenangan yang cukup menakjubkan. Guys, kita ke depan sikit guys. Kita depan sikit, kata-kata. Okay, first of all, saya nak paskan mic ni kepada Aaron terlebih dahulu. Tahniah diucapkan kepada anda semua berjaya untuk dapatkan kemenangan. Tetapi kita terus fokus dekat game yang terakhir tadi. You guys tengah kalah 9,000 gol lead. Tetapi macam mana korang boleh buat comeback? Apa titik comeback untuk Red Esports sebentar tadi?
Titik comeback dia bila Mal dah siap Won dengan saya dah siap Oracle. So dah tahu boleh menang kat situ.
Amin dengan bantuan daripada Ash pula bila buka ultimate tadi, mudah lagi untuk korang dapatkan kemenangan. Okay, Red Esports, you guys, inilah game terakhir korang berjaya untuk dapatkan kemenangan. Secara keseluruhannya untuk Rank QT, apa prestasi ataupun pendapat tentang Red Esports untuk regular season sekarang ini?
Regular season ni sebenarnya kita orang tipulah kalau tak try hard kan. Kita orang try hard juga, tapi kita orang tak adalah serius sangat, tak dapat apa bracket. Yang kita orang fokuskan adalah playoff.
Ya,
kita akan buat betul-betul. Dengan
2 minggu rehat, pastinya Red Esports akan bangkit semula. Tapi sekarang ni boleh tak kita pass kepada Mal di sini? Saya ada sedikit soalan untuk beliau. Okay, Mal, awak memang banyak pakai hero-hero marksman untuk sekarang ini. Tetapi sejak kebelakangan ini, kita nampak Melissa kerap kali diambil. Pendapat Mal sendiri, kenapa Melissa tu semakin lama semakin popular, sedangkan Beatrix masih lagi ada, One selalunya akan kena ban. So, kenapanya Melissa semakin kuat?
Bagi pendapat saya, patch baru ni yang Beatrix kena nerf, One kena nerf sikit. So, mungkin marksman yang macam Cloud, Melissa tu dia nampak lebih menyelah dibanding marksman lain.
Lebih menyelah, lebih kuat. Dan sekali lagi guys, berikan tepukan gemuruh untuk pasukan Red Esports. Dan Mal, game pun dah habis. Playoff yang akan menanti anda sekarang ni. Apakah harapan korang untuk playoff? Dan apakah janji korang untuk fan-fans Red Esports dekat playoff nanti untuk Red Esports?
Okay, so harapan kita orang semestinya lah kita nak champion dan cuba dapatkan M4. And janji saya untuk Fair eSports yang kita akan cuba yang terbaik. Kita akan try hard lagi untuk match yang akan datang.
Alright, terima kasih Umat. Itulah janji daripada mereka, akan berikan yang terbaik, akan berikan yang mantap. Tapi sekarang ini kita akan dengar mic check terlebih dahulu daripada pasukan Red eSports.
Lagi. Tak. Tommy.
Aku kita engage.
Dalu.
Kita bagi dia peluh sampai dia buka ulti, betul kita back. Ni, don't let go.
Oh mantap Irul.
Kaita.
Dah, jalan.
Boleh ni. Pada hati. Last. Kau bagi dah ulti.
Mati.
Nah. Mini. Fokus Little lu, supaya Little Twitter.
Mantap Zek.
Mantap. Hashtag sikit Zek. Ya, kamu nanti ya. Belakang Esme. Little tak ruan. Esme kejar hati. Aku tarik. Belah. Jangan lalu sini. Bantai Esme ni.
Little Zek.
Abang merah.
Mantap Zek.
Tak ada mat, dia mat.
Dapat aku ambil Tommy.
Dah menang.
Miru hidup. Dah boleh end. Gigi end.
Woo! 2-0 coming in for the side of Red eSports with a very difficult game 2 against SUHAZ. But so far, looking good for Red eSports. They aren't able to make it into the upper brackets, but based off of the interview itself, they still are looking to gun for that spot in M4.
That's the spirit, honestly. For any teams that make it to the playoffs, M4 is the goal. They want to be able to get those slots, and I'm honestly very excited to find out who will be representing us. But just from that game, honestly, I feel like that is the core of why we love Mobile Legends. That is a game that really allows you to emphasize your love for the game itself, because no one would expect that kind of comeback. They were at a 9,000 net worth deficit, and Red eSports were still able to claw their way back into the game and secure victory, despite the fact that that final Lord was still taken by SUHAZ, going to show that anything is possible.
Yeah, I mean, the score was already so very close. One of the longer games here at the MPL MY, 27 minutes 11 seconds with Red eSports, 22 kills to SUHAZ eSports at 21. What a comeback for Red eSports.
They have an excellent game overall. This was 27 minutes. That was grueling. 22 kills to 21. You can see that the itemization from these players already lean towards surviving these fights for as long as possible. Multiple Guardian helmets on the side of Red eSports, on Maul, Miral, as well as Ash. Even Razin grabbing one for himself. And you can see just from this itemization, that is why Red eSports were trying to play these fights as slowly as possible. They know they have control. They know they have the durability. Blood Wings being the final item on Ash as well, just to make sure that that real-world manipulation would stay alive for that much longer. You can see throughout the game, Arash, he was focusing very heavily on trying to stop Ash from dealing with his ultimate by just dishing out as much damage as possible. Ash did not care. He kept that alive. Towards the late game, Maul trying to get as many stacks as possible, selling the boots, trading it for that Guardian helmet, getting that immortality, that rose gold meteor, just to make sure when they need the damage from the Blazing Duet, Maul will be able to output it, because he knows he is their win condition, and so there's a lot of pressure on this man, and he once again proves why he is a gold laner to be feared.
And I'm just surprised with Ash's build overall. Like, I get the Sky Guardian's helmet is supposed to be situational. You don't have the immortality. You sell it, you quickly get the Sky Guardian's helmet to heal back up. But the Blood Wings on top of the changes to the new glowing one, that's impressive here. Let's see how much damage he really put on. Wow! Okay, 135,000 damage in that game, actually overtaking Maul ever so slightly by 6,000. Wow!
You really would not expect that, especially from a hero like Eve, who isn't actually supposed to do that much consistent damage overall, but I do think that part of this is attributed to the recent changes to the glowing wand. There is a lot of damage on this item now, allowing Ash to take control of the game. And like we mentioned, the only player that was consistently trying to stop the real world manipulation was the Esmeralda, and oftentimes he didn't have Falling Star Moon to actually stun Ashe out of it. Other than that, they had to rely fully on Wall Charge because there wasn't any other form of CC to stop this ultimate coming out of the Eve, which proved to be a big problem. Ashe really got to keep the real world manipulation up for way longer than he should reasonably have any chance to.
Well, to be fair, I will say that Ren QT is taking a lot of pressure for himself, right? He is diving really deep into the enemy lines. He's opening up holes in the defense of SUHAZ eSports, especially when he puts himself against Abumon. He's purposefully taking the damage, forcing Minzal to respond accordingly. That way, Ashe doesn't necessarily have to worry about him so much, and he can stand really far back and with the help of Mural to pull them in with a Shadow Stampede. And with Mal jumping into the backline, even Arash has to peel for specifically Abumon.
It was a rough game, but there has to be an MVP, and this time the MVP is going to be rewarded over to Zayed Hakimi once again on the Paquito, an 11-6-1 game KDA.
Beautiful game coming in from Zayed Hakimi here. I mean, he died 6 times, but those 11 kills, combos after combos after combos, showing how relevant Paquito as a jungler is currently, and even taking high and dry. So don't meet Hakimi out back alone.
And it's not common to see Paquitos go for that full damage build even when they play in the jungle. It's not unusual to see them go for 1 or 2 defensive items, but Zayed just going for full damage on the outright, only relying on immortality in the late game to keep him alive. Again, really risky play in both games from this player, but paying off in the end.
I mean, look at that. Like, he is just taking out people like Grok, who's supposed to be good against, attack damage oriented heroes overall. So it just shows the power and why a lot of people don't really like playing against the Paquito in general, right? It feels like there's not a lot of counterplay to it, and especially if you are squishy, you just get taken out so very fast. But SUHAZ bouncing back so very often. I have to give credit where credit is due. Ren QT, with some of his picks and the way that he's been playing this Yuzong, right? Every single time he engages, it feels like he's getting so much value out of it.
I think Red Esports, this was just a masterclass in base defense right here. Being able to split up the enemy team, being able to make SUHAZ Esports as comfortable as possible every time they engage for the fight, and taking advantage of lapses in judgment, lapses in mental decision making, and using that to secure victory for themselves is a very difficult thing when you yourself have found yourself behind by nearly 9,000 gold for the first 15 minutes of the game.
Yeah, I think that was extremely brutal, and I was worried about it, especially since that second Lord didn't seem to be going too well for the side of SUHAZ Esports. They still had that lead. Third Lord, they still couldn't close it out, and with an amazing base defense coming in from Red Esports, they absolutely deserve it. But now this is going to be the final standing coming in from Red Esports. Third place in Group B, meaning that they don't make it into the upper brackets as they finish off the regular season with 18 aggregate points.
Despite how it looked though, this was actually a fairly low stakes game here in the regular season. Both Red Esports and SUHAZ Esports, their positions in the standing overall are relatively fixed. We already knew SUHAZ Esports, they're going to be staying at the bottom of Group A, unfortunately not making it into the playoffs despite their really impressive performance here in this game. And Red are quite safe moving into the lower bracket of the playoffs. So despite that, they were still playing their hearts out. They were still showing the world what they had, and I love to see that sort of competitive spirit. We're at the end of the regular season, so why not put all your cards on the table?
Yeah, they gotta, again, hopefully during the 2-week break before the playoffs begins, Red Esports goes back to the drawing board, goes back and figures something out, because lower brackets means that they only have 1 life. So if they drop any of those games, it puts them more and more at risk of dropping out of the tournament.
Honestly, every time I hear about the concept of the lower bracket, it just feels so intimidating. I cannot imagine how some of these players play knowing that every move they make could potentially be their last. But hey, that's why they're the pro players, and that's why I am here on the caster desk. Speaking of the caster's desk, it's time for us, the casters, to recap exactly what happened with the keys to victory we discussed before the game.
I think it's really important that we immediately focus on objective pursuit, because even from both sides, right, especially for those who had the stronger draft in terms of the laning phase, again, objectives were the #1 team. Melissa playing to that bottom side, getting that solo kill, immediately started to shred away at the gold plating, the golden shield, as well as the tower itself. Game 2, same exact thing coming in from SUHAZ, but unfortunately just couldn't close out the game at the end.
Honestly, I think Objective Pursuit played an even bigger role in game number 2, especially because the whole reason that Red Esports were able to come back into that was because of how slowly SUHAZ Esports were able to take their structures, how safely Red was playing. And towards the end, even when they had no inhibitors left, all that is important is to keep the crystal alive. They did everything in their power to keep that objective and pursue any they could take on their own, even when they were behind on net worth.
I mean, a lot of that has to come from Zayed. I mean, his Paquito in both games, big impact, like mages in the mid lane, and especially for me, it means he did not have a good time. He thought, I'm safe, gets one shot. Oh boy, Black Shoes coming out, instantly dead. It's frustrating to deal with, and I do think Paquito needs a bit of a change here.
It does need a slight adjustment, which is unfortunate to say as someone who loves playing Paquito myself. I don't want him to get nerfed, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, and Zayed definitely did what he had to do in this game. This was basically just Zayed's playground. He got MVP for both games, excellent performance, his impact was really felt, and because of that, you definitely didn't get to see a lot of roamer contribution, especially from Mianzal. Like you mentioned, he had a really rough time in game number 2, but I think Miral, even though his contribution may seem a little less as compared to Maul and Ash and Ren QT, he was still there. Those cult altars made a big difference. Pulling people out of position with the Shadow Stampede made a huge difference as well.
Well, I actually beg to differ. I think Miral playing a very key role here overall, because again, without the Roamer's contribution, they don't have that extra bit of information. And I think it's easier for him in game 2, where his impact is like pressing one button, getting the information. But game number 1 is where you really got to see Miral shine, right? I think that his overall performance in the regular season hasn't been too great. And especially with the help of Mom, maybe he's getting a little bit of a better idea of some of the pro player aspects, because in this game he's starting to look a little bit more polished, and honestly I would make an argument that he's looking just as good as Mom. But let's have a look at the heat map so far. Let's specifically talk about Maul.
Now, of course, this is going to be Maul's movements across the map towards the final few minutes of the game, 21st to the 26th minute. As you can see, Red has no more towers on their side. SUHAZ still has their bottom towers standing. But Maul is mainly playing around the mid lane. He wants to clear up that mid wave. Obviously, being the gold laner, Maul will be safer shoving out the mid wave specifically, because if he were to go out of his way to shove the EXP or the gold lane, it's that much easier, especially for a team like SUHAZ that wants to roam together and has quite a bit of mobility to catch him out by himself. So he leaves those mainly to Ren QT, mainly to Zayed. In fact, I feel like Red Esports overall didn't really shove out the side waves. They waited for it to come to their base before pushing it out, just so none of their members would ever get caught out.
Yeah, I agree. And you could see that, again, a big priority is just hovering around this, towards the river of the Lord Pit. And it's important because, again, Maul is going to be the majority of the damage dealer with the Demon Hunter Sword, the Malefic Roar, as well as the Golden Staff on a Claw. Nonetheless, he can chunk out high health, max health HP targets like Lord. And especially when it's the 5th Lord of the game, he's going to need a bit of help. And I do think that the Magic Sentry was a little wasted sometimes from the side of Red Esports, and it's good that they know that multiple people can actually activate it. So we're seeing time after time, they check top side. Okay, but people have already face-checked the brushes. So was it worth it? Let's have a look at our next heat map here, and specifically from Zayed, the way that he is playing is a little bit more aggressive. Yes, there is more priority over the Lord Pit, but he is face-checking brushes. He knows he can walk out alive from the very least, as long as he has 2 charges ready to go into champion stance.
Yep. Now we have to know, towards the really late stages of the game, typically when you see a player on Paquito, his job is going to be split pushing out the side lanes. In the same way that you'd see players play Uranus or Esmeralda, you would typically see a really big focus on one specific side lane, pushing it all the way towards the front of the enemy's base. Why did Zayed not do that this game? That is because he went damage Paquito, not tank Paquito. Even he cannot safely shove out the side lanes, and especially because he's the jungler, he cannot allow himself to get picked off, even if it's in exchange for controlling the wave, because he has to secure the Lord. Because of that, he plays in a similar pathing style to Maul, although as you mentioned, a little bit more aggressive because he has the damage to find the one-hit KOs.
Well, I think overall, the one good thing that we did see, well, I wouldn't say the one good thing, but a very important role for the side of Red Esports is the fact that they know that Zayat can't necessarily contest the Balmon in terms of fighting 50-50 in terms of retribution. Securing the Lord is not easy, so they have to look to pick off the jungler early or don't give him a way into the pit. But again, there's a lot of things we can discuss. For now, we're going to look at you guys, the winners of the MPL predictor, listed out down below.
Yep, if you guys see your comments down here with your name, that means you have been selected as one of our winners for the hashtag MPL predictor challenge. So look forward to getting some gifts for yourself. And if you're one of those who haven't yet, I don't know if you've been living under a rock, but we have our MPLMY official group where we discuss all sorts of topics about the MPL, share all sorts of memes, and just generally have a good time together. So if somehow you haven't heard about this yet, the QR code is right there at the bottom of the screen.
Oh man, some of these comments are pretty good and a lot of support and love coming out for the side of Red Esports as well as SUHAZ. Thank you guys for participating in the hashtag MPL predictor. I'm curious to see, because all of this is building up towards the year event, the M4, the World Tournament of Mobile Legends here. And for us here at MPL Malaysia, we get 2 slots.
Woo, I am excited. M4 gonna be coming at the beginning of next year. And like you said, Gideon, we here at MPL Malaysia have the honor of 2 slots at M4. So, all these teams, their goal was initially to qualify for playoffs. Now it is to make it to those grand finals, because the top 2 teams will be qualifying to represent our country at this glorious international event.
What I'm super excited to see is Latam specifically. They, with their Mobile Legends Bang Bang Super League, is coming up with 2 slots themselves, which is rather surprising because MPL, Brazil, and Cambodia are only getting just 1. Cambodia having some great talent there, and I do want to see MPL Brazil step up to the plate once again.
I guess this indicates that perhaps the people at Moonton are seeing some potential over there on the Latam side of things, and I guess we will find out. But it's an unfortunate thing as well for the MPLs that have been around. MPL Singapore as well. They've been our sister MPL for a very, very long time, and even they only have 1 slot, which means the competition, it's already fierce here. It's going to be even more deadly over in the other MPLs around the world.
Let's not forget about Myanmar. And again, I'm particularly worried about Myanmar. Myanmar always seems to surprise everybody. They are, again, people keep thinking like, they're a sleeper pick, you know, they may not necessarily be as good as everybody else. And that's the same storyline we've been hearing. They are top tier contenders. They are always top tier contenders. Don't count them out. Don't ever count them out, because when you do, that's when they hit the hardest.
I mean, anyone who watched the MSC not too long ago knows exactly that. So I think everyone is going to be very excited to see how M4 will turn out. But before we move on to M4, we have to move on to the rest of our games today here at Week 8, Day number 2. Our next match at 3 p.m. is going to be Team HUK versus Team Lunatix.
Yep, and this is going to be another interesting matchup here because Team Lunatix, they need points here if they don't want to face relegation. They need to get, even a single win could make a difference. 2 wins would be the most ideal here.
Yeah, in comparison to this game where both teams, their positions are already kind of fixed, this next game, Lunatix needs points. If they want to qualify the playoffs, they cannot afford to drop this game. And Team HUK is not an easy opponent, so expect to see something really interesting.
Oh boy, again, Week 8, once again, very tough stuff, very heartbreaking, but at the same time, extremely intense. The second game is going to start real soon, but in the meantime, we're going to go on a short break here at the MPL MY Season 10. Hopefully, you guys are going to stick around after the break for more Mobile Legends action. See you then.
you are the problem.
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Playmates.
Hand over the stone!
Interesting proposal, but no.
Get him!
A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of anima, I, Gushin Taxley, will never surrender!
Thorns remain, should petals spread.
Justice, sir! I won't let my blood spill love from death. Justice, sir! To be a hero.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Guzhen. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai pakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara, mampukah RSG MY dan Team SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizen. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, King.
hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume? But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skills mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara, mampukah RSG MY dan Team SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizen. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. remains. Hand over the stone! Interesting proposal, but no. Get him!
A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Have the heart of anima. I, Gushin Taxley, will never surrender!
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gushin. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan Team SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Police are investigating the disappearances of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and alert the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Guzhan. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's mana shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ketujuh adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan Team SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizen. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
you?
The one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Playmates.
Hand over the stone!
Interesting proposal. But no.
Get him!
A bit early for warm-up. But I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of anima, I, Gushin Taxley, will never surrender!
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Guzhan. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, know I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Munton, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase through the McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G.
Champion Extra GG with Guardia Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink. Game your way and Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink Prepaid. Get your choice of unlimited internet or high-speed internet on the always connected network.
Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in eSports, Joe's Barber, EGG Network, TikTok Live, eSports Charts, and ESI. Great to have you guys catch us back here at the MPL MY Season 10 with me, Gideon Q, and as well as Sadafa at the desk to cast for the rest of today. Our upcoming match, Team Lunatix up against Team Hawk. It's going to be no easy task as Lunatix are currently chasing points while Team Hawk, I don't know, a lot of their results could lead to a tiebreaker happening on Sunday, depending on the score.
Now, compared to the first game we witnessed today, where the stakes weren't really notable since both teams' positions were already quite fixed going into playoffs, we now have a game where both teams are playing for it all. Like you mentioned, Lunatix, they need victories to get a chance of moving on into the playoffs, whereas Team Hawk requires those points to avoid tiebreakers and maintain their spots in the upper brackets.
Well, let's keep in mind here, this is Team Hawk's last game of the season. It's extremely stressful for them, especially since Group A, it's very tight between the top 4 teams currently. But Lunatix, on the other hand, if they are able to just even the points against CARACAL, the head-to-head gives them an advantage, which means that they will be sent into the playoffs.
Yup, and Lunatix, they're going to have another game after this as well, so they do still have plenty of opportunities. But this is a team that has unfortunately been facing a lot of difficulty in the recent days with teams figuring them out. That's not gonna stop them though, because you can see the players are ready to walk up on stage. So let us welcome both Team Hawk and Team Lunatix.
Team Lunatix. Team Lunatix, a very new team in their own right here at the MPL, are still proud as they have another opportunity. They have 2 more games to play, this being the second last one. Every point is going to matter.
Lunatix, you can imagine they had to encounter quite a shock last week when they were the first team to drop a game to SUHAZ eSports. Unfortunately, their rotations so far have been easily read by their opponents, meaning that they've often been figured out before they can make that momentum happen. But this is a team at its core that enjoys aggression and has the skill to back it up against their opponents.
Team Hawk. Team Hawk coming in strong this regular season, now here to play their final game. They wave their flag proud as their fans, as always, will soon begin their chant. With that being said, Modest replaced Lola as the EXP laner. This time round, doesn't seem to be the case as Lola is here on stage.
Indeed, because of Lola's absence yesterday, Team Hawk found themselves trying out some pretty interesting lane swaps in the previous day's games. But with Lola rejoining the lineup, and this time Shamsky coming in as the mid laner instead of Man, meaning the separation of the Min-Man combo for the first time in the entire regular season. Will this be the opportunity that Team Lunatix was looking for?
Whether or not it's going to be an opportunity, hopefully the analysts and coach have identified potential weaknesses. And despite the connection not being there, his brother is still going to be here up on stage as the analyst for Team Hawk. Let us introduce you, the coaches, and as well as the analysts. It's going to be Pops as the coach for Team Hawk, Iman as the coach for the Lunatix, with Sunfrost as analyst.
I'm honestly very curious to find out what Man will be able to contribute as the analyst for his team. This is a player that has always shown a lot of good thoughts when playing and controlling the game around that mid lane. So now that he doesn't have to think about playing and can focus on drafting for his brother and his teammates, I'm excited to find out how it will develop. So first, let us consider the keys to victory.
First of all, jungle impact. And the jungler here is such a very pivotal role, especially for Team Lunatix. I feel like Emal has been one of the better performers of the team all around for the Lunatics.
Yeah, but if you consider Amal as one of the better players within Lunatics, we also have to consider Gary as being one of the best junglers in the league. His performance has been absolutely outstanding, making use of the space that his teammates are able to create for him to snowball early game leads and play late game scalers as well. Amal, he's had a very impressive performance, but if his team isn't able to follow him up on it, the jungler impact could be very notably in Gary's favor.
Yeah, and Top to 5 has been having a really tough time overall since his debut. Now going up against Panda, once again, similar to Gary, could be considered one of the best gold laners to date here in the MPL MY Season 10. But picking and winning those wars is going to be a little different for Team Hawk. Now that both twins aren't there, that connection does Shamsky know how to tap into it.
Yeah, but I think even more so, this emphasizes a little bit on Team Lunatix, because we know they tend to go a little bit monkey mode sometimes, so a bit of decision making will make a difference, and so will the fan support. Team Hack having an overwhelming amount of the audience votes on their side.
But don't forget, Team Lunatix, their supporters are still here in the live arena as well. So, hopefully Team Lunatix could get some points.
I'm looking forward to it. Obviously, we are now backs against the wall. Team Lunatix, one of the few teams left in the league that actually still have 2 games to play. So you can imagine they're going to be bringing their full strength to bear. And if you guys feel you know who is going to come out on top, make sure to participate in our hashtag MPL Predictor Challenge. All you got to do is tell us who you think is going to win this game, what the score is going to be, and include it with your most creative comment. And of course, the most important step, do not forget, put your game ID, put your server ID, because then we can find you and we can reward you with some prizes. Tell them what the prizes are, Gideon.
It's 749 diamonds worth of a skin. That's valuable enough. So, again, predictions, let us know. And don't forget that hashtag MPL Predictor. With that being said, I'm predicting this match is most likely going to go to Team Hawk. I can understand the sentiment of the audience. Consistency proves to show results.
Yeah, sometimes it just comes down to whether or not you can overcome challenges regardless. But before the game begins, this is of course the last week of the regular season, meaning that the playoffs are coming very soon, and this time they're going to be at Quill City Mall Concourse. That's right, not at the convention hall that we've been having the whole regular season on. It's going to be at the concourse, open to the whole mall to see, meaning that entry is completely free.
There are loads of activities for you guys to get some in-game rewards, maybe, help out and get to know the community a little bit better. And if you're unsure where the concourse is, don't worry. As soon as you walk through the main gates of Quill City Mall, you'll know where we are.
We'll have a whole red carpet rolled out for y'all, so make sure you pre-register. You guys might ask, but if it's free, why do we need to register? That's because registering gives you a chance to earn some extra rewards as well. So don't miss out. Make sure you sign your name up so that you know you are going to be joining us here. But moving on, we're talking about the playoffs. We need to know which teams will be moving to the playoffs as well. So drafts are gonna be starting very soon.
Yep. With 5 seconds left here, it is time to jump right into these games. The drafting phase begins.
Ooh, I'm excited. Like you already mentioned, Gideon, I think a lot of us have our stocks put on the side of Team Hawk this time. And that is because of their consistency, but also because of the way that these two teams overall interact. These are both teams that enjoy fighting a lot. And when they fight, they usually fight together. But what is the difference that makes Team Hawk be performing so well across the regular season in comparison to Lunatix? I think it comes down to their flexibility, their macro play, and their overall hero pool.
And yes, the hero pool is great, but you can already see that Min, he's having a bit of fun here asking people, you want to see it? You want to get that clock? You want to check it out? But with that being said, we need to talk about the focus players and also the keys to victory. The jungler impact Gary compared to Emal. We're seeing the Wanmon ban, we're seeing the Fanny ban, but these junglers, they really know how to hurt your opponent. Engagements are strong coming in from Emal. He's got the mechanics to back it up, but I feel like Gary overall, world-class jungler, proven, he's flexible.
He's already been able to show how he performs on the MSC stage, and that was when he was quite new to the pro scene as well. So Gary does inspire a lot of confidence in most viewers, in his teammates as well. But Amal, he's no slouch. While his stats are a little bit lower than that of Gary's, they are still very impressive. And when you consider the way that both these players play, compared to more utility-style junglers we see on other teams, these are two junglers that want to rack up those kills.
Yep, their KDAs are outstanding. But now, if we're looking at the last couple of bans here coming in from Team Hawk and Team Lunatix, a lot of power picks still available. I mean, the fact that Paquito is getting banned out, understandable for the size of the Lunatix, but we're still seeing that Farmis is wide open. We're seeing Hayabusa actually getting banned out for the side of Team Hawk. Not exactly a power pick here at the MPL after, you know, how many different junglers we've seen so far. Hayabusa not exactly in that top 5.
Yeah, that's massive respect over to Amal there. The entire reason they banned the Hayabusa is specifically to target him. They already banned out the Ling earlier, so Team Hawk knows that this is the player they have to watch out for on the opposite side. Akai going to be the final ban for Team Lunatix as well, so they're going to be preventing Team Hawk from having heroes that could effectively control these team fights, meaning that Team Hawk, I actually thought they were going to go for that first pick, Claude, but it's the Kadita.
I feel, I just have a sneaking suspicion Johnson might just be right around the corner here. Let's see, I could be wrong, but Team Lunatix, do they still consider Farmis to be a strong pick after the recent patch notes? I don't know. And I do think that after the first best of 3 that we had here today, Farmis is kind of looking on and off.
Yeah, I think Farmis has kind of balanced out into a position where he is still a strong hero, but fulfills a very specific niche. He's no longer the type of hero that you want to constantly ban out or pick in the first phase, or else you lose the game. I think that is the best spot for the hero to be in. Team Lunatix, they are going to snatch the Claude away for themselves, and since the Valentina was let through the draft, they're going to be grabbing that as well. Skipping over the Julian here.
Julian not being touched from either side. Rather interesting indeed. But Team Hawk, I mean, if they want to pick up Julian, I think that's totally fine. You have an easy way to kind of, well, I wouldn't even say the easiest way, but at least a way to stop the real world manipulation if we do see it come out, because we don't know where this Valentina is going to go. I mean, when we're looking at Team Hawk, right, it could be a gamble onto what ultimates they're going to give over to the Lunatix. For all we know, Goldilocks might have learned a new hero.
Yeah, the whole reason why Valentina is such a threat is because of how much you have to adjust your draft to deal with it. But Team Hawk was one of the first teams to figure out how to effectively counterplay a Valentina, because Man is very comfortable on the hero himself. So with that, they actually lock in the Lolita and the Irritel, risking the chance of the Numenon Blast being stolen away. So they're quite confident here.
Okay, 2 valuable ults, one way to escape, another way to disengage. The Ruby pickup for the side of Team Lunatix. Honestly, I think that's really, really good. You have a lot of ways to actually slow down. You have some good pick potential. You can cancel abilities out with the taunt. I think the Lunatix, they're really prepared for this so far as we move into the second half of the draft.
Yeah, I like this opening draft from Lunatix so far. Good engage options and good disengage options as well. The Ruby is just a very flexible hero overall, but in exchange for that flexibility is going to be a lot less tanky than other common roam options. So that's something that Team Lunatix needs to be very wary of. Very difficult for Zeph, if he is going to be playing on this Ruby, to be able to completely match up against Min. I am also still wondering whether or not this Valentina could actually be going into the jungle, because we saw that once. As strange as it is, Amal has played the Valentina jungle once.
That is true. That is true. And that's what I'm worried about the Lunatix, right? You never know what's their next move, whether Amal's going to pick it up, whether somebody else is going to pick it up. It's really tough to say so far. But let's see what we have on paper. Team Lunatix are banning out the Esmeralda. They want to make sure that Lola feels a little uncomfortable. Lola still has Masha. That could be another ban for the side of Team Lunatix. But Team Hawk, they look at the Lunatix lineup, gold laner secured. They basically have a mid laner, possibly even an EXP laner, possibly even a jungler already locked in. So they want to make sure that Team Hawk double down. If they're going to go for Valentina jungle, you better commit to it.
Yeah, looks like Team Hawk are still going to be continuing to focus on AML's lane specifically. As for Team Lunatix, banning out the Esmeralda here is a safe choice because they know that Team Hawk will be able to create a lot of space with that hero. But what I'm personally curious about is that are they creating a better possibility for this to be a Ruby EXP? Because Goldilocks has played the Ruby in EXP, he unfortunately as a player has lacked a little bit of a hero pool for a while, and this is one of his comfort picks.
You're not entirely wrong here. I do see some benefit, but it depends on what the matchup is going to be exactly, right? Because let's say Team Hawk decides, oh, Lola decides to play Masha, or he arguably goes for even a Thamus. Ruby, yes, you would want to ideally deal with a Paquito, but it's already been banned out, so what exactly do you want to open up in terms of the support options if that is the case?
That's what I'm wondering as well. If this is indeed going to be a Ruby flex into the EXP lane, then this is where we will see the confirmation on whether or not Amal is actually playing that Valentina. Otherwise, we will see them pick up the EXP laner first or the roamer first, depending on where the Valentina and Ruby are going to go. So I don't really feel like that's the way. Right now, Lunatix are actually drafting very smartly. This is kind of, it's a bit mean to say, it's a bit uncharacteristic of them because usually their team lineups tend to be very straightforward, very based around pocket picks. So I'm liking this evolution, and if they can maintain the mystery of this draft, that is ideal. The Lapu Lapu shows up again.
Yep, again, I don't mind seeing Lapu Lapu. He's a fun hero to play. He's all in. He's all about fighting. It suits the Lunatix style of play, and hopefully Goldilocks can show us what it means to be a dominant laner, because it all depends on getting that all-in at level 4. That's what the lane does come down to. Team Hawk, on the other hand, they probably see this, and I think it's fair to say that not having a Ruby on your side is a little sad, because having a good way to kind of just cancel out abilities, stopping the Claude, stopping the Lapu Lapu if he tries to commit into any sort of fight, in a matter of fact, is not bad. But they have the Lolita, they have a disengage tool, they also have a mage. So, Fredrin gets locked in. I like this already. A good start, a good way to cancel, but also a Balmon to secure and also peel for the Irithel.
Alright, Team Hawk, I like this here. The Balmon picked up at this point, when they've already banned out 4 other solid jungle options for Amal, means that Gary will have no problem at all securing objectives, as if the Balmon wasn't already good enough without having to counterpick all these heroes. But Team Hawk just wants to secure their position in the jungle and not allow Team Lunatix to gain an early lead through getting these objectives. The Fredrin, I think, is a good choice. A really strong hero, really difficult to kill, which is something that Lapu Lapu wants to ideally be able to achieve in lane, because this is a hero that comes with a lot of inbuilt damage, not to mention that Fredrin can really buy time. But the Natan going to show up from Team Lunatix, the first time in quite a while.
It's been a while since we've seen it. The peel isn't that great for the side of Team Lunatix, but they want to be able to dive hard and dive fast. I don't know. This draft doesn't seem to be too ideal for the Lunatix compared to Team Hawk, where there's some very clear ideas and more powerful tools.
Yeah, Team Hawk overall as a lineup not only has heroes that will individually win out their lanes, the gold lane and the EXP lane will go very safely 50-50 in Team Hawk's favor, and then having the Kadita mid means that they can roam around with the Lolita to get really good pickoffs. Add on to the fact that Balmon will be securing every objective you come across, and we have a terrifying lineup from Team Hawk. As for Team Lunatix, I agree with you. There seems to be a lack of cohesion in terms of their lineup. They have a lot of damage, they have a lot of mobility, but the heroes are individually weak and need to be able to fight together to stand their own ground, which I feel like is going to be a big problem once we hit that mid game.
Well, we'll see how that goes. For now, an in-game pause has been called. I was doing a process of deduction there. I was seeing hands being raised for the side of the Lunatix, and then Hawk just being disappointed on the opposite end. Does mean that they are having some technical issues on their side, but for the time being, our on-grounds team will handle that to make sure that there is going to be some competitive integrity being kept, and in all fairness, both sides having an equal playing field. For now, we're going to have a look at the audience and the members who have come to support the teams, but let's get back to the discussion, right? If we're talking about one more step, like this fan is saying for the Lunatix, how are they going to win this game?
Team Lunatix, all they have to do is delay the game. Their late game scaling is outstanding. They have 2 marksmen, one of which is Claude. They have Valentina. They will do so much late game damage that lacking a bit of a bulky frontline will not matter as long as the Ruby can keep the backline safe. That's all they have to do, and that also means that they need to avoid investing too hard into fighting that early game because, like we mentioned earlier, Team Hawk has really strong early game. They have the Ballman, they have the Brethren, they have the Iritel. All of these heroes will hit their peak once they have 1 or 2 items. That is when Team Lunatix needs to avoid fighting at all costs. However, this is a team that loves fighting. There is no team in the league that loves fighting more than Team Lunatix, so that is what worries me.
All right. I pose you a question here. Lolita, right? With the Guardian's Bulwark at the very least, it should be able to block like multiple projectiles here. And if we're talking about projectiles, there's 2 marksmen for the side of Team Lunatix, right? I'm guessing the angles of engaging these fights will matter.
That is true in a certain sense, but remember, you are playing against a blazing duet, which is AoE, and then you are playing against a Natan who can reposition himself anywhere in the fight. Yes, you can block a lot of projectiles, but it is not difficult for Team Lunatix to play around that.
Yeah, that's a good point. So the mid game is going to be where we're keeping our focuses on. Hopefully, looks like, players are getting up, pulling up their chairs. Maybe the in-game pause is already over. I can't wait, because it looks like we're going to be getting into the game very shortly here, unless another pause is called. I can't wait to see how this laning phase is going to go, especially for Lapu Lapu. Very volatile lane, high risk, high reward. Let's jump right into it.
Okay, let's have a look at exactly how this will turn out. Team Hawk, they're going to be relying very heavily on having 2 bulky front lines. We can see that both Min and Lola have elected to go for that concussive blast because they want to create space for Panda and Shamsky. But the thing is, Panda is going to be the only real consistent DPS on the side of Team Hawk, which means, again, the late game for Lunatix is way stronger.
That's assuming they can get to that ultra late game stage, though. I think the neutral objective game from the side of Team Hawk is going to be pretty mean, and the fact that they have I wouldn't even say a losing lane, but just a lane that can't maintain that much pressure. The mid lane, of course. How are they going to get on top of these objectives safely? Because Gary, he wants to accelerate the team, right?
Absolutely, and you can expect that there's going to be a lot of movement from them. Yes, in comparison to the Valentina, the Kadita is going to have slightly slower lane clear. But we have to know that Lolita actually doesn't have bad wave clear at all. The projectile from the Guardian's Bulwark does do a lot of damage, so as long as these 2 move together, it will create the space they need to start invading, and that is what I'm expecting Team Hawk to start doing once we hit that 3 to 5 minute mark. Gary will start to steal buffs away.
Alright, Gary using that lethal counter to secure at least 1 objective. He knows he's not going to die at this stage of the game. Goldilocks is not level 4. Zeph hasn't hit his level 4 either. Losing a bit of HP isn't going to matter at the end of the day. However, having lethal counter up when Turtle spawns is. So, Team Lunatix, let's see those movements. Email taking quite a bit of damage, 50% off from dying. He pulls on back, is forced to recall, so he's not going to be in position to actually get on top of the Turtle.
That didn't seem like a very smart idea. I feel like Amal could have actually stayed just fine. He not only showed that he was recalling, but also that he used his ultimate when the Turtle is about to come up. So Gary can very safely contest this objective. We can see Lola already there, setting it up for it.
I wonder if Rain could actually try and contest, but no, they're going to take the safer option. I think Team Lunatix still playing for the win conditions, but now Zep pushing Panda to the limit here with Top Defy already coming to the Blazing Duet, putting Panda at 40% of his HP. A good attempt coming in from the Lunatix.
Yeah, but that is ideal there. Tom Defy is going to be the player that we have to really pay attention to this game. This Claude is the win condition alongside with Amal. They want to make sure to keep him safe as much as possible. Zeph joining there to make sure that they could push Panda out of lane is already quite good. Ideally, they get a bit of gold shield off of it as well, but they weren't able to, so not too big of a loss for Team Hawk either.
Yeah, Min opting to go for full cooldown and as well as full health for his sub-emblems. Rather interesting based on what we've seen so far. People like to mix it up, but now they immediately find a pick on towards the Kadita, unable to get out of there. Perfect chain CC as first blood achieved by Team Hawk.
And this is where it begins. begins. The 3-minute mark where most of Team Hawk has already hit their level 4 and they have really strong team fight ultimates and presence. Gary already going in.
Securing the next one. Lethal counter coming out from Gary. No, he doesn't have it just yet, but the dive looking so very clean with a quick follow-up from Shamsky. Now they push that top side. Tomtify using the Blazing Duet to clear that wave. He should be able to get back to his Battle Mirror image in time at the cost of 50% of his health. So now they defend the top side. They sacrificed one. They still managed to walk away for free. 30 seconds until the next turtle.
Yep, this is the specialty of Team Hawk as well. Once they hit this first item timing to really start making moves around the map, and they are aware of where their enemies are, they tend to have very good map awareness. They can really use that, but they get the catch here.
Oh, they find one. Panda ends up dying. A good play coming in from Rain to secure the kill with the help of Zeph to pull him forward with the I'm offended. Min, he's got position on Pixel Brush. He doesn't have his ultimate. He can't one-shot Rain just yet, as they need to cover that top side since Panda did die. Ocean Oddity will clear up that wave. Look at the position here from all sides. Goldilocks going to commit onto Gary to try and bait it out. Numenon Blast coming on through, finds two. Panda's back in that fight. And now already with the explosive crossbow, they secure one with the help of the lethal counter from Gary. They do end up losing that turtle, but they do punish Goldilocks.
Team Hawk, once again, using superior positioning to keep themselves in the game. They lose out on the turtle, but that is not too bad for them. Getting that kill is definitely preferable in the current situation because preventing the enemy team members from being able to push out lanes, from being able to farm, is what Team Hawk wants to achieve with this lineup. Bulwarking the front line, getting pickoffs with Shamsky, all to scale up Panda, which is why I'm surprised to see Team Lunatix not putting a little bit more attention towards this gold lane, because this Irritel is basically the only player they truly have to shut down.
Oh, and they find another pick on the Valentina as they face check it. Zeph now in trouble, gets locked in, lethal counter to secure. And I think you were absolutely right. Team Lunatix, they were putting more focus on the gold lane, but Team Hawk had a much better read of the situation. And now mid lane getting cleared up for the time being. Do they want to commit to another dive here? No, Goldilocks going to be committing the bravest warrior here. Min in trouble, Rageblade secures it with the help of Emal, now back in this game.
That was an unusual miscalculation from Min there. He usually does not make mistakes like that, and without the Lolita's presence, it becomes a lot more difficult for Gary to attempt to challenge this buff with 4 members of Team Lunatix.
Well, Gary getting pulled in, lethal counter being stolen, and now he's being chased down by 3 members. Emal finds one, Lola is stuck all by himself, ends up dying too. That's 2 picks for free, going over to the Lunatix.
That's massive disrespect from Team Hawk right there. You don't expect them to usually do this, but Team Lunatix finding the opportunity and running with it. That is an excellent pickoff and exactly what they need to maintain the net worth difference. Now we have to note again, Team Hawk, they are a mid-game team. They cannot afford for this to go too late game because Lunatix will take full control. And as long as Team Lunatix can maintain the net worth difference, they don't have to be ahead. As long as they don't fall 2k or more behind Team Hawk, they will win that late game scaling.
Oh, look at this position. Goldilocks has to get on out of there using the bravest warrior. He gets on top of Min so far. Rageblade being expanded. Top to 5 with the Blazing Duet. The Numenon Blast comes on through from both sides. And a quick flicker from Rain, turning that tide. Lola ends up dying. And it looks like Team Lunatix win out that fight. Sumsky being ran down as Top to 5's Art of Thievery takes him out.
Absolute disaster here. I'm pretty sure Rain is going to actually get that too. Yep, killing spree. Team wipe on Team Hawk by Lunatix, who also secured a turtle. I already mentioned this is a team that doesn't need to be ahead, but if they are, that is even more disastrous for Team Hawk. A 3k net worth swing instantly in favor of Lunatix.
Beautifully played. I mean, beautifully played by Team Lunatix. You would imagine that Team Hawk has good positioning, but the commitment, the call from Team Lunatix as Goldilocks enters into the middle of that fight, that follow-up making all the difference. Now, Team Hawk, they were able to secure their own purple buff here. Let's look at the gold rankings so far.
That is bad for Team Hawk right there. Tomtify and Amal being the top of the gold standings 8 minutes into the game. Goldie Luck even passing Panda at some point. You can see Team Hawk are realizing they are in a bit of emergency situation. Their players have to play together. They have to defend Panda now. And if they're not able to do so, Lunatix will run away with this.
Oh, Lola gets pulled on back with the Amafend. Numenov Blast trying to disengage, finds one, they get the pounce, and they kill one. Tomtify now in some trouble as Lola is able to tank all that damage with the help of Panda, who ends up dying to Emal, but Lola still surviving. Rain finally takes him out as Emal secures that kill, but Chomsky gets cut off by Goldilocks, who flickers into the middle of the fight. Min is all that's left here. Rage Blade landing onto Gary so far. Goldilocks, Rain secures the kill as Goldilocks continues his fight, baiting him into Emal. Superposition doesn't actually pull him forward, but this snowball coming in from Team Lunatix doesn't seem to be stopping.
This is unthinkable right now. Team Lunatix, this is not the performance we were expecting from them at all when we entered this game. But boy, am I glad to see this evolution. They are understanding that they can take advantage of these opportunities, and unfortunately for Team Hawk, Lunatix is one of the worst teams to give a snowball to. Looking at the items, Tomtify already having that Golden Staff and Demon Hunter Sword. He has hit his power spike. He's going to be starting to do a lot of damage.
Yep, he is starting to hurt, and Team Lunatix will continue on with this snowball, which is ideal. Team Hawk, yes, they will eventually scale to become super tanky, but until that point, it's going to be tough. I mean, the ultimates from Lunatix and the ones that they steal are so good. Goldilocks, he finds the flank, and Emal, he secures the first Lord, but now Lola ends up dying here to Tomtify. The rest of the team gets caught out, and Rain with the steal on the Numenov Blast to help secure. No disengage, no re-engage. Team Hawk crumble under the pressure.
This is the death ball from Team Lunatix that we have not been able to see for the past 4 or 5 weeks, but it is back, and Team Hawk are feeling the pressure right now. They have been disrespecting their team fight, and now the base is going to get broken wide open. The rest of Team Hawk will respawn in time, but they're gonna lose another inhibitor on top of this as well.
2 inhibitors down before the Lord even collapses. Battle Mirror image being set up just in case. Emal, with the purchase on the Winds of Nature, has a little bit of security, but Team Lunatix, they have to close out this game before Team Hawk catch on up. But with an 8K lead, it looks so very good for the Lunatics.
This is the problem, unfortunately, with Team Hawk's lineup. When all of their consistent damage comes from one player, no matter how tanky they are, Team Lunatix will out DPS them, and all they need is Zeph to CC the front line to make sure that they can jump on in. They are playing to their typical style right here. And like I mentioned, 8K, now 9K net worth lead. Very difficult for Team Hawk to come back from this.
Oh, they find one pick onto Zeph, though. That's what you want to see. Just quick combinations for the side of Team Hawk. A 1-2 punch to get a bit of gold back. But overall, walking into their own jungle is not safe.
Not safe at all. And when you consider that Team Hawk really needs to regain that net worth difference, that will just allow Team Lunatix to control the map much more comfortably. We already mentioned before, this is a team lineup that scales super well into the late game. We are only in the mid game, and Lunatix are already 9K behind, meaning that Team Hawk, their chances of coming out victorious here are very minuscule despite what we know of the team's capabilities. This is unfortunately a case of lineup issues.
I mean, Team Hawk, they've got to win 2 full team fights against the Lunatics to just even the score, right? So the easiest way to look at it, Team Lunatix are up by 2 fights, and now with the Lord coming back up in 45 seconds, positioning is going to be key. But with 2 inhibitors down as well, Team Lunatix can just play the map.
Absolutely, and that's what they're doing right now. I do feel like they should be pressuring Team Hawk a bit more, but they want to secure the Lord Pit, make sure their waves are not pushed out while playing it safe. Looking at the items, as we know, 3 members of Team Hawk are going for very tanky builds and relying heavily on Panda to output the damage in comparison to Lunatix, who will have a much more balanced lineup overall. Yes, they are lacking bulkiness, but they don't need bulkiness when the enemy team doesn't have enough damage to actually threaten them.
Okay. That being said, the Lord will be spawning in 3 seconds. Top side is cleared. Tier 1 should be falling to that wave. But how's Team Hawk going to handle this situation? Because now Team Lunatix are just rushing it down, and it's too fast for them with 2 marksmen. They can't do anything. Zeph slowing down the initial attack. Numenov Blast that has been stolen, being utilized as Tomtify is able to secure the kill onto Gary, and Panda in trouble as Goldilocks in the middle of that fight with the bravest warrior. Shamsky has to get on out of there. No combinations to be successfully landed as Imal now taking his own clone back to secure another triple kills down. Team Hawk with 2 members left have to defend.
Legendary streak for the jungle Nathan. 8-0 on Amal. The crystal is exposed. 2v5.
Panda is dead, and that's going to be it. Min tries to slow down that wave, and Team Lunatix take a game off of Team Hawk.
Despite all the bets against them, despite all of the odds, Team Lunatix have proven us wrong. The end of the regular season does not mean the end of their journey, and they are here and ready to prove it. Taking down the team like Team Hack requires something really special, and they're showing us that they deserve to move on to the playoff stage.
1 win at a time. Get that second one, baby. That's what we're looking for. Oh boy, GG, well played to Team Lunatix. So many things going right for them. So many things that help push that momentum to increase the tempo, but also just the lack of concern coming in from Team Hawk.
Yeah, I think Team Hawk definitely underestimated their opponents a little bit here. They drafted a lineup that they thought, okay, we can deal with them very easily. They had a lineup that wanted to just cushion the impact of Team Lunatix running into them, because that's what they were expecting, that this is a team that's going to run into them all the time. That's what most teams are expecting. But I was really surprised to see a certain degree of discipline coming out of Lunatix. There seems to be an evolution here. Even players that formerly were not performing very well definitely were able to shine. Part of that, of course, is because Team Hack's lineup didn't give them enough options to deal with it. But either way, their recognition of opportunity and taking advantage of a mistake like that is something to praise.
I think the Ruby pick was overall just good. There's just so many things. There's so many things that it provides. The tools that the toolkit is great, and I think more teams need to start picking up Ruby sooner rather than later. 22-8. Team Lunatix take that victory 13 minutes into this game. Zeph playing an extremely strong game, but keep in mind, this has been an outstanding performance by Rain in comparison to Shamsky, as well as Min.
And honestly, looking at this post-game screen, a lot of us would not be expecting some of the numbers we're seeing up on this right now, but goes to show anything can happen here. Tomtify, when he first debuted, had a really rough time in the gold lane, and we were expecting him to have a similarly rough time against Panda, who's known to be a very aggressive marksman player. But his score speaks for himself. After getting that Demon Hunter Sword Golden Staff combo, he actually got a Corrosion Scythe just to home in on Team Hawk, knowing that they don't have a lot of good ways to disengage. If they start a fight, they are going to fight. So the slows from the Corrosion Scythe really make a big difference, especially whittling down the max HP of some of these tankier heroes as well.
Yeah, I mean, it works well for the team that actually has a double marksman composition. If your opponents are slow, they become more susceptible to getting kited. It allows your teams to make decisions a little slower. You don't have to immediately pounce because of it. And more importantly so, like Emal having a perfect KDA of 8-0 and 7. His Natan, he could take his time, slowly chipping away at the front line. When he sees the opportunity after the Blazing Duet to come in onto Irithel, he can, but more importantly, just zoning people with the superposition.
I'm also kind of curious about the item builds on the side of Team Hack. If I'm not wrong, I don't see a single Antique Cuirass. I don't even see a single Dreadnought armor, just to try and reduce the damage coming out of Lapu Lapu as well as the Claude. They put a little bit too much focus into denying the magic damage from the Valentina as well as the Natan, and I'm not sure if that's good enough here. A little bit of that physical attack reduction would have made a big difference, but hey, let's see who the MVP is.
MVP going over to Rain this time on his Valentina. His 9-2 and 9 KDA, stealing some really great ults and Numenon Blast. Sometimes even a lethal counter if the time is right. But overall, just good calls coming in from Rain.
Honestly, I have not seen Valentina on the MVP screen in such a long time, even though just a few weeks ago, she was the most terrifying hero we had ever known. Since the recent meta shifts, since the recent updates, the hero has become less and less prioritized because teams are figuring out how they want to play around her. But once you let your guard down, This is a hero that deserves respect. The extra EXP from the passive, the damage scaling on her scale 1 Rain. He has always been a very solid mage player, and if you give him a hero like this, he's going to show you exactly why you shouldn't.
Well, let's have a look at the highlights brought to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series to relive these moments again and again. I mean, the initial idea coming in from Team Hawk is to play for neutral objectives and like secure important kills throughout the map, but overall, not to push their own agenda, right? They just want to play for these smaller picks with the help of Min and Shamsky, but these team fights, and more importantly, the mid lane control from Team Lunatix making all that difference.
Having control of that mid lane meant that Lunatix could roam around a lot more safely, and unfortunately, while I do see what they were trying to do with the Fredrim pick into the Labu Labu to just cushion the lane, I don't think that's the best way they want to go about it, because Goldilocks doesn't want to shove out his lane, he wants to participate in fights, and having a hero like Fredrim just stand there and hold the lane means the Lapu Lapu can shove it out and assist elsewhere. And while Team Hawk did have a great start ganking and funneling gold into Panda, it all broke down during that first or second turtle fight, where Team Lunatix had much more damage at that stage of the game. Team Hawk definitely bit off more than they thought they could chew, and it just went in a downward spiral because Team Hawk, this lineup has a timer. They need to make things happen, and that's why you could see them playing a lot more aggressively than they usually want to, especially against a team like Lunatix, because they already found themselves behind from very early on. This is not a draft that can catch up.
Yeah, I think the lineup, the mid lane is what really bothers me. It's really difficult when you want to have some form of disengage, but then you have Kadita, who's just slow at clearing the waves overall, because the mid lane is never just the 1v1, right? I think my guess is that they were thinking initially in the draft that possibly Team Lunatix wanted to babysit Tomtify at the very least, because he is on Claude into the Irithel matchup.
But honestly, I don't really understand why the Kadita was the first pick. Yes, she's a good hero. She's a strong hero. We've seen some incredible things on Kadita players.
Yeah.
But she's not a hero to first pick. It's not as if Team Lunatix are going to heavily prioritize it in the first phase. And even so, the Lilia is still open. She has much more consistent damage. She has a safety line in the ultimate if that's what they were looking for. I personally cannot understand it, and I think Team Hawk just kind of revealed their cards a bit too early.
Yeah, well, let's see in the second game whether things are going to change up for the side of Team Hawk. We don't know what exactly it could be that's going wrong for them, but could just be experiments, could just be holding back on their true potential. But for the time being, I think that Team Lunatix, if they're going to end this 2-0 against Team Hawk, I suppose whether red side is more powerful or blue side. What do you think?
Oh, that's a difficult question, to be honest. I think right now the game is in a very balanced state. Blue side obviously gives you that priority in terms of a first hero pick. But I actually don't think that's too important anymore. I personally think if any side has an advantage, it's going to be red, because so many heroes are powerful in the current meta that getting two in exchange for giving one that might be slightly better is always going to be my pick.
All right, let's keep that in mind as we look at the game recap here. And this is what I want to talk about. The fact that Kadita got selected, why wasn't Julian the go-to for the side of Team Hawk? I felt like if you wanted somebody who had some good pick potential, but at the very least can clear the waves rather efficiently at level 3, that's on condition, why not pick Julian within first rotation?
Even if they didn't go Julian, I'm still holding out that Lilia would have been a better choice. Both teams just entirely skipped it out here. Understandable for Team Lunatix since they got Valentina, which by the way, Team Hawk could have gotten as well. So I do worry a bit, like Shamsky, he has not gotten to play a lot of games with Team Hawk, and I do worry if this is going to be a hero pool problem. I cannot confirm it yet because we haven't seen enough of him, but I'm hoping that's not the case.
Yeah, I'm hoping that's not the case as well. I would like to see more Lapu Lapu. You can definitely see the amount of threat, the amount of damage that comes on through from Goldilocks when the time is right, especially against someone as squishy as Panda on that Irithel. Like, you're forced to pop that sprint and run.
And Lapu Lapu as a hero honestly suits Goldilocks very well as a player. He wants to jump in, He wants to force the enemy to fight him. Lavu Lavu is one of the best heroes for doing that. Arguably, even better than Khalid in a certain sense due to the fact that he can avoid CC when using that Raging Slash. And of course, with that victory as well, Lavu Lavu's win rate has gone up from 0 to 33%.
Yeah.
So that's something.
That is something, but now it's going to be Shamsky getting swapped out to get that 5G connection once again with Mon.
Looks like Team Hawk has recognized that that could be a potential problem. And again, this is Team Hawk's final game in the regular season. Although their score is really good, it is equal with 2 other teams in their group. They cannot afford for that if they want that upper bracket slot, and they don't want to leave it up to how the other teams perform tomorrow. Best to get as many points as they can today by securing this victory.
Yep. Looking at Emal's performance overall, he's picked Lancelot, he's picked Ling, he's picked Paquito, averaging 714 in gold, but only a kill participation of 65%. Now, that's a little bit lower than you would like to have on a jungler, but considering what he has played, especially with Ling as well as Paquito, generally, sometimes you don't even want to participate in the fights. You just go into the side lane, clear up the lanes. If you're forced to housekeep, you're forced to housekeep. If you need to rotate fast, at least you're playing lane.
And this kind of indicates a different style in play from Emal compared to the rest of his team, because I expect if we look at the statistics of the rest of Team Lunatix, there's going to be a lower GPM, much higher kill participation, just because of how much this team loved to fight during the initial stages of the regular season. Despite all that though, Emal has always been able to get farm. He's always been able to scale. He's always been able to manipulate and control the way he roams around the map. So I'm very interested to see, will he be able to continue that performance as we now enter the drafting phase once more.
All right, game number 2 here. Currently, Team Lunatix at match point. Lunatix now on the blue side. Team Hawk decide to take the red. Atlas and as well as Paquito immediately banned out. Ling the follow-up for the side of Team Hawk. They hold priority here. Do they get rid of Fanny? Do they consider getting rid of the Valentina? Yep, there we go, Valentina.
Oh, that's quite interesting. Team Hawk are actually in a position where they could contemplate grabbing it for themselves, but since they already saw Lunatix prioritize Valentina first last game, they are not willing to give it over. This, of course, still leaves various heroes open in the draft. The 1-1, although recently nerfed, still open. The Julian, still valuable. Akai going to be the first choice ban of Team Lunatix, thereby dropping the question onto Team Hawk. Is 1-1 a problem? Does Fanny need to be banned out?
Personally, I feel like it is a mild inconvenience that 1-1's weakness points. If you proc all of them and you use your ultimate, it only targets that one guy until he dies. Yes, that is a little bit of an issue. But when you have enough items and when you have Inspire, you can basically melt down tanks relatively quick with the true damage you get from the Inspire to move on to your next target. So I don't think it's as big of a problem. It's just a mild inconvenience at best.
But we have to note as well that Tomtify is playing on Team Lunatix. We've not gotten to see a lot of him, and newer players tend to have difficulty on the MPL stage with high complexity heroes like the 1-1. So I think Team Hawk feel quite safe leaving that open, banning out the Julian instead.
Okay, Julian is gone, and now first pick falls into the hand of the Lunatics. Farm is still up for grabs. Somebody could get it, somebody could not get it, but it's going to be Fanny this time for the side of Team Lunatix.
So Team Hawk did elect to let this through themselves. They are fully aware of the fact that the Fanny is going to be a problem in the hands of Emal, so I'm hoping that they already have a plan for this. Ruby and Cho are heroes that would instantly come to mind for dealing with something like this. So do they want to go in that direction?
Possibly. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of good first picks here. But with the new patch, the priorities have changed, right? I know that Paquito is definitely a must-pick, must-ban at this stage of the game, but now we do see the initial Ruby pick for the side of Team Hawk, a good way to kind of lock down or maybe even go for a catch. The Farmus is a follow-up to ensure that team fights might fall into their favor.
This is a very classic style of Team Hawk play, and I'm personally kind of surprised that they would go for the Farmus at this point in time. Not too certain if Lunatix would really contest for it, but Team Hawk wants to go for a big teamfight combination. So this is once again going to be the mid lane. Fairness looks like the nerf to his damage has not affected the mid laners here in the MPL stage, but I actually thought that Team Hawk would prioritize the Claude a bit more for Panda. And because they didn't, we'll now see that going to Lunatix once again.
I don't think prioritizing Claude for Panda is the necessary play. Like, his hero pool is big enough, right? There's still Wanwan, there's still Beatrix, there's still Brody, there's still Popo and Koopa. There's so many things that he could possibly play in this situation. The question is, which is going to be the most effective against Matilda as well as this Fanny? And I mean, the Blazing Duet, obviously, but you just need one item to deal with it.
I think at this point, Team Hawk definitely needs to go for their gold laner. I think Brody probably will be the safest choice here. They easily the best marksman to counteract the Fanny. If not the Brody, going for a safer option like the Irritel is still on the table, but I personally am not a big fan of that. Do Team Hawk want to prioritize that here? Do they want to go for something else? Because I feel like if they don't pick up their gold laner right now, Lunatics are going to start banning these heroes.
I think that'll be... I want to say it's fine, but it's a little tough to guarantee. But Esmeralda, okay, so they're getting a lot of peel. They have a way to scale with the Esmeralda, and she'll soon be unstoppable towards the end stages of the game. So they haven't locked in a gold laner. It gives Lunatics a clear idea of where to punish. But Team Hawk, they ban out the Khalid, knowing that's Goldilocks' favorite hero to play, his signature hero even.
Yeah, and they'll probably ban out the Daroff after that as well, just to make sure that Lola will not be bullied in lane. I guess the Esmeralda is a safe pick here. Not only will it be able to match the scaling of the Claude on the opposite side, but also counters the shield from Matilda and Claude as well. So I can see where they're going with this. I still think that Brody is a hero that Lunatics should consider, but it looks like they're prioritizing a bit more on Gary's heroes first. And oh, okay, they actually do not ban the Daroff.
So Daroff is opened. Goldilocks well, I mean, he could win lane with this, but he's not going to be too great in team fights, especially when you have a Ruby on that side. Like, getting the initial Abysm Strike, it's tough enough, but getting into the middle of that fight, now that you have to not only deal with the Esmeralda, but you got to Farmist to guarantee that they have the second life, could be a little frustrating. That's going to be Hayabusa banned out for the side of Team Lunatics. That's interesting. Both sides have opted to ban out Hayabusa on the blue side of the draft.
Interesting as well. Like, I can understand banning Hayabusa against Amal, but not against Gary personally. They're gonna pick up the Daroff for themselves. So this indicates that Gary most likely going to be playing that Daroff in the jungle. They are predicting the possibility of having tankier EXP laners against the Esmeralda, and that will allow them to shred through that. But for the same reasons why I thought that them giving the Daroff the Goldilocks might not be too much of a problem, you already highlighted that earlier. I feel like picking the Daroff here could be a bit of a problem for Team Hawk as well.
I mean, Team Hawk, I guess they want to snowball. I guess they want to play for that earlier stages of the game. We don't see a jungler being selected for Team Lunatics yet, but the Pharsa is a good option, a good way to kind of cross the map really, really fast. Oh, sorry, not jungler, EXP laner. Yuzong gets locked in for the side of Team Lunatics. What? So that matchup is pretty volatile for the side of Goldilocks. Hopefully he is able to get good early trades, but it's still tough. Pharsa scales is able to outrange pretty much everybody from the side of Team Hawk based on what we can see.
And Pharsa, after receiving the recent buff as a hero, is actually doing a lot of damage. Doing max HP percentage damage every 8 seconds is not something to scoff at. So Lunatics has a really solid early game into the late game scaling of Claude. And 1-1 will be locked in by Team Hawk to complete their lineup as well.
Alright, okay. I'm surprised Wanwan has made it this far, and I think Team Hawk were very confident they were going to get it based on the bans, but wow. Wow, what are your thoughts? Who do you think is going to win out this game based on the drafts alone?
I'm actually going to be honest here. I like Lunatix' draft more. I think it's very fun to watch. Has a lot of damage potential. It is very balanced. Obviously, Team Hawk, their lineup is pretty balanced as well, but when you look on the side of Lunatix, their early game with the Farsa and the Fanny is excellent. The Yuzong enabling the team fight with the Blazing Duet is also really powerful. Cult Altar, I'm worried it's not going to be good enough, and with the Dirov and Wanwan now being mostly single target, I'm a little bit worried whether or not they'll have enough damage again to take down Lunatix on their own battlefield, but I guess we'll find out as we re-enter the land of Dawn.
Welcome to Game 2, everybody. Right now, Team Lunatix on match point up against Team Hawk. Mon already taking significant damage in the mid lane here. Not what you want to see coming in from your farmist, but Rain completely outranges him so far. Bottom side, looks like the lane going into the favor of Yuzong as he zones out Lola. Top side, again, nothing much really happening here, but let's see where Team Lunatix is going to attack on the map.
We've already emphasized on the importance of mid lane control between two teams that want to fight and want to gain that early game lead. Since Lunatix have the Matilda and Farsa in the mid lane, they will easily clear faster against the Faramis, who needs a little bit of time to farm. Team Hawk, they want to do as much damage with this Faramis as well.
Nice Shadow Stampede coming in from Mon. They almost secure the kill onto Rain, forcing him to flicker out super early on as he runs out of Wings by Wings. Now, Daroth is about to hit level 4. Same goes for Emal. Once they do, I think the next upcoming turtle fight. Wow, so many people up on top side here. Min, he spots out Zep, and Gary immediately looking to punish. The Guiding Winds is going to get him out of there, but almost securing that kill would have been huge for Gary for now. Invades the jungle, takes what he can.
Yeah, the early stage of the game is where Lunatix will probably need to be the most wary against Team Hawk, but already making moves. First blood going to be Lola on the bottom side.
Oh, that's what you want to see, but now Team Hawk aren't able to get the trade on the bottom side, sorry, on the top side of the map here. And that does mean that the rest of the Lunatics will get slightly ahead with the gold shield being distributed amongst 3 members.
Yeah, that's actually a lot of money there because the gold is just straight up multiplied depending on how many people you have attacking the tower. So you can already see that gold difference making itself known. A 600 gold difference 2 minutes in is actually fairly notable. However, Team Hawk right now, they have control over the turtle, and this is a little bit difficult for Lunatix. It does look like they're just planning not to contest at all. They are targeting Panda.
Yep, Panda now going to be under attack, circling Eagle as well as the feathered airstrike. The dive so clean as Emal gets a single cutthroat to end that dive successfully. Min here to defend, but it's too late. The neutral objective may fall into the hands of Team Hawk, but side lane pressure and especially the win condition from Team Hawk getting put down.
This is a massive early game lead by Team Lunatix, and it's really smart as well. Going for the gank in the bottom lane alongside with Amal, getting most of that tower shield, then ganking top and getting all of that tower shield means that this Fanny has instantly been boosted massively. A 1k net worth lead at 3 minutes in is pretty notable. And when you mention the fact that Team Hawk, they should ideally be able to get some early game lead with this Dirov at this point. Lunatix are playing this incredibly smart.
To be fair, I do think he hasn't been able to cash out. I would like to see Gary at least get a kill so he can start his own snowball. And I mean, it feels a little slow from both teams, right? Nobody wants to make the big mistake. And I think Lunatix now getting an attack onto Gary's side, circling Eagle, but the call Altar is put up. It does. Oh, I'm offended, pulling Zep, but he flickers out the opposite direction before the Abysm Strike lands. And here comes Goldilocks rotating all the way in to secure this kill onto Gary, picked up by Top Defy. And even Mon can't do much about it. He goes down to the cutthroat from Emal. A clean fight coming in from the Lunatix.
What is happening today? Lunatix are playing like they are possessed, and I am loving it. That was excellent. Team Hawk thought they were confident enough to take the fight. They popped the Cult Altar, went in and tried to engage, but Lunatix had a really good disengage themselves, splitting up the fight, allowing for Goldilocks to come on in and dish out his damage. Team Hawk, it felt like they were uncoordinated in their disengage. They were still sticking together, even though they knew how dangerous it is to do so with the Black Dragon form coming in, and because of that, the fight was just entirely one-sided.
Now Turtle is back up. Lola, he's just trying to get information. He sees all 3 members from the side of Team Lunatix and a 4th one on his way as he starts pressuring. His rest of the team is pressuring the lanes. Wanwan on top side, taking it slow. They could be setting up for the top side instead of doing that Turtle. And yes, You can see the movements. They open up the map. Zeph nicely spotting out Min. They are going to rotate for Turtle now.
Will Team Lunatix go for the full invest here? Goldilocks already avoiding a slight engage, but they are taking a good amount of poke damage, which put Team Hawk in a more comfortable spot to contest this objective as they pull in the Claude.
Claude with the Blazing Duet already starting things off the Call Altar in response to the Feather Airstrike, but commitment coming in from Emal. The Call Altar is looking good, and Team Hawk secure the Turtle in the meantime. Oh, Wings by Wings to get him out of there. Rain can't afford to be giving up free kills to Team Hawk.
Yeah, that's a slight waste of the Cult Altar there by Team Hawk, but they were able to all get out alive and secure the Turtle, so it works out well for them in the end. Although I feel like Lunatix could have actually gotten more with that. You saw that Amal used a lot of his energy to break the Cult Altar when he could have just flown over to the Turtle and stolen it away, since he knows that 3 members of Team Hawk are not in the Turtle Pit. I wonder why he went on that when he already knew that he wouldn't actually be able to get a kill under the tower.
Emal now farming up his purple buff, a recall coming in from Goldilocks on the bottom side, and now the pressure is rising, right? Team Lunatix really need to pressure their opponents. They're going to engage on towards Panda. The Feather Airstrike doing more than enough damage. As the commitment from Emal, unable to secure the kill onto Gary, but the Call Altar has been popped. They can wait to time this out. Team Lunatix don't have to take the initiative, but Lola very out of position. Goldilocks locks him down with a Petrify. Shot residue should be enough to chip away. Yu Zong able to pick up a kill of his own.
Team Hawk, I don't know what's happening, but they are making miscalculations constantly. The Call Altar there was actually wasted. Now they have to pop multiple abilities to stop Goldilocks, and again they're diving in.
Shot residue already popped Business Strike. Doesn't connect. Gary ends up dying underneath the turret. Min now using that conceal to chase out Rain, stopping that feathered airstrike. But in the meantime, that 4v5, this whole time Tauntify was able to secure a tier 1 bot.
This is honestly terrible right now for Team Hawk, and you can tell that by the gold ranking. The Claude way on top, followed by the Fanny. Team Lunatix are in a very comfortable spot because they know that their heroes are all individually very strong, whereas Team Hawk, again, because of the dependence on the Cult Altar, have to fight quite closely together, allowing for Amal to get a lot of AoE damage, allowing for Rain to pop a lot of HP bars with that feathered airstrike, and forcing them in difficult situations when the Yu Zong engages on them. Honestly, the Black Dragon form is a great counter to the Cult Altar, especially now that the temp HP has been reduced.
Yeah, and oh my goodness, like the amount of AoE, and especially during choke points, right? He can chunk out a good number of them. For now, Turtle definitely falling into the hands of the Lunatix. Team Hawk is making sure nobody is going to stop Panda from getting this bottom tier 1. And I think it's a good plan because they are falling further and further behind. They're not too far ahead, Team Lunatix that is, with only 3,000 of gold. One fight could turn this around, but now Lola, he's got to live. He's got to play to live. He's using that sprint to ensure that he can't be caught. The tier 2 now under threat from the Lunatix side.
Now, Panda will be able to get a fair amount of farm down here, escorted by Min, as Lunatix were attempting to try and find something on the opposite side of the map. Unfortunately, not able to find a good target here, so that is a small victory for Team Hawk. As long as they can continue pressuring Team Lunatix through structures, they do not necessarily need to win fights, but they still have to be very careful.
Like he's immediately dead. They lose one member, and now Zeph is forced to back away. Here comes Emal into the middle of 4. He's got the cutthroat, but the Call Altar has been popped. And Goldilocks, he wants to go in, but he knows that Rain isn't there to chunk him out. Battle Layer image being used by Tauntify. Ooh, once again, Emal trying to bait something out of them. Min reacts with the I'm offended. Nice moves from the Lunatix.
But this is the time now where Lunatix actually has to be a little bit wary. They got caught out unaware there because of the ambush by Team Hawk, and you can't really blame him. Lunatix would not be expecting that kind of ambush at this state, and they only lost Rain to all of that, so it's actually not a bad thing for them if it allows them to refocus their mind. As for Team Hawk, if they can continue finding catches like this, that would be ideal for them. Looking at the items, you can see Team Hawk has been forced to build very defensively. Brute Force Breastplate as a second item for Gary, Wind of Nature as a second item for Panda. They know they are in danger, but they need to scale for that late game, so the important thing now is not doing damage, but surviving the engages from Lunatix.
Speaking of damage here, I'm not seeing a lot of magic resist coming out from the side of Team Hawk. I'm seeing like potential items or even an Athena shield could help out, but Rain, with just the Lightning Truncheon in combination with the Clock of Destinies, is chunking out Team Hawk. And I think he's the main issue for Team Hawk, right? If Min isn't able to slow down Emal and isn't able to stop that feathered airstrike, his team is going to get blown up.
Yeah, but I think what Team Hawk are doing here are just taking a calculated risk. But now they're engaging once again.
Goldilocks right on top in the middle of 4 members as Lola does the exact same thing. Walks back into the call altar to abuse the temp HP, but now that it's down, this could be a re-engagement as Gary and as well as Min jump in. Goldilocks jump with a Petrify, gets one, ends up dying. TODAK goes into the middle of that fight, isn't able to kill Gary. Goldilocks has been sacrificed, and now Lola all by himself trying to run down Rain. He's still got the Frostmoon shield. He can't afford to die here, but he can't slow them down. The backline trying to get on out of there. He sacrifices his life so that TODAK can't secure the rest of these kills.
That was a good engage there from Team Hawk. All things considered, it was actually looking quite solid for them. But the end result is a 1-for-1 trade of the EXP laner. So that's not going to make a big impact onto the overall state of the game. What it does give, though, is Team Hawk a slight bit of net worth that they need. Panda finally getting that Demon Hunter sword, which is going to help really boost up his damage. As for what you mentioned earlier about them lacking in terms of magic defense, I feel like this is a calculated risk from Team Hawk. There's only one notable source of magic damage on the side of Lunatix, which is the Farsa, and most of his damage is going to come down to max HP damage from the passive, which they can't really negate with magic defense anyway.
They find the initial pick, feathered airstrike as they commit right onto Mon. He's unable to get the call altar down in time, and now the Blazing Duet shreds the backline as Goldilocks finds his own kill. Gary able to trade him back, but it's too late. The damage has been done. A clean combination from Team Lunatix, a 1-2 punch.
We are now seeing quite a bit of a repeat of game number 1 here, with Lunatix forcing Team Hawk to fight on their terms. And if Lunatix are able to drag you down to their level of combat, they will come out on top just through sheer experience. Team Hawk do not want to be forced into situations where they have to go for an all-out fight too early into the game. But because they know what they have to deal with, Lunatix are just forcing that. Looking at this instant replay, this is massive. The feathered airstrike instantly zones out Team Hawk, and while they're attempting to disengage, the Black Dragon form comes in, forcing them to stay and fight to try and recoup their losses. But we already know that is not a good idea.
I mean, the mechanics from the Lunatics are looking real good. They feel very in sync with each other, right? The mini stun coming out, the little boop that you see from the Black Dragon, instantly followed up by an aerial strike from the feathered airstrike coming in from Rain. Just a 1-2 punch so fast, and TODAK, as soon as he hits that max stack, jumps into the middle of the fight to secure these bigger kills. That could have gone a lot worse for Team Hawk had they not gotten out, but their target priority to force out the Cult Altar, some really good ideas.
Now again, the Pharah is starting to become a bit of a weakness here for the teams that are picking him up, because that extra 10 HP is suddenly not seeming like it is worth the risk of allowing the enemy team to have a very easy ult to play around. Zeph, he's out of position.
Yup, man. He has to flicker on out of there. And the turnaround here, they get an inhibitor in response. They haven't lost a single person. 2 inhibitors ends up going down as Emal backs away from the fight. Now, TODAK ends up missing the Blazing Duet. The temp HP now up with the Call Altar. He forces it out by himself. Goldilocks, does he go back in? Just retreat here as we now see a full commitment. Emal, all 4! Lola gets knocked up. He's unable to stop them. Panda looking to kill Emal, forcing out his immortality. Breaks it, in a matter of fact, as Raid. He still has the feather airstrike. He wants to get into range. Drops it open, and now hits 2. Looking for 3. They get on out of there. Panda's so very low as they look to end the game with a 9k gold lead. They force it. Team Lunatix win 2-0.
The excitement on Lunatix's faces is palpable. The relief, the excitement, the passion, the 2-0 clean sweep against not just any team, but Team Hawk here on week 8 of the regular season. They know they have made something incredible happen, and the audience knows as well. Just look at the atmosphere here at Quill City Mall.
Beautiful game coming up from Team Hawk. Emotions are high. They have just secured themselves into the playoffs and a spot next season.
I cannot believe this. Even I cannot understand what I have just witnessed, but I know that was incredible gameplay, deserving of a victory. Lunatix, there's an evolution here. There's a sense of discipline that they have been missing for such a long time while not missing out on their innate characteristics. Let's throw it over to our host for the interview.
Quill City Mall, Team Lunatix percaya untuk menggegarkan stadium ini. Good game, well played kepada kedua pasukan, tetapi inilah hari Team Lunatix. Inilah waktu mereka. Ayo, kita bersama-sama dengan mereka. Tanya diucapkan kepada mereka. First of all, di manakah Emal? Saya nak tanya kepada Emal sekarang ini. Mana Emal? Hey, okey, boleh tak kita dekat sikit? Kita tukar tempat dekat saya. Okey. First of all, tanya untuk berjaya mendapatkan kemenangan, tetapi kita berbalik kepada game pertama tadi. Double marksman punya meta. Adakah itu memang plan korang daripada minggu ini ataupun baru saja tadi buat plan tersebut?
Kita memang dah plan lah meta tu.
Memang dah plan awal lah sebentar tadi. Tak ada sebarang kematian, tak ada diucapkan kepada anda. Tetapi sebab pasal Natal sekarang ni ataupun sebab pasal double marksman meta tu, pendapat Emal sendirilah. Adakah ia trend sekarang lepas patch ni ataupun sebenarnya memang korang cuba eksperimentasi je sebentar tadi?
Saya rasa dia trend dulu sekarang.
Memang trend double marksman meta sekarang ni. Tadi ada ucapkan kepada anda. Okey, sekarang ni saya nak pass kepada Aiman lah. Manakah coach? Coach, silakan dengar coach. Okey, first of all sekali lagi tanya berjaya dapatkan kemenangan. Apa perasaan? Sebab you guys berbaki 2 lagi match. Ini match yang pertama, esoknya match yang terakhir. Tapi sekarang ni 2-0, ada rasa lega ke ataupun masih lagi ada tekanan sekarang ni?
Ya, tak boleh rasa selesa lah. Yang saya boleh cakap, tak boleh rasa selesa. Kalau cakap pasal rasa tu, ada sedikit happy sebab menang 2-0 dan kita orang dapat tambah poin kita orang. Tapi itulah, tak boleh main-main lagi lah. Still kena all out lagi.
Masih lagi ada satu lagi perlawanan. Okey, daripada sudut persiapan, hari esok merupakan hari yang paling penting lah untuk sejarah Team Lunatix sekarang ini. Daripada sudut persiapan, adakah korang akan buat apa yang korang buat hari ini ataupun ada planning yang berbeza sedikit nanti?
Orang akan buat apa yang kita orang sepatutnya buat lah, iaitu main dengan kurang mistik lah sepatutnya.
Kurang mistik, disiplin seperti kita tadi. Okey, untuk kita akhirkan segmen ini, awak tahu ada satu lagi pasukan yang nak dapatkan playoff slot iaitu CARACAL. Apa ucapan untuk pasukan CARACAL sekarang ini? Sebab match diorang lepas ini hanya ada satu saja slot, 2 pasukan yang nak dapatkan. So ada apa-apa tak nak cakap dekat saingan korang iaitu pasukan CARACAL?
Untuk pasukan CARACAL, do the best. May the best team win lah.
Wow, beda best. Sekali lagi, tepukan gemuruh untuk pasukan Lunatix. Tahniah diucapkan kepada mereka berjaya untuk mendapatkan kemenangan. Fans pun dah datang, memang begitu baik sekali. Tetapi kita nak dengar terlebih dahulu apa yang tim-tim awak cakap sebentar ni dekat mic check nanti. Untuk apakah communication mereka berjaya untuk mendapatkan kemenangan, berjaya untuk dapatkan juara.
Peningin dia.
Lagi kak, ada lagi kak? Ada lagi.
Nice.
Cok. Nah, mama dah.
Aku mati tanam.
Mati tanam. Lagi.
Jangan takut je guys.
Mati tanam. Baiklah.
Kadita tengah hilang. Tak ada skill.
Nice. Sudah Petri ni.
Atas ada lagi. Sabar, jangan terburu-buru. Jangan kelucur. Relax.
Ayo.
Sampai atas. Mati tanam lah guys.
Mati tanam.
Are you okay, Duk?
I'm so okay.
You're so okay. Nice.
Jangan speaking lah.
Ready.
Go. Jom.
Masuk.
Good guys.
Ura. Masuk. Jangan takut. Masuk balik.
Masuk balik guys. Aku ada bateri.
Ini dulu boleh anda cakap aku please.
Okay, Mina masuk. Tarik.
Was that a JoJo reference? I'm not sure, but we get to see all sides of the Lunatix in that mic check. Emotions are high so far, but it doesn't mean that this is going to be a walk in the park. But well done, 2-0 against Team Hawk. What an upset.
I think there's less than like 1% of people out there who would say this is the result they expected if we asked before this series. But boy, I don't think we here would want it any other way. That was a truly well-deserved victory, a return to form, a bit of a flashback to the way that Lunatix played in the first few weeks, their debut here in Season 10, and I love it. You can see they're having fun, they're enjoying themselves, and the relief they must feel after that victory must be immense. Looking at the item builds here, like we already highlighted earlier, there was a little bit of a lack of focus onto magic defense early on into the game, and we can see that because of that, there was a lot of pressure from this Farsa, which resulted in allowing Lunatix very easy ways to engage in team fights.
Absolutely. I think Team Haka right now, they were playing as good as it could get, but again, with the new patch coming in, just the lack of temp HP coming up from the Call Altar, that reduction is so significant here, and Farsa being slightly buffed, dealing a good amount of damage for the team with just 2 items alone, making Panda non-existent in this game. He struggled to not only dominate against Cloud, against Tomtify's Cloud, but overall dish out any damage overall.
Yeah, and after all, the recent buff to Farsa makes it so that her passive will deal max HP damage. So even with a lack of items, she will naturally be chunking out massive bits of your HP pool, even from the beginning of the game. That's something that Team Hawk really needed to respect. And while I can potentially understand them focusing more on making sure that the Yuzong and the Fanny wouldn't be able to dive their backline, for the second time in a row, for some reason, I am not seeing a Dreadnought armor or an antique cuirass on the side of Team Hawk. This one item would reduce the damage on Team Lunatix so much.
I mean, they were put down really far behind. Let's not forget that, you know, every move, as soon as Team Lunatix hit level 4, it became so difficult for Team Hawk to actually get anything done, right? Emal being a great driving force for the team, but Rain being an absolute nail and hammer to lock in every single one of those kills. He's quick on the follow-up, he goes up, and if he has to, he uses the wings by wings. At least he has Zeph to get him out of tough situations. The follow-up is looking good for Team Lunatix, especially with the Feather Airstrike range.
Yep, and on top of that, the follow-ups from Tomtify and Goldilocks were always on point. Amal and Rain were the ones zoning out Team Hawk, but it was these players, the Yuzong, the Claw diving into the backline that made it impossible for them to actually do anything to respawn. We can tell just from the damage. Tomtify doing the most damage in that game, even surpassing Rain, who for the entire game was the main oppressor of Team Hawk.
Yep, and once you get that lead, you have to maintain it, and that's how Team Lunatix continued to do so, making sure that that Man specifically, and as well as Panda, get hard punished. We didn't get to see too many plays from Min, because half the time when a play is being made, it's from the aggression of Team Lunatix, and when they dive hard.
Team Hawk, unfortunately, as a team, does lack a little bit of coordination during their disengages, which is why you can see they put a lot of attention into how they start fights and how they position during the fight. But they're not used to being put behind. They're not used to being in a situation where they really have to be super careful and have to just instantly run away when the enemy engages on them, which is why you could see that they didn't quite have the same amount of coordination we expect from them. So let's find out. The MVP going over to Zeph.
Well done to Zeph with his 0-1 and 13, an absolute monster support, but you heard it in the mic check. A god tier shot caller. Great calls overall, and he's keeping the team extremely coordinated, turning violence into a science.
Obviously, Zeph playing on the support, a lot of people might think that it didn't really look like he did much that game because there were so many other flashy abilities going on. The Blazing Duet, the Black Dragon form, the Feathered Airstrike, but his score speaks for himself. 0-1 and 13. 13 assists, only 1 death, a 93% kill participation. And when the game is that chaotic, having over 90% KP already shows that Zeph was the one that was in the middle of all these fights, deciding, being the sentinel of the battlefield, watching out where to engage, when to disengage, who to target, and just keeping Team Lunatix together.
Yep. And now let's have a look at these highlights brought to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series to relive these moments all over again, because the aggression from Lunatix actually beneficial with a composition like this, picking up some very important kills, especially after level 4, which they feel is their strongest form. But just look at that feathered airstrike coming in from range, so much damage.
Lunatix were able to completely dictate the tempo and flow of this game, which is something that Team Hawk usually wants to be doing themselves. Because of that, you could see just from their gameplay, they lack that usual cheekiness that you see from Team Hawk's gameplay. There was no personality here because they were being completely oppressed, and Lunatix's gameplay style was on full display. They were feeling it. They were having the time of their lives, and they were confident in jumping in, taking these fights, because they knew, they could see that Team Hawk were not coordinated enough to disengage.
Yep, and this is just great preparation from the Lunatix itself. Looks like they read the patch notes and they really put it down on paper to understand where they're at. But with that being said, Lunatix, they are now a point ahead against Team CARACAL. They've basically made themselves go to the playoffs, but there's still one more game to be had for both of these teams, and that is going to be the decider whether or not they make it here next season.
This is nail-biting. Oftentimes, even in the regular seasons of previous MPL seasons, it doesn't really come down to the wire like this. During week 8, we already roughly know who's going to be going through or not, which goes to show the level of competition here on Season 10. Like you said, one game left for each of these teams. That 2-0 victory made such a huge difference, and now the pressure is on for Team CARACAL. They need a victory in their next game.
Yep, they only have one game left at 11 points. And the problem is they cannot tie with Team Lunatix. The head-to-head dictates that Team Lunatix will maintain their spot and CARACAL will not be able to overtake them. So it's 2-0 or nothing.
That is an intimidating prospect, and you can imagine the pressure that's going to be on their shoulders. On the other side as well, Team Hawk, because of their loss here, they will not be gaining any aggregate points, which would have been so valuable, because if you look, the 3 top teams of Group A all have the same points, which means that the chances of moving to the upper bracket become a little bit slimmer. And we have heard that if SMG ends up in a 2-1 victory against Lunatix tomorrow, we will have a 3-way tiebreaker.
That would mean that Team SMG is going to be at 23 points. And I'm assuming, depending on the games today, TODAK should generally be quite safe unless they too themselves end up 0-2. At least CARACAL, they make it into the playoffs, but then Group A is just messed up. Where do you go from that?
We knew we were in for a spectacle going into Season 10 of MPL Malaysia, but this has already surpassed all expectations. There's only 1.5 days left of the regular season, and it still feels like there's so much to look forward to.
Truly a lot to look forward to. That's how every week 8 goes in the regular season of the MPL. And why it comes down to the wire, it's nail-biting, but only one of these teams are going to make it through. But let's recap this final game here with the keys to victory. Starting off with jungler Impact, Emal doing some good work.
Emal was feeling it. He was having the best game we have seen from him in many weeks here in the regular season. When he was playing on the Natan jungle, you usually expect he's not going to be able to participate in fights very much in the early game. But Emal was saying, nope, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to fight. And because of the damage that he was able to output, he managed to pick up a really strong snowball, not just for himself, but for the rest of his team as well.
I think it's interesting to see the item builds on both of them. Like, you know for a fact that there is inbuilt CC with a Natan, but with the corrosive scythe on a Claude, then you just have an extra layer of peel. It's interesting to watch it all come together, but even his performance on the Fanny, it really kind of speaks for itself, right? He's able to engage, he's able to disengage, he's a very versatile jungler, and I would like to see him grow even more. But Tomtify has been performing consistently throughout his games. Yes, he may have had a rough one against TODAK the other time, but this game he's looking much better.
Yeah, and honestly, the difference is night and day. It's almost as if there's a different player up on that stage. Heck, if we didn't see that it was actually him up there some of us might suspect it was a different player because of how much there's an improvement here. He seems so much more comfortable, like he was able to scale up so quickly. He got to play the Claude on both games as well, so this may indicate a bit of a comfort pick going on that other teams have to respect. But despite that, it was really good. He knew how to stack up, he knew how to play safe, he knew when to go in when necessary, and when he did, the damage was super impactful.
Yep, so picking and winning those wars were extremely important. And again, our MVP Zeph, the shot caller, coming in for the side of Team Lunatix, making sure they've gotten the communication down. And that was something that we didn't see a lot from the Lunatics, right? They were very disorganized. They weren't really sure whether or not to commit to the call or whether ideas would be better here. But now with Zeph having that final say, making all the difference. Again, look, game 1, team fights. It's the wins, the draws, the losses. 5 wins, 1 loss. Game 2, 3 wins, 0 draws, 0 losses.
And that's just something you never would expect against a team like Team Hawk, who is so good at team fights. They usually don't put themselves behind, and even from a deficit, they tend to be able to put up a solid fight in these big 5v5s because of that 5G connection. In this game, we saw none of that. There was no chance for them at all. They were running around, they were scattering, and that's all thanks to the pressure from Lunatix.
Yeah, and I think this, with a new map, things are starting to change here at the MPL. Let's look at the heat map specifically, coming in from Zeph, right? He is playing very heavily towards the gold lane side between, at the very early stages of the game, the first 5 minutes of it.
Yep, but you have to note that even though he did make a lot of ganks towards the gold lane, which you would expect coming from the roamer, Zeph played a lot more towards the mid lane, towards the river side, towards the turtle pit. Because we already highlighted during the game the importance of mid lane control when you are a team that wants to be aggressive. You cannot afford to allow that mid lane to fall into the hands of your enemy, which is why Zeph, while he did help out Tomtify a fair bit, he was focusing more on assisting Rain, on getting those mid lane ganks, getting those mid lane kills, securing objectives, making sure the river is safe for Amal to jump into the enemy side of the map.
Well, that's not all. They can also get Rain to actually rotate off with the wings by wings, and he can do a fast rotate too. And with the extended range of that feathered airstrike, can really start threatening the positions of Team Hawk's gold lane overall. So I think having control of the river is extremely important for Zeph rather than just maintaining a lane. It's about the information and more so to maintain pressure and knowing if the team is posturing for a dive on gold lane.
Yeah, unfortunately, it did feel like Team Hawk picked up their mid lane hero a little bit too early in both games and didn't give a very good matchup. And as for Tomtify here, we can see this is going to be his hit map for the 8th to 13th minute of the game, and it's honestly very interesting.
Yep, he just basically didn't want to... farming in the wave? That's some low-class stuff. Let's go into my own jungle. Let's clear that all out. You know, Fanny doesn't need her orange buff at this point. You just want that purple, so you stick to that. I'll clear the bot side jungle myself.
In this case, it is perfectly fine for Tomtify because if you look at the state of the structures on both teams, the gold lane, both external towers are gone. The bottom lane only has 1 left, mid lane has 1 left, which means that if Tomtify wants to push the side lane, it becomes a bit more dangerous for him to do so because he has to push out away from his team. So instead of that, they allow Tomtify to farm in his own jungle, even invading the enemy side as long as he had teammate support, and allowing the rest of his team to farm the side lanes, shove them out instead.
I think that's a really good idea. They understand that Tomtify is going to be one of the few win conditions to chunk out his opponents on top of that feathered airstrike, and they wanted to make sure that he is able to scale in the game as quickly as everybody else.
I love it. I think it's a great adaptation, and it goes to show that Lunatix really has been communicating with each other. They've been discussing, they've been planning, they've been making good decisions as to how they want to continue into the game, rather than relying too heavily on just getting kills over and over again. And they were still able to do so, so that falls back a little bit into their comfort zone, their characteristic of being a very aggressive team. We already mentioned throughout the regular season, all Lunatix is missing is a bit of discipline, and we saw that in full force today.
Yeah, so they are evolving, and they are evolving fast. fast, and especially during Week 8 where it matters. Oh boy, I don't know what to tell you guys, but Lunatix up on the rise. We'll see whether or not they make it into the playoffs, because we still have one more best of 3 to be had here today, and that predetermines whether or not they make it. It's going to be CARACAL. But in the meantime, what is your dream team, Stafa? Like, I mean, we've done it early on into the season, we've done it middle of the season, and now after seeing everybody, what is yours?
This is going to be our dream teams here for the end of the regular season. First, to answer your question, I have elected to go for 4 Mays in the EXP lane. This is the one player on my dream team that has not changed since week number 1. I have Mon in the mid lane because of his capability of playing many different mage heroes and pushing out that mid lane, not to mention being quite aggressive. Valence, for similar reasons, he can play that marksman role and he likes to fight with it. Chibi, I don't think needs much introduction. He is still one of the best MVPs of the season so far. And Zakus, I just like his ability to engage and create plays without necessarily depending on the rest of his team.
Fair enough. I don't know, because I feel like Smooth is a more stable laner, maybe not as hot-headed as 4 Mays, who forces out plays, but is consistent and smooth, which is similar to how Stormy as well as Gary plays overall. If they want to make an impact, yes, but it is a gradual effect. You let the playmakers like Yumski, who I personally believe is going to be one of the best roamers in Malaysia so far. He knows how to open up space. At the very least, he can play enchanters on top of hard tanks. He's got the hero pool, and I think he's honestly the difference maker.
Yeah, and I still maintain the same restriction I put on myself in week number 1 as well.
Must be from different teams, correct?
No player from the same team. So every single one of these players is from a different team. That was a condition I set for myself. I didn't have to, I just felt like it would be more fun.
It'd be more fun, and the only exception to that is the jungle and roamer, of course.
Oh no.
Yeah. Don't worry, I got you covered there.
Oh no, I forgot. I actually did.
It's fine. It's a simple exception, you know? You know, Zakus isn't with RSG anymore.
I'm sorry, I think I subconsciously thought he was still an RSG player. Oh wow, that's quite unfortunate.
That is unfortunate. But with that being said, guys, our MPL predictor winners are listed out below. So if you are one of those winners, go check your accounts and maybe you might have a skin waiting for you there.
Yep, I'm seeing a lot of comments down here supporting for Team Hack as well, so make sure you guys check if you got the rewards. And again, the QR code there on the bottom right of the screen. If you haven't joined our MPL.my official group, do scan and join. We're always welcoming for more people to join the discussion, to join the meme team as well as the dream team, and of course just to discuss what is happening here at MPL, because I think there's just some really interesting things happening here at the end of the regular season.
Yep, truly interesting. I'm surprised that a lot of those comments were like 2-0, let's go Team Lunatix, 2-0 all the way. I'm like, man, a lot of bravery for you guys. But it's time for our favorite segment here. It's the Guess Who. Oh my goodness, I can barely see what that is.
I actually know exactly what this is.
Really? I can't tell from the skin. Okay, gender female, role mage/tank. Mage/tank. Specialties an astrologer, relationships, Kufra is her enemy.
So this is a shot of Esmeralda's earring from the Lady Thief skin.
Oh, you're right. I was thinking based off of the color of the hair and the length of it, I was like, okay, it can't be Lo Yi. Edith doesn't have that long of hair. And Lolita, I was thinking, is there like a skin where she has like really long hair and it's super zoomed in? I don't know. So my best guess was going to be Lolita or Esme, but Esme fits the build a lot better.
Yeah, so that's a little bit of a cheat answer for you guys revealed. So make sure you guys type in your answers to this Guess Who in the comments, and you guys will be able to get a code for yourself. Let's go for the reveal here on who this is, and it is indeed going to be Esmeralda. So make sure you guys grab this code. It is JJDKLVBQ9. So make sure to go to the link below, redeem the code.
Don't worry, those are for our dyslexic viewers out there, just in case they need a little bit of help. But you nailed it! Nailed the hero as well as the skin. On point, my friend.
Indeed. It's like, I just saw it and instantly this skin came to mind for some reason. I don't know. I don't even own this skin. It just kind of happened.
How did you know that? Wait, if you don't own the skin, where do you see it very often?
I don't know, I guess as a lady thief, she stole some of my memory for herself.
Yeah, that's a good point. But coming up next, it's going to be an exciting battle here. Are the Lunatics going to make it to the playoffs and secure a spot next season? Well, CARACAL up against TODAK here is going to be a big one. CARACAL needs to somehow 2-0 this against the top seed of Group A.
I like how you're saying somehow, but we would have said somehow for this game as well. Lunatics somehow taking a 2-0 against Team Hack, so don't count them out just yet. The stakes for match number 3 are pretty similar to game number 2. TODAK are at a same score with Team Hack. They want to make it into the upper bracket as well. And Team CARACAL now will have to get this victory to make sure that they are not the ones going home.
Oh boy, it is going to be a rough Week 8. Week 8 full of upsets already, and we're only on that second day. With that being said, we're going to go on a short break, and afterwards, it's going to be TODAK versus Team CARACAL. Catch you back for that match.
Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
The one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Blame me? Get him!
A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of anima, I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Thorns remain, should petals fall.
Justice served. I will let my blood erupt from death. Justice served. Be a hero.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan Team SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise
fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume? But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gusion with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gusion's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gusion. That's why we're bringing Gusion's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gusion in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Gusion's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the land of dog.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ketujuh adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan Team SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Who the hell are you?
The one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Interesting proposal. But no.
Get him! A bit early for warm-up. But I'm fine with it.
The heart of anima. I, Lunatic, will never surrender!
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skills mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the land of dog.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara, mampukah RSG MY dan Team SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizen. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, This only helps me take full control. Playmates.
Hand over the stone!
Interesting proposal, but no.
Get him!
A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of anima, I, Gushin Taxley, will never surrender!
Thorns remain. Should petals fall?
Justice served!
I won't let my blood erupt from death.
Justice
To be a hero.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Guzhin. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the Badge of House Vents. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan Team SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizen. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Get him! A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of anima, I, SUHAZ, will never surrender!
Thorns remain, should petals fall.
Justice, sir! I won't let my blood run from death. Justice, sir! To be a hero. Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dog.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah TODAK mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan Team SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise
fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala demi negara, kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala demi negara, kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, hati siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Munton, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase through the McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G.
Champion Extra GG with Guardia Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink. Game your way and Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink Prepaid. Get your choice of unlimited internet or high-speed internet on the always connected network.
Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in eSports, Joe's Barber, EGG Network, TikTok Live, eSports Charts, and ESI. Welcome everybody to the MPL MY Season 10 here for the very final best of 3 today. TODAK has a chance to be taking out CARACAL. My name is Giving Q. This is going to be Sadafa because CARACAL has only one game left and one opportunity to try and extend their lead against the Lunatix, which will have one more game tomorrow. So the stakes are high for CARACAL right now. It's whether it's the upper brackets almost confirmed and guaranteed for the side of TODAK, or whether CARACAL is going to be around for next season.
Yeah, this is literally a situation where their backs are pushed against the wall. After we saw Team Lunatix take a 2-0 victory earlier against Team Hack, their scores have now put them above Team CARACAL. And with one game left for both these teams, this is the final opportunity for Team CARACAL to have an active contribution to their potential stay in the playoffs, which means that they need all the points they can get from this, ideally a 2-0, but their opponents are TODAK.
Yeah, I don't know. We've seen one upset here today. CARACAL might make the second one happen against the favorites TODAK here. And with 6 minutes and 43 seconds on the clock, we have time to discuss about this upcoming, well, I wouldn't say upcoming matchup because it's really mainly about the patch. That's something that we saw being a very big difference between the Lunatix and as well as Team Hawk. Is that going to be the exact same thing for CARACAL versus TODAK?
Well, I'm very excited to find out, and so are the players. Some love between them, some really nice coordination here as they prepare to walk up onto the stage. So let us welcome CARACAL and TODAK to the MPL arena.
Team CARACAL.
Fighting for tournament lives, they're wearing their brand new design jerseys. With confidence, they strut their way to the stage.
This will be Team CARACAL's final match of the regular season, and they were able to maintain themselves in a somewhat comfortable position after managing to steal away a point from Team Hack yesterday. But with the 2-0 victory from Lunatix earlier, Team CARACAL require a 2-0 win against TODAK to keep their chances of moving on to the MPL playoffs alive.
TODAK.
Defending champions and favorites to win the match. With a new patch at hand, can TODAK withstand the heat of the Wildcats?
Chiku, guys, will continue to be reprising his role here on the primary lineup of TODAK as the mid laner, as Moon still going to be on a bit of a break for now. His performance so far in the mid lane has been outstanding, with an 89% win rate, specifically when Chiku is playing in that role. This unique strategy that TODAK has somehow perfected has been able to defeat every other team that they have come across. So let's find out whether or not CARACAL will be the ones to put it to rest.
I'm very excited for this matchup here with a new hot patch already dropped. It's all up to the analysts as well as the coaches to make the difference here. As they come up onto the stage, we are going to be introducing the coaches and analysts of both sides. Look, the newlywed himself there as well, Moon, as well as Ajim, analyst and coach, Jurong, the coach, and Sinomia as analyst for Team CARACAL.
Moon may not be playing with his team, but he's going to be here to contribute his brain power into the draft. He knows his teammates, and let's hope that will be the decider here. As we know, TODAK has so far been having a very good streak with this new style of play, having Chiku as a marksman in the mid lane, but CARACAL as well has been pulling out some interesting strategies.
Well, speaking of Chiku, let's immediately jump straight into it. The matchup of Chiku versus AJ, mid lane domination is going to be very much key. Well, a key to victory, as some may say.
Indeed. In comparison to Chiku, who has been doing a very good job of being not only aggressive in the mid lane with marksman heroes, but also being able to scale into that late game to be his team's hard carry. In comparison, AJ, his performance on mages tends to be very consistent, but because of that, you don't really note any notable highs and lows in his gameplay. He's always there, he's stable, but he needs to do something outstanding in order to come out on top of Chiku.
Yep, junglers and roamers, their macro needs to be on point here today. There's a lot of times where we see disconnect between the junglers and roamers. Whenever a play needs to be set up, it's either a jungler or roamer who has that sort of information to relay back to the team to enable this macro play.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one to point out as well, because when we compare Yumski and Rival in comparison to the Ace and Win, there's a very notable difference in the way that they play. With both Yums as well as Rival being more utility-focused players, they don't really want to do the damage, they want to be there to help their team, split push when necessary, whereas the Ace, he can be aggressive, but Win tends to make plays independently due to his individual skill.
You know, speaking of the roamers, right, we don't expect junglers to do this. It really depends on that draft, but that utility you were talking about really shows that execution that is required, especially when they're looking for catches, right? So if we're looking at execution catch potential, we're looking at Yums, we're immediately looking at DAs. Are they going to be targeting junglers, or is this super gold lane eccentric?
Yeah, this is actually going to be an interesting question, specifically when you're playing against TODAK, because typically you want to target the marksman, you want to target the gold laner, the late game carry. But in TODAK's case, if they're still pursuing the same style, the hard carry is going to be in the mid lane, typically protected by Yumski, so typically Yums will not be going out of his way to go for pickoffs. The Ace, though, likes to do that.
All right, let's keep that in mind as we head off in towards the game soon. As your predictions here, majority leaning over towards TODAK, but here in the arena, 33% are making sure that CARACAL gets that support.
It's nice to see that no matter how teams are performing here at the regular season, there's always going to be the fair share of supporters and fans back at home that want to see the players they support succeed. And it's always fun to see people who...
Sorry, direct translation, my girlfriend wants to join TODAK.
Why not, right? You know? I think that's a bit of a flex. You could say your girlfriend is a member of TODAK. I think anyone would want to be able to show that off. But you guys can also take the chance to show off your prediction power, because we have our hashtag MPL Predictor Challenge. So make sure you guys, depending on which team you think is going to win, tell us who you think is going to come out victorious in the comments with your most creative comment attached to it, as well as your game ID and server ID.
Yep, and that way you stand a chance to win a skin worth 749 diamonds like previous winners of the previous matchups. Make sure you include all your details. Now, let's jump back into this game, right? Because CARACAL at this point of time is literally a point away from the Lunatix. Getting a single game is just not enough if we're looking at the head-to-head, but it's time for the drafting phase.
This is going to be quite a high-stakes match because, like you mentioned, CARACAL are currently 1 point behind Lunatix. Even if they were to get that one victory in a 2-1 loss, for example, they still wouldn't actually make it to the playoffs because of their head-to-head score. So right now for CARACAL, there is literally no other option. A 2-0 victory is the only possibility they have of making it to the playoffs.
Okay, this game just got a lot more stressful here, but looking at the first bans, we see the Fanny, we see the Akai, we see the Julian. Now this is looking more like a standard draft based on what I've seen so far, but then again, with the new patch, a lot of different options have been opened.
Especially on the side of Team CARACAL, they've been experimenting with some very interesting hero picks. For example, going double mage, putting the Lunox in the gold lane. They've been picking up heroes like the Kaja, paying a lot of attention to single target pick off heroes like Cho, like the Kaja. So I'm interested to see if they will continue that as we now focus on the mid laners on both these teams.
With a quick CARACAL longer, let's look at our two focused players. It's going to be the mid lane here, AJ and Chiku, guys. Chiku, surprisingly enough, he already has very unique picks, but he also has the highest unique hero pool. 15 heroes in total of 18 games. AJ, he's a little bit more conservative, but look at that KDA, 3.6 overall KDA, showing off his performance even only joining halfway through the season.
All things considered though, for mid laners, these KDA numbers are a little bit on the low side, especially now considering that mid laners tend to be heroes that want to participate in fighting quite a bit. So you can see that obviously Chiku will be a bit more conservative because he wants to play marksman. He'll participate in kills when necessary, but overall he wants to farm. So the question is on AJ's side. He's definitely played scaling mages in the past, but I want to see slightly more active gameplay from this man here because we've already seen some very impressive mage gameplay from him in the past, comboed with the ace on big catch heroes like the Franco. Maybe going back to those basics might be a good idea.
Well, let's see. Back to basics it is. Paquito going to be the first pick of this draft with CARACAL on the blue side with a 57% win rate. Paquito is just an overall great hero. I'm curious to know, because of the changes to Farsa and again, the rising picks of Farsa earlier today, you think Team CARACAL might get it early?
Ooh, the Farsa pick for Team CARACAL. As much as I would like to see it, I don't really think CARACAL will go for that because typically in their first phase, they like to prioritize heroes that will scale towards the late side. They like to win the Ling quite early. They like to pick up the Lunox quite early in the first phase as well. Okay. Obviously, their lineup a little bit different now, so we'll see whether or not they continue playing that style since it's Zed playing instead of Maima, but guess we'll find out.
Alright, that's a fair point. Now, when we look at TODAK, they've locked in the Grokken as well as Uranus, two really tanky heroes overall. I'm surprised that Uranus gets picked up here. I'm just thinking, you think TODAK is going to do double fighter strategies once more?
I would not put it past them at all. Double fighter strategy has worked out really well for TODAK. They've even experimented with it outside of the MPL scene, and it works pretty well for them. People have not been able to figure out how they want to play around it because having those strong side laners that not requiring help means that Yums can devote his entire time towards assisting Chiku in the mid lane, allowing them to roam more, allowing them to make more impact, and snowballing their pressure in the early game.
Well, you were right about the Lunox first, right? So we're talking about impact, we're talking about the early game. Lunox may not necessarily be there just yet, but Franco and Paquito do.
Ooh, like when I mentioned the ace playing Franco, like I was referring to history here. He has not played this hero for quite a few weeks here in the regular season, and I was not expecting it to actually suddenly come out here, especially against something like a Grok. TODAK respond with Selena.
Okay.
Huh?
I think this is a not bad synergy because the one thing that Selena lacks compared to a lot of mages is wave clear. So I'm guessing Grok is going to go into our... I'm guessing Grok is going to be played by Chiku as a roam. Yumski is going to play the Selena as your mid laner overall. And that way you can have some form of control in the mid lane, especially when you're up against the Lunox as well as Franco. Franco looking to invade. Lunox looking to just hold the waves.
I'm actually thinking it's gonna be the other way around.
Really?
I think Yums is gonna be playing the Selena as a roam, and Chiku is playing Grok as mid.
That's what I said.
No, you said the Grok is roam.
The Grok is going to be played. Oh,
I think Grok
so you
is
think
mid.
So you think Grok is mid, and then after that, Selena is the one who's going to take the EXP?
No, I think Grok is the one taking the EXP, and Selena has the roam boots.
All right, we'll double check it when we get into game. That would be an interesting... That would be interesting. I would rather... Oh, honestly, I would prefer Selena to hit level 4 first, though.
Yeah, but this is Chiku.
That is true. It is Chiku.
If Chiku is playing Grok, he wants to hit level 4.
That's a good point. Now, as TODAK have focused down on the marksmen, Melissa, Claude immediately taken off. Team CARACAL, respecting the fact, gets rid of the lane bullies too. Popo and Koopa is immediately gone. So this still leaves a good number of options, right? There's still Brody, there's still Clint still available. Carry arguably there as well. 1-1's already banned out, so a lot of the lane bullies gone. I'm questioning whether one of these teams feel a little spicy. Show us a Bruno.
Bruno, not a bad choice, but based on what TODAK is banning here, they're getting rid of Melissa, they're getting rid of Claude. Big late game team fight heroes. TODAK, they've already shown the Uranus, they've already shown the Grok. Most likely they want to play for an early game style comp. But what do they want to add on to this? TODAK is always a big question mark when you see them draft.
They are, and I think that they need some form of damage. I think CARACAL made a smart choice of banning out the Yuzong to make sure that it's not a double fighter lane. And I would make an argument here that they're setting up possibly for Bruno. But then again, it is just an assumption. It is not fact just yet. TODAK still have 8 more seconds, and we do see a Ruby pickup for the side of TODAK.
TODAK continues to be incredibly confusing because now we have 3 heroes that could potentially be roam. I'm going to assume that this Ruby is actually going into a side lane. So this is most likely a Ruby and Uranus side lane situation. Grok and Selena mid. They are looking for a hard carry jungle, so maybe they want to lean towards something like a Natan at this stage. I get the feeling TODAK was setting up for a Lunox, which CARACAL did steal away from them. So right now they need like magic damage scaling.
I think Natan is their best bet, right? I'm leaning more towards Natan. Team CARACAL, they lock in the Esmeralda, and they also get the Beatrix finally after so very, very long. I do want to see how the changes are going to affect the weapon choices in lane, but other than that, I still think she scales perfectly well. I think she's going to deal a lot of damage throughout this game in comparison to what she used to. TODAK, on the other hand, let's see what this option is. It has to be a jungle pick, unless maybe Uranus is going into the jungle, which I feel very unlikely. But then again, who knows?
Yeah, I would not like that.
Granger,
wow, really?
They're doing it again.
Granger jungle? I really don't like this here because TODAK are now leaning very heavily into physical damage. It's quite easy for Team CARACAL to itemize against this.
Yeah, I don't know. There have been changes to penetration though, so this is a little tough for me to get behind. TODAK, overall, team fighting doesn't seem too bad if they hit their abilities.
Yeah, looking at the lineups here, TODAK's lineup needs to snowball. They need to get an early to mid-game lead, otherwise they will fall off hard against Team CARACAL, who have a much more balanced composition overall. Lunox and Esmeralda, as well as Beatrix, will scale incredibly well into the late game, but that doesn't mean they're lacking early game fighting power, which means that TODAK are going to have a pretty difficult uphill battle on their hands, but they do have a lot of crowd control to play around, and if they can use it effectively, that could be the ingredient they need to make this recipe work. Let's find out how this game develops as we enter the land of dawn.
Welcome everybody, this is game number 1, TODAK versus Team CARACAL. CARACAL on the blue side with TODAK on the red side. Both are going, it's going to be an orange buff start coming in from TODAK. Team CARACAL will take a purple buff start. They immediately want to start contesting for Lethal Wanderer here, but with the mid lane already, Eevee? Hello? What just happened here? First blood going over to TODAK's side. Eevee getting caught out and losing his flicker at the same time.
I'm going to assume that Eevee got hit by an abyssal arrow there. I don't see any other way that could have happened. And since Yumski did decide to go for magic worship, that is going to be a lot of damage on top of the Esmeralda. As now,
good read by the Ace, pulling Yumski under turret range and forcing out his flicker. Formei is currently 2 levels ahead, now 1 against Eevee for the time being. I want to see the items. I'm curious to see who has the roam boots here.
Yeah, I want to see as well to see whether or not we can confirm either way because...
okay.
There we go. Yes, it is the Selena with the roam boots, classic style of TODAK, but Chiku does still have the pull yourself together.
Yep, and Formei is taking so much damage here. Death Sonata coming in from Rival to try and zone them up, but Formei will not make it out of here. Can they get this return kill? Ooh. Yes, they do! Onto AJ, a quick, swift kill coming in from Yumski.
Yumski on this Selena has been a hero that has traditionally been very intimidating. He hits those abyssal arrows, and so CARACAL needs to be very wary of their positioning. In this way as well, they do make the ace on the Franco a little bit less effective because if Yumski can position the abyssal traps, it's very hard for him to get the ambush with the Iron Hook.
Oh, I'm so nervous here. Win could easily one-shot Rival as well as Yumski. He puts Formei at 50% HP, gets hit by the wall charge by Chigu, but now the hook already connecting onto Rival. He dies straight away as AJ gets the very last hit. Luckily, TODAK still get the turtle, a single kill for a turtle trade.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty even trade overall. Really well timed by the Ace to wait for the turtle to die and then land the hook. I'm sure even he wasn't expecting to actually get Rival out of all people in that group, but that is ideal. That makes the trade even for their side, although TODAK does still have a small net worth lead, mostly due to the fact that Rival is playing with that veteran Hunter to take advantage of Grange's early game as much as possible. But TODAK, they do have a timer on their hands. What I'm curious about is this gold lane matchup with Momo on the Ruby against the Beatrix means that Beatrix will have a pretty easy time.
Speaking of easy time, look at the damage coming out of Win as he takes out Uranus. 4 Mays getting blown out of the water, and somehow Momo actually having an EXP lead against the Beatrix. Destinata comes out as the Wild Charge has connected onto DA's that should take him out. Yumski finds that last hit, and now they're rotating towards that top side. Potential dive incoming.
But this is still kind of worth for CARACAL though. They're pushing bottom.
He finds it. He finds the initial catch, but the Abyssal Arrow doesn't land. It's going to be Yumski who finds another kill, sidesteps the Iron Hawk, get him out of there as he dashes away. Chiku here to pull him back, as you were saying, Snafa.
Yeah, CARACAL was still getting an advantage in the bottom lane by taking quite a lot of gold shield, but that's been completely negated as now Rival takes the entire gold shield up top, giving a lot of farm to TODAK as well, as now they fight again.
Yep, Momo is pulling them in. Ace is taking way too much damage here, but Chiku unable to finish it off. Momo ends up dying to Bennett's rage as Yumski cannot deal with the rotation coming in from Eevee. Wasn't expecting him to be up here, but now if Bennett is strong enough, it should be able to clear this waves in time, but no, that last siege minion would take too long. Another tower, a tower going over to TODAK's side, but a quick trade from Win on bottom as he quickly gets on top of Turtle.
TODAK are trading bodies right now for structures, and yes, they are still maintaining the net worth lead, but it is incredibly volatile because Team CARACAL do have a lot of damage. I think, yes, they did steal that purple buff away from CARACAL, so a small win for them. Damn!
Oh! A play made by Chiku over the wall! He finds AJ once again with the help of Yumski. My goodness, they are not stopping. Every single time they have the battle spells, they just go in for it.
Yeah, I'm honestly very curious to see what itemization Chiku guys is going for. Is he playing a tank grok? Is he playing a damage grok? I'm assuming the former, because otherwise he would go for an assassin emblem here, but we can only confirm once we actually see the items pop up. TODAK getting these catches right now is ideal for them because they want to be able to use the early strength of their heroes to gain as much map pressure as possible and not allow for Team CARACAL to scale. But they are trading evenly in structures as of right now, and that is actually better for Team CARACAL.
Well, we say that, but let's look at the items here. Okay, we are seeing that Grok is not deciding to take the Roam Blessing at all. He's building full tank, he's got the Dominance Ice, and Win now has to deal as, the Ace is going to be locking down 4 Maze. 4 Maze doesn't have his Consecrate. He can't get out of there in time, but he will taunt Win just in time as we see, another steal once again. It's looking really, really good for TODAK, but can they extend this lead?
Oh, the hook barely missing there, but 4May is making a good play once again. This is a player that really knows the absolute limits of his hero, and so he's able to avoid getting caught out in situations like this, buying time. Taking that mid-tier 1 for TODAK really opens up the map for them at this stage of the game, allowing Rival to start invading into the enemy jungle with impunity.
I mean, he's been doing it since the beginning, right? Every single time you expect an objective to be taken, like Turtle for an example, Rival on the opposite side of the map. I think TODAK have realized team fighting might get a little difficult, but they want to keep Zed in lane for as long as possible. I think for the time being, TODAK, if they're going to make a play, probably is going to happen in the enemy jungle rather than the lane.
You can see that Brute Force Breastplate has actually been picked up by Rival as well, so he recognizes that he is going to be in the take of a lot of these fights and requires a little bit of tankiness, very classic jungle Granger build, so he's not going for a more greedy style.
Yep, Eevee taking a good chunk of damage, but again, no contestation for the Turtle whatsoever. Rival just a little too far, can't do much about that situation, but TODAK looking and searching for those kills. Let's remember, Yumski is 4-1-1, already has the Clock of Destinies. He wants the one-shot people people by the end of this game.
Yeah, this man is terrifying. And remember, he is the roamer right now, not even the mid laner. So he is having a very good game. So far, it does look like TODAK are mainly playing around creating space for Formaze. They recognize that they are strong as a 4. They can leave the Uranus to do his own thing on the opposite side of the map. And this allows them to split up the style that Team CARACAL wants to play, which is more of a teamfight style. Yes, they have heroes good at skirmishing, but overall they will be stronger as a group. And CARACAL as a whole likes to play more as a group. So TODAK are taking advantage of this behavior.
Yep, I mean, look at the way that they're kind of attacking the map, right? And I think even Team CARACAL must adapt to the situation. If they are playing hard for bottom side, at least start getting a push set up. But here we go. Rival now seeing all the members as CARACAL. Eevee actually finding an initial catch onto Chiku, guys, to slow him down, but the wall charge is going to get him back out. Initial arrow hits, but it's going to be the Iron Hook that makes all the difference. Chiku goes down.
Yes, but while this is happening, look at what Formaze is doing in the top lane. He's shoving it out, and now TODAK, their goal here is just to delay and make it so that CARACAL can't rotate up.
Oh, no! Win! Taking out 2, chunking out a 3rd, and it's disastrous as TODAK lose 3 of their members in the midst of that fight. Formaze regroups with the rest of them, but what can they do? Zed has plenty of damage with his Beatrix as they start shoving this tier 1. AJ rejoins the rest as they've recuperated. If they can take down this tier 1, that opens up a lot of possibilities against TODAK.
Yeah, they not just take the mid tier 1, they also take the bottom tier 2. TODAK, their goal there was just to delay, not allow CARACAL to rotate up to top lane so that they get a free tower, but they didn't pay attention to their positioning. They lined up and allowed for a 3-man knockout strike by Win, instantly dropping all of their HP, and instantly the situation reverses for CARACAL.
Yep, Chiku guys getting locked in by the bloody hunt once more. The Ace is trying to get on out of there, but Momo is making it slightly difficult with the help of Eevee. They are peeling that entire backline as AJ's already popped his brilliance, and Zed finds 1 kill onto Momo, and that's going to be Yumski going down. Eevee is nice, big, and strong. He's a fully grown boy.
The problem with TODAK's draft right now is that even though they're trying to create space for Formaze to push out the map, CARACAL just has a more balanced team composition, which means that when they go for these 4v4s, CARACAL has the advantage. They have more damage, they have more pressure overall, and Chiku is getting heavily punished, even though he should be immune to CC most of the time. So that is props to the Ace for identifying the best time to jump in for that bloody hunt.
Yeah, really smart overall. If you look at the goal rankings, Zed and Rival are neck and neck between each other. Win finally getting access to his purple buff. Not that he really needs it, but it helps him speed up the pace of the game at the very least. Yumski unable to achieve another kill after a strong early game.
And that's because Team CARACAL are now playing together. The Selena can no longer get easy pickoffs because CARACAL are making sure that no one is ever at true risk of being one-shot. And even if they are ready to toss bodies in return. They are now shoving in. They are threatening the inner towers of TODAK. Lord is pushing up the bottom wave as well. And TODAK, unfortunately, really don't have a good defensive lineup.
Yeah, clearing the waves might get a little difficult without the help of Rival, but good use of the Magic Seer. Oh, Eevee actually jumping into the middle there against Momo. He gets locked off by Chiku and instantly dies off. It's a 4v4 now as Formaze, same exact problem, ends up dying. The Ace is going to lock down one with the Destinata from Rival is more than enough. They find the second, and that's a triple kill coming in from Rival.
Okay, that was purely mistakes from Team CARACAL. Firstly, Eevee jumping in, gets stuck by the wall. Okay, understandable. That can happen sometimes. The Ace goes for the bloody hunt, but he is standing on the edge of the tower. Big mistake, not realizing his positioning. Targets it down, taken out, allowing TODAK to instantly run in because they know they outnumber them. Yes, Win was able to do a good amount of damage to the top inhibitor, but CARACAL are in control of the game right now. They cannot make these sort of fundamental mistakes.
Truly, they cannot, but I will admit that CARACAL will scale it. Oh, good! Iron Hook once again. Chiku unable to disengage or stop it with a wild charge, and even a Death Sonata commitment for the side of TODAK. They are forced to walk back to their base.
Man, if that was me, I would absolutely say I just got scammed. there. That hook definitely felt a little bit longer than usual, but the Ace is making really good work on this Franco. This has been one of his classic picks. And TODAK right now are not being allowed to play their game. They want to group up. They want to prevent CARACAL from getting big pushes by just using their body as a giant wall. But the Ace is picking them off. And now Win nearly taking out Momo.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Win just didn't one-shot him there. Like, Momo was so very, very low, but Momo still able to get off his abilities in time, delays the inevitable, manages to escape from it even. But now, with the Magic Sentry, they will get some vision on the Ace. They see him, they push him out. More importantly, Win now with the Blade of Despair.
Wow.
Momo is not going to be able to do that again.
Blade of Despair on the Paquito. That is an item you only get when you are truly confident and really farmed up. Win knows that with this item, he will literally one-shot anyone on the side of TODAK.
Yep, Formace now going to be chasing down AJ. Oh, the Ionic Edges are starting to stack up, and here we go. Ace is going to get on top of him, but Win unfortunately gets left behind, and nobody to peel. Eevee is a little late, and now he's all by himself. Where's the support? Formace trying to slow Eevee down for the time being. The Ionic Edges are stacked up, but Eevee still has his Frost Moon Shield. It's buying him enough time, allowing him to recuperate, get back into the right position and regroup. But Yumski, he's so out of it right now. AJ forced to walk away. The chaos does not stop here.
My goodness, that was just a series of mistakes by CARACAL there. You could see the Ace flicker in. Bloody Hunt on Formace. He thought that Beatrix would have enough damage to take him out. But because of that, TODAK instantly go time on Win. The rest of his team is not there to back him up. Without their jungle, TODAK can take the Lord easily. And now Eevee is in danger as well.
Yep, he's going to use the Falling Star Moon, his ult to jump over the walls to create some distance. They do find Formace, but the Iron Hook doesn't land. It was slightly off. Eevee manages to dodge, but falls into the hands of a Momo. He's still alive despite all the abilities being committed to him.
This is the matchup, the Esmeralda versus Uranus. Two heroes that have just more bulk than they have any business having. But just as we mentioned that, the Bloody Hunt on Formace sets him up. A barrage of blows takes out the Uranus.
Win is so very strong right now. So much damage, and I don't even think Formace was ready for that either. Ooh, Zed having to cancel out his Nibiru's Passion early on here. Does lose the inhibitor turret. TODAK, despite not being able to scale as hard as CARACAL, are still up in advantage, a tower advantage here. One inhibitor tower to no outer turrets. We're looking at the items so far, and full builds are getting almost complete.
Yeah, Formace actually has full items already, and TQRS being the final item in his build, meaning that we will actually finally see a small damper in damage coming out of the Paquito as well as the Beatrix. So, the Uranus just become even more difficult to kill. Yum still going for full damage as well, 2 items away from complete, so they do have to watch out for those Abyssal Arrows. TODAK, despite... Oh, hold on.
Wow. Man still got it. He's got fast fingers. There's literally nothing I can say about that. In a blink of an eye, he sees Triku Wild Charge. He flickers over the wall, and Momo finding the catch on to Win. He has no way out, ends up dying. And TODAK, despite the fact that they don't scale as hard, are still continuing to find these picks.
Rival just got a Berserker's Fury. Now, I haven't played Granger Jungle in a long time, but I don't remember the build including a Berserker's Fury. That's quite unusual.
Oh, the Ace! He finds the pick onto Formace with another beautiful Iron Hook. And now Eevee jumping into the middle of a fight, the Rondo for Rival to close that distance. But so far, it's not looking good. He's getting chased down by Eevee. He's trying to land his first ability, but it's not easy. And now Yumski pays the price. Nibiru's Passion comes on out. The rest of the team is here as AJ comes on forward, flickering even with the Darkening to get as many Chaos Assaults down as possible. Chiku, he's gonna get away, but 3 members of TODAK falling victim to Team CARACAL.
Yeah, that was beautifully played by Eevee, recognizing that Rival really has no way of disengaging the Esmeralda off of him. The rest of TODAK could have actually ran back to base, but because they had to spend time trying to peel Eevee off of Rival, they stayed long enough for CARACAL to catch up and get some kills for themselves. However, TODAK, they don't actually mind this too much. They will be respawning in time to actually contest the Lord, and because the waves were pushed out, CARACAL didn't get any structures.
And now this Lord falls so quickly into the hands of CARACAL. Eevee finishing off his build with an Ice Queen's Wand, Win getting an immortality here. It is the beginning of the end for TODAK as the late game has arrived. With the Luminous Lord, one of these inhibitors will begin to fall.
One of the reasons why a lot of teams nowadays are going for double mage, double marksman is because having enough consistent damage in the late game makes a big difference. And since TODAK are relying heavily on the Granger, who doesn't actually scale that well, they don't have enough damage to go for the full-out team fight. They're depending on pickoffs, and CARACAL are not giving that to them.
Yeah, the Ace, he's walking up, but Chico making sure that he's sticking close to a wall, and more importantly, waiting for the right opportunity to block the Iron Hook. Mid inhibitor ends up falling, but that means Lord falls too. Eevee jumps in with the falling Star Moon, gets pulled in by the I'm Offended, buying time because he's so tanky. 2 inhibitors end up falling into the hands of CARACAL. They could look for the end. They find the Iron Hook onto Yumski. Onto Momo. He's already dead, but now 4May is even getting taken out by Win so quickly. There's nothing they can do. TODAK, it's a 3v5, and now they're getting forced back. Another Iron Hook onto Rival, played perfectly from Eevee. A double kill secure by AJ as they end the game. GG, well played. Going over for Team CARACAL.
Beautifully done and well played. The point from this game is immensely valuable to Team CARACAL as it allows them to match up to the score of their rivals Team Lunatix and keep the possibility of moving on to playoffs alive. Another game, another victory is all they need. And now I think we can officially say, TODAK, the Granger jungle does not work.
0% win rate overall, but you have to admit the plays being made to Ace and as well as Win. Such a huge driving force in this game.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think this is one of those situations of TODAK just trying to be a little bit too experimental. They already know their positioning is fairly secure in the playoffs, so let's just try something out. They seem to really like the Granger jungle. They want to make it work on the MPL stage, but turns out, no, that is not the case. I'm expecting we will actually see their proper lineup, their full power in game number 2.
Well, who knows? The last time we saw something along the lines of this composition. I mean, let's look at the item build first. I'm expecting to see the build look relatively similar. And no, it is not a Berserker's Fury. It looks like it is Hunter Strike coming in from Granger. I mean, Rival could have sold it for all we know. Well, not 100% sure on that one. But yes, the last time we did see Granger coming in from TODAK, they lost that game. And then they lost their second game when they got serious. And I think this was against RSG, if I remember correctly.
That is true. So I guess we'll see whether or not CARACAL can repeat history. And note that everything is on the line. If they win one more game, that is the best chance they can possibly give themselves before waiting and seeing what will happen in Team Lunatix's game tomorrow. So you can imagine that there's not just a lot of pressure on them, but a lot of motivation behind Team CARACAL to make sure they can secure victory here. And they were able to do so in quite a convincing fashion. I don't think we have to talk too much about the item builds here because no one really went out of the way. It all came down to the build. I think TODAK just got a little bit too greedy. You can't go for this kind of lineup when the enemy team has someone like a Lunox doing max HP damage.
Yeah, your tanky heroes, and especially for 4Maze, walking away from this game 0-6, he's basically got full items at this point, and he's looking to build his immortality right at the end, but it just did not matter here. Max HP damage coming out from the Lunox, but Keto making sure he has that Malefic Roar, plus Hunter Strike to cut through the armor. Absolutely ridiculous game from CARACAL. Let's give it to our MVP from Team CARACAL going over to Eevee.
Eevee was obviously the EXP lane counterpart to 4Maze here, playing on the Esmeralda to 4Maze's Uranus, but he was way more successful in this case simply because the enemy team did not have any heroes that could successfully counteract him. You could see that compared to Team CARACAL that has massive burst damage like the Keto, like the Lunox, Eevee can play the map easily. The only DPS going to be that Granger on TODAK's side. Eevee can literally just stand right on top of him and there is nothing the Granger can do because he cannot land the Rhapsody.
Absolutely. And you know, it's strange because when you're looking at Eevee, he gets the traditional Enchanted Talisman, Dominance Ice, but he opts to go for the Brute Force Breastplate so that he can stick on his targets, especially since Granger is able to rondo out of there. He wants to be able to keep up with him, and he died first blood here, as shown in the highlights brought to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
Yeah, the Brute Force Breastplate is especially effective against the Granger as well, because he is able to stack up defense over multiple instances of damage, which is exactly how Granger will typically output his damage. And while TODAK was actually doing a pretty good job towards that early to mid game, they were playing off of pickoffs from Yumski, who was landing a lot of those arrows initially, until CARACAL decided that by playing together, they could negate a lot of the threat coming out of the Selena. And once they started scaling up, once they had massive burst damage, even the tankier heroes on the side of TODAK would not be able to survive their damage, and thus no safe space for Rival to deal DPS from behind.
Yeah, Rival, I mean, he followed up really well with the Death Sonata, especially making sure that he was landing some good shots from far range, but I think a lot of it just comes down to TODAK having to be proactive in this game, to be looking for these setups to get Yumski even further ahead than he was, because if Team CARACAL make mistakes like just now under the inhibitor turret, then without the turret, TODAK are very susceptible to the damage.
I think from this game, as well as the series that we have been witnessing throughout here in Week 8 of the regular season as well, I think we can officially say that an important part of the draft nowadays is to ensure that you have enough late game damage, because with the amount of farm, the speed at which players can farm nowadays, you do hit those late game timings a lot quicker than before, and having more consistent damage that can be easily output just makes your game a lot easier. We've already seen multiple teams who want to go for early game team comps, big team fight combos, not work out just because of one or two heroes that are auto-attacking everyone to death.
Well, speaking of those heroes, right? I'm guessing, like you mentioned during the draft, that they wanted to set up for this Lunox once again, because again, it's TODAK. They like to pull this off. They like to use Lunox as that flex pick, but stealing it away may have caused some potential problems.
And I feel like TODAK should have been aware of this if they really were going for that Lunox pick, because AJ likes the Lunox. He has been playing it very consistently here in the regular season. So it makes me think that TODAK maybe weren't actually going for that, but well, the Lunox really would have fit in as a nice puzzle piece in that lineup.
It would have, could have, should have, but that game's already done and dusted. What are some adaptations we should be expecting from TODAK specifically in the second game?
No Granger jungle.
No Granger jungle. I think that's a fair argument. Fair play overall. But do you think that Rival is going to be taking away Paquito? I feel like TODAK might just go on blue side just for a solid jungle pick.
I feel like typically you'd expect the team to go on blue side, but since it's TODAK, I'm actually still holding out that they're probably going to be on the red side here, but we'll see exactly whether or not that is the case when we enter the draft later. For now, the game recap for game number 1, you can instantly see the amount of damage dealt. I'm actually very surprised to see it is not Win, it is not HA, it is Eevee doing the highest personal DPS on his team.
Yeah, I mean, he was able to basically free farm for a large majority of the game after the initial death on bot side, the recovery from CARACAL, and just the constant amount of push that he was able to get, because his matchups weren't that bad. If he's up against Formaze, he naturally counters him out earlier on into the game. If it's against Momo, he doesn't have enough damage to really threaten once Eevee has two full complete items. The question does become, where's the rest of TODAK? And if they're not around, he just keeps on farming.
Absolutely. Eevee just had a really safe game there because, like we already highlighted, TODAK just has no one that can deal with this Esmeralda. Yes, he was the first blood when Yumski was strong with that Abyssal Arrow pickoff, but once he falls off, there is no one that can deal with Eevee, and that's why he's able to deal damage so safely. But of course, the rest of CARACAL was doing pretty massive amounts of damage as well. The Beatrix, Zed, we didn't get to see very much of him that game, but he still had over 50,000 damage himself.
Let's look at AJ here. Again, he scaled super well, and he has picked Lunox 8 times, so it still surprises me that TODAK wasn't expecting this at some point of time. This is the signature hero coming in from AJ.
Yeah, I think it's quite interesting to see AJ's growth as well. I still remember when he first debuted alongside SUHAZ eSports, he played a very classic style of mage. He would be able to play most mages, but typically he prioritized heroes that had longer range, could do a lot of damage from behind. Big one-shot heroes as well, like the Farsa, like the Veil, and he didn't really lean towards heroes like Lunox and Lilia because of how close they had to be. The few times he actually played the Lunox, he didn't do very well. Now we go to this season. Lunox, his main hero, his most successful hero, he seems very confident in scaling up and dishing out safe damage from behind the rest of his team, so I am liking that growth. As for the other side, we have Chiku. Guys, this man needs no introduction, a mainstay of the MPL MY scene for such a long time, having played basically every role in the game.
For sure, and the fact that he has a 71% average kill participation despite playing multiple different areas. He's played in the gold lane, he's played in the jungle, he's also played as a mid lane as well as a support. The only thing he hasn't really touched yet is the EXP, and I don't think Formace is giving it up for the world unless they send him into the jungle to play an assassin. But then again, Rival does a good job.
Yeah, right? It does make me remember those old days when Formace was super cracked on Hayabusa for some reason.
Yep.
And then he would play the jungle, and it was just absolutely insane.
Looks like the newlyweds have come to visit to check out how TODAK is going to be playing out here. It'd be exciting to see how this is going to play out for TODAK. It'd be a bad look for them, but hey, it's not going to ruin anything just yet. Let's see how game number 2 as the drafting phase begins.
But you can imagine there's going to be a little bit of ego involved here, a little bit of pride. TODAK, they are known as the kings of 2-1 for a reason. Now they are going to come back and actually focus on the game. I imagine that's what you say if you were to ask them instantly. First ban, Lunox, not even going to be contemplated for TODAK.
Yep, they want to make sure that it is out of the pool entirely, make AJ feel a little uncomfortable, play something a little bit more immobile and doesn't have iframes to kind of mess around with the rest of the team. But the Julian ban coming in from the side of Team CARACAL, rather interesting, followed up by Farmis. TODAK have already banned out the Akai. What do you think the next ban is going to be?
It's an interesting question here. Now, before this, we already know that Win plays a very mean Ling, but we know that TODAK will have not too much problem dealing with that. In fact, if they pick it up on CARACAL, I think that would be ideal for TODAK. They just pick up the Ballman, instantly they can punish them with quite a safe play overall. As for Team CARACAL, there's no really noteworthy picks other than that. They like to prioritize the Lunox, they like to prioritize the Ling, they prioritize the Paquito, all of which are no longer really on the table because TODAK will most likely go for the Paquito first pick. Even if like Valentina is let through, I don't think CARACAL want to first pick it unless they have to too.
That's a good point. But instead, it's going to be the Paquito ban from TODAK's side. Rather interesting, but now Team CARACAL looking to respond here. I mean, Wanwan is still available, and Valentina too, so maybe they should consider either or.
Wanwan and Valentina. The thing about Wanwan is TODAK, I don't really think they want to play the Wanwan. The only player that might pick it up is Chiku. I don't feel like Momo is particularly going to be leaning towards it, even if we've seen him play it in the past. Obviously, CARACAL, not a big fan of the Wanwan for themselves, so Valentina is the hero I'm thinking will have more priority here, but instead, the Claude will be the one banned out.
So Claude gets banned out. They want to make sure that if Chiku is trying to put a marksman in the mid lane, arguably go into the gold lane, that he has one of his options taken out, which only leaves Natan. So Fanny gets locked in here. Okay, is this Rival playing it or is this Yumski playing it? That's what I'm scared of.
I think it is most likely Rival playing it. We know Yumski can play the roam Fanny, but he has not done so at all this regular season. I don't think they're going to change that for now. As for CARACAL, they no longer have Paquito to really answer this, so I wouldn't be surprised if they were to lean more in towards Ruby and towards Cho to counter it. Even, they might want to go for Brody very early here, because the Beatrix and the Brody are Zed's main heroes, and if they are predicting that Chiku will play a mid lane marksman, the Brody is something they need to take away from him.
Okay, let's see what they do. So first, Team CARACAL lock in the Grok. I don't know whether they just want to make Chiku feel uncomfortable here, and as well as the Beatrix, which doesn't reveal too much other than the fact that they are going to have a hard time to catch this Fanny.
I don't really like this. Yes, Grok as a hero has been gaining a lot of notoriety among these teams recently, but he just has no way of truly catching the Fanny. You have to land a perfect wild charge, and I'm not expecting that to happen. So CARACAL are going to need another source of CC. The problem here is most of the other players, besides the Ace, don't really go for that most of the time.
All right. If they don't go for it most of the time, then what is going to be the next optimal pick here, right? I mean, the fact that Julian's gone, a lot of flex picks are gone too. Do they just lock in the Esmeralda early on and potentially let Team CARACAL look for the counter matchup in Dairoth? Or lock in the Valentina, a good power pick, but they also get the Cho. Really smart picks coming in from TODAK.
Yeah, I was actually about to mention the Cho here. If CARACAL want to contest, it's either the Brody or the Cho, because that's another good hero that can CC the Fanny. And if the Ace is playing on the Grok, EV can play the Cho. TODAK know this. They're not going to give it away. For a moment, I thought TODAK might be okay with giving it away since they have the Valentina, but no, better not take that chance. So CARACAL are going to play it safe for now with the Kadita. I imagine if they take Petrify, maybe they can catch the Fanny, but again, I'm not seeing reliable CC here.
Yeah, there's no way to just point and click and just instantly lock down the Fanny, and the fact that they've shown Grok means that it's unlikely that Kufra is going to get picked up. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes. As we move into the second phase, Team CARACAL, once again, they ban out the Yuzong. I don't know. You see that the jungler is going to be this Fanny, right? So are they worried that Chiku guys is going to pick up like a marksman and then put Valentina in EXP maybe?
It's not impossible, but knowing TODAK, we have no way of truly confirming where this Valentina is actually going to go. So that's always going to be a question mark on Team CARACAL's heads. With Esmeralda getting taken out, it does feel less likely that the Valentina will go into the EXP lane, because that's actually a really good matchup for the Valentina if they played into it. So that means they want to go for something else. CARACAL predicting the Uranus will take it out, and the Masha will be the final ban from TODAK.
With Masha gone, and as well as Esmeralda, just tanky side laners are gone. And with no Uranus for the side of Team CARACAL as well, most of the sandbags are gone. So that would mean that if specifically Eevee wants to clear waves, not really interact with the lane, Benedetta doesn't seem too bad, but the same issue applies. Do they have enough mechanics to land these skill shots on the Fanny?
Yeah, I agree. Benedetta seems like the obvious answer right now, but if they go for that, then they will absolutely have no CC on the Fanny at all. They'll be relying very heavily on something, I don't really know. I still feel like the Brody would have been a good choice. Don't know why Beatrix was prioritized, but Team CARACAL are gonna be going for the Balmond into the jungle for now.
Balmond's not a bad pick. You secure neutral objectives, but that is the lethal counter is a pretty decent ult for the Valentina to steal, and especially when you're up against Beatrix. If she gets low enough, you can basically get a free execute. Now, TODAK must finish off their composition. We don't know if Cho is going into the EXP lane just yet.
Cho, I still feel like this is going to be Yumski Cho. I feel like Yums likes the Cho more than Formaze, and TODAK probably still want to go with a fighter side lane for Formaze specifically, but because the Valentina is most likely going mid, TODAK will most likely go for a typical marksman in the gold lane right now, so we have to consider the usual Beatrix counters like the Popol and Koopa, like the Brody, the Iritel, actually going to be the choice here, as well as Fredrin. I don't really like this. This is not the type of hero that will truly allow Formaze to show off.
True. I mean, he did have that TikTok clip where he like 1v4 by himself on that Fredrin.
Okay.
I don't know. I feel like this is more denial than anything else from the side of TODAK, just denying these picks from Team CARACAL. I mean, they got the Balmond going into the jungle. I don't see Grok going on EXP. I definitely think Chiku is going to be the one playing it. I would make an argument for Zed to actually go for the Brody, but personally, I think in this current position, TODAK's comp isn't that bad, but I could say the same for Team CARACAL. Now that they lock in the Franco, if they just contest that purple buff, Rival might not even be able to play the game.
Oh, this is a bit of a flex here from CARACAL. They are putting the Grok in the EXP lane. And DAce, he did a pretty good job on this Franco earlier. The Bloody Hunt would be a pretty solid way of catching out the Fanny. All that remains is whether or not he will be able to land it. So this is going to be an interesting game coming out from these two teams.
All right, interesting indeed. Oh boy, this could be it. If CARACAL win this game, they have the best opportunity to overtake Team Lunatix and make it into the playoffs.
But looking at the lineups once again, TODAK now have a lot more flexibility, a lot of damage potential, and proper standard scaling. The same could be said for Team CARACAL, but in exchange, they have a really bulky front line and a solid amount of backline damage for themselves. This will be a game that truly allows us to discover whether or not Beatrix has been nerfed into the ground. So let's not skedaddle here and enter into the land of Dawn to get things rolling.
Gonna be TODAK on the blue side, CARACAL on the red side. Instantly an Iron Hook coming in from DAce to condition Yumski while he is still level 1. As the waves collide, let's see how they play this one out, because TODAK, they've got a lot of pushing power here in the mid lane, so they could actually get first rotation off towards the no, Chico, he accidentally got hooked and he's forced to flicker on out of there. Ocean Oddity allows AJ to make his way out too. That's going to be an important battle spell coming out from both sides here, from DAce as well as Chico.
Yeah, I think honestly though, it does affect Team CARACAL a little bit more, because Chico ideally will not want to use his flicker anyway, so not having it is a little bit better compared to DAce, who could be setting things up.
Oh, look at that win! He's about to go down. Rival so close to pulling him away, but DAce almost lands the Iron Hook. Rival goes right on top of that orange buff as Yumski and as well as Chico guys are going to be zoning them off. Now, Eve, he's coming into the middle of this, charging up that power of nature. Maybe could steal this away. DAce throws the Iron Hook, doesn't connect. Guardian's Barrier, also not enough. Team CARACAL have to back down.
This is good initiative from TODAK. They recognize that they have the better mid lane control composition, and in comparison, Fanny will be able to create a lot more space with her mobility as compared to Ballman before he hits that level 4. So TODAK wants to use this to create as much pressure and invade to make sure that Win cannot scale up quickly with the Demon Slayer.
Yeah, but at what cost? Because Eevee, he is just taking a beating up on towards this top side. Win has been power farming, but he's falling further and further behind. Right now, if we're looking at the junglers here, Rival is level 4, as Win is only level 3.
Yep, he was able to steal a buff away, so that is the part of the reason as Eevee will be able to...
Good play! Artifice's Wrath with the flicker from Formaze to pick off Eevee. He thought he got out there safely.
Okay, I take back the fact that Fredrin does not allow Formaze to show off. This player will show off whatever hero he plays. Really well played right there. Now TODAK, they want to challenge the turtle. The ace gonna miss that hook. That's an important spell. They will not be able to challenge this without it.
Yeah, there's no way Win can actually challenge it. He's a level down, and even though he is a level down, he could have looked to contest, but Eagle counter to secure the gold crab as they full commit onto Formaze right now. He's going to get his abilities, but he doesn't have enough health regeneration. Yumski's nearby, but there's so little he can do. Gets hit by the Iron Hook, gets hit by the Bloody Hunt, and a double kill ensured for Eevee.
That's an uncharacteristic mistake by Yumski there. Formaze, he was in the middle of the Appraiser's Wrath animation, so he is forgiven. There's not too much he can do about that in that situation. Yums, though, he really should have recognized the threat of the Iron Hook and positioned himself accordingly. That was not a kill he needed to give over to CARACAL.
Not at all, as mid-tier 1 ends up falling to Ace, forced to recall. Eevee not having a good time against Formaze up on the top side of the map. Things are not looking good for now, but here we go. To catch on to Win, he gets away with the dragon, delays it for Rival to actually wall spam him. He's trying to get away. The Cutthroat is going to secure the kill. Do they initiate this dive onto Beatrix as Chico 1v1ing AJ? And I think that if he gets his cooldowns, he will survive, but he's got hit by the Breath of the Ocean. A single kick is going to be enough as the Ace secures the kill instead of AJ.
That's unfortunate for Chico. You actually saw in that last second, he actually did steal Rough Waves. He just died before he could actually use it, and that's why Chico was prolonging that fight. Even though he didn't have his cooldowns up, he thought he could get that IMU back online in time, if not for DA's coming in and stopping his plans. But looking overall right now, what we have to point out is the fact that Eevee on the EXP lane, he is going for damage proc. That is high and dry, which is why he's having a rough time against Formates.
Speaking of rough time, Eevee getting attacked by literally everyone, even the wall charge being committed as he flickers on out just to find that Yumski is nearby. This could be a potential catch as the Iron Hook lands, but Yumski, way of the dragon, they don't notice that AJ is still in the brush. He gets into the middle, doesn't hit anybody. Rough Waves is going to secure him nothing. He's trying to run, but Yumski says no as he hands the kill over on a silver platter to Chiku, guys.
TODAK right now are using very effectively their momentum from their early game. They already knew they had stronger heroes mid and in the jungle, so by getting that, they have the snowball now. They have the 2k goal lead. Rival will be in a very comfortable position, playing it safe as well with the Festival of Blood instead of going for full damage like the high and dry to make sure that he will be able to create enough space for the true DPS on the side of TODAK to do damage.
Yep, Rival now focusing just purely on the turn. As Win's trying to clear this out as quickly as possible. Razor's Wrath also being committed. Formate should be fine. He'll recall, maybe arguably stay around for one more wave. Yep, staying around for one more wave. But Momo, this entire time, has just been peacefully farming by himself.
Yeah, that's what really worries me for the side of Team CARACAL. This Irritel has literally not been participating the entire game.
Rival trying to even out the health score as they get Win really low Formates. Oh, a good play! Chico steals his ult, goes in for the commit, terrifies him, and then takes him out with his own lethal counter. How nasty was that?
Honestly, can I just take this situation to point out that Chiku playing on the Valentina is probably the most match made in heaven situation you could ask for on this hero. He has literally played probably like 99% of the hero roster. If there is any player in the MPL that can master Valentina, it is probably Chiku, guys.
Now, Eevee getting attacked by two members. This should be a free kill going over to TODAK side, but Chiku, oh no, he doesn't secure the kill. Rival, he should get it. Yes, there he goes with the cutthroat as well to ensure death rather than let him walk away for free. CARACAL's movements tell me they want to play on the top side of the map, especially since the orange buff is coming, but DA is still looking for little holes in the defense of TODAK to get a pick with the Iron Hook.
We're only about 7 minutes into the game, but we are now firmly into a mid-game situation because TODAK has upped the tempo of this so much. They have taken out all the tier 1s on the side of Team CARACAL, meaning that CARACAL are forced in a situation where they have to play their usual style of grouping up as 5, except TODAK are very comfortable just jumping around.
Yep, they managed to find another kill here for the side of CARACAL, but the engagements, they shut down the Fanny. Not a moment wasted. They're back in. Yumski gets the kick onto AC, goes down to the help of Formates in the middle. All four taunts them. 4-man taunt, but no damage as Momo can't get into that fight. He's locked off on the opposite side. He gets the Berserker's Fury. Yumski's trying to delay as much as he can as Formates walks away with just a sliver of health. With nothing left, they are forced to back off, and Momo, he doesn't have sprint, he only has flicker.
They're actually sticking around to try and contest this, but there's no chance. Rival is back, but just a little bit too late. TODAK, that was a bit of a mistake from them. Chiku definitely got a little bit too gung-ho right there. He stole a Bloody Hunt, flickered and tried to get it, but set himself up to get picked off. And then Rival tried to follow up, and the wall charge did actually land beautifully to get the stun on the Fanny, meaning there was no way TODAK could win out that fight. But by delaying it, they actually did get one more pick off for themselves to try and even things up.
Oh!
What?
Unfortunate! Yumski, he dashes right into it, but then the catch follow-up from Kadena finds Momo instantaneously. AJ, he's trying to live here. He's trying to make his way out. They trade 1-for-1 as Eevee is already down, but AJ gets the live to see another day. What a good catch with the Petrify from AJ.
Oh, I like how the camera shifted over to the fight, and the first thing we see is the Ace's hook moving like 5 centimeters to the left to lock onto the Cho. If there was ever a scam hook, that is probably the scam hook right there, putting Yumski out of position. Team CARACAL right now are actually quite comfortable in taking their fights, even though TODAK ideally have the better control over it, indicating that TODAK right now needs to play a little bit more respectful of their opponents.
Speaking of respectful, CARACAL immediately find the initial catch. Formates in the middle of it as Rival manages to snipe out AJ before he can do any more damage or get the rough waves and still survive. survives. A good play from TODAK, but look at topside Balmond. He's going in, and now terrified. The ace locked up, can't do anything. The wild charge being stolen from Eevee. Nicely done from TODAK. Chiku making strong plays.
That's a strong shot call from TODAK. Ordinarily, you'd expect after losing a big fight right before, TODAK wouldn't go for the 5v5 once again, but they were confident in making that decision because they saw Win was pushing the top lane. They can make it 4v5, and that's exactly what they did, pushing in, using that confidence, despite the fact that they did lose fights they didn't have to previously, to start taking back control.
Now as they back off, Eevee once again getting terrified once more against the initial kick, but here it goes. Chiku guys manages to get out in time, doesn't get hit by it, but the rest of the team does. Formaze continues to make these plays, and Yumski just has to cover him.
Well, if anyone ever had doubts that Fredrin didn't really seem strong as a hero, Formaze is here once again to prove you wrong. He's now CCing Win by himself to set up for Chiku guys. They're looking for this kill.
Yep, and he sees the rest of them. Zed once again to the middle of that Chiku. Oh, he doesn't land Renner, but Formaze can hold out. Eevee forced the flicker away. Formaze is not done with him as Yumski kicks Eevee back into the fight. Yumski ends up dying, but Eevee solo dies to the cutthroat rival. Can he make it out? No, he cannot! Nibiru pulled out just in time by Zed.
TODAK, definitely. Oh, hold on. He actually, what? He got that hook?
And now the Bloody Hunt followed up by Renner. Zed keeps on going. Formaze is trying his very best, actually taunt out, but AJ finds the initial catch on to the side laners. Momo is gone from it. Iron Hook does not land. Lethal counter as well as Formaze able to dash out of range, but Chiku's not done. Tries to take out Zed, doesn't get the execute, but he ends up giving up his life, maybe? No, he's still moving. Look at the movement as Team CARACAL finally secure the kills. Formaze does not want to die, but he cannot let that go.
I have no idea what I just witnessed. Formaze and Chiku had no business staying alive as long as they did. Goes to show the lifesteal from the Valentina, as well as Formaze's movement, as you mentioned, really keeping Team CARACAL on their toes. Though they did overextend their stay slightly, they were trying to buy time in order to allow the Lord to come up and do some structural damage, but weren't quite able to pull it off for a little bit longer.
Yep, and so far, I mean, just the moves coming in from TODAK, a quick 2v4 just to show off how tanky Formaze really is if he blocks the right shots. But as you mentioned, the spell vamp coming out from Chiku, keeping him alive a lot longer than he should be. Now, with 78 more seconds, right? I feel like Team CARACAL, they've come to a point where, well, this 2k lead doesn't necessarily matter here. Wait, what was that? How come the Iron Hook didn't land on that one but hit on the others?
I have no idea. In this case, it's because Yumski was in the middle of Shinpo, so he was immune. But yeah, if that's the case, the previous one, he should have been immune as well. Sometimes things like this, a little bit confusing. But as you mentioned, CARACAL, they do have a solid amount of damage now. TODAK, though, will still look to engage on these fights. You can see, actually earlier, Eevee got a Blade of Despair. That is actually full damage on the Grok, Blade of Heptasis, Blade of Despair. If Eevee gets a big initiation, Team CARACAL can still get a good advantage because that would chunk out like half of TODAK's total HP.
Yeah, and the invades just not commencing for the side of Team CARACAL. I mean, yes, it is full damage coming in from both sides from Rival, as well as this Grok Eevee is playing, but I don't know. It's a little tough to say because Team CARACAL, it's basically all they're looking for is picks, right? They're just playing for picks. TODAK, they need to somehow open the map without risking their lives.
I think TODAK can quite comfortably open the map without risking their lives at this point because their heroes are very strong individually, with perhaps the exception of Momo, because he has been caught out by the rough waves perhaps one time too many here. Otherwise, TODAK are fully capable of split pushing the map, which is something that Team CARACAL are not in any position to do. So Formaze can do stuff like this and still be absolutely fine.
Yeah, Formaze can actually tank the damage, but Yumski gets the initial kick onto D-Ace. They turn around here real quick. Formaze in the middle of forest. Somebody gonna help him, or is he gonna be forced to get on out of there himself? Looks like he's forced to get on out of there himself. They're looking for AJ. He sees him. They got the initial catch coming in, Breath of the Ocean, but no commitment just yet. Formaze is just not that important important, and he's kinda too tanky.
Yeah, AJ right now can only really target Momo. Maybe Chiku on top of that, but I think Chiku already has enough HP to survive the Rough Waves combo, so the Irritel is the Kadita's only target, making the game a lot more difficult for AJ. And because Team CARACAL knows they can't go for that full 5v5 right now, when TODAK are fully positioned around the Lord Pit, they are going to give it away.
As they back their way up, again, very slow game from Team CARACAL, but not much of a lead for TODAK either. Chiku sitting at the top of the standings with 73,000 damage compared to Zed in second place with only 56,000.
Yeah, it's actually surprising to see that Zed has still been doing this much damage. I guess nowadays it's a bit more difficult to actually see Beatrix's damage output because Nibiru overall is less visible in comparison to Renner as well as Wesker just one-shotting people from halfway across the map. But that is the style that you do kind of have to play around now, and the style that Zed personally is more comfortable with going for. Rival actually picking up the Blade of Heptasis. This is quite late in the game to go for that.
Yeah, Win will be able to secure his orange buff, but immediately look to try and take out this Lord. But how much damage can they really get done here? Win brought down to 50% HP as Rival pushes out that mid lane at the same time. Lord comes in, Nibiru's Passion committed as well. This inhibitor should fall. Oh, so very close. But yes, the commitment from the rest of the team secures it. Wait, Evie, he's in trouble. He ends up dying. Killing spree coming out from 4-mans, and now the pressure's on. TODAK looking to make the play. Chiku steals the wild charge and immediately finds 3. Zed is safe, but the initial kick from the ace is going to put him out of his misery real soon, but AJ finds nothing, and now TODAK gets yoinked all the way back in. They end the game before Team CARACAL pulls back. They even have to score 1-1.
Well, what did we say at the end of game number 1? Once TODAK finds themselves one game down, off comes the play faces, in comes the serious faces, going for a more typical style of draft and depending on that late game scaling to come online. All things considered though, Team CARACAL did put up a very solid fight, but with the game taken to a draw 1-1 going into game number 3, that means that Team CARACAL will not have that 2-0 that they were looking for.
Yeah, that's unfortunate here. That really puts them at odds. But, well, hey, you gotta admit, TODAK played a very, again, strangely methodical game there.
Yeah, this is the thing about TODAK. Typically in game number 1, they're just going to play whatever they feel like. They're just gonna play however they feel like.
Oh, yeah.
If it works, they'll do the same for game number 2.
I don't think that's ever going to change. And,
but if it doesn't, then they'll go back to the old boring effective style. You know? I imagine TODAK, their mindset is just like, all right, we'll play serious. You know?
Let's look at the item build to see how seriously effective they were. 15-12 was the kill score overall. Rival was having the time of his life, and it was getting a little worrisome at times where it's like, are they going to get outscaled here? Like, I mean, it's starting to get a little more even for the side of CARACAL, and Zed not dying a single time, almost getting a complete build, still didn't have enough to take out the members of TODAK.
Yeah, he was going for a bit more of a defensive final item as well, looking for that rose gold meteor so he could survive the one-shot burst from Rival, who was leaning more towards that damage and penetration into the late game, even though at that stage of the game, you typically expect those stats to fall off. But TODAK, they felt confident. They thought that they were comfortable enough to go for that because Momo had already scaled up in terms of his items, and 4-mans was doing an excellent job of defending the front line. Chiku, his build is something that I kind of want to point out. Typically when you see players go on the Valentina, they want to go for full damage, or at least like one typical damage item. In this case, Chiku actually went for a more utility style, getting that Ice Queen Swan, getting that Dominance Ice. He wants to survive, he wants to be the player that's very annoying to CARACAL by making it difficult for them to engage or disengage.
Yeah, at the very least, with the Dominance Ice, it gives him a little bit more survivability, but I think the Oracle is a really good pickup here against the majority of Team CARACAL. But let's have a look at our MVP. Coming in from TODAK itself, going over to Chiku, guys. I think there's no doubt about it in my mind. He's stealing people's ults and making really nasty plays.
And with the combination of his CD shoes as well as the Oracle, that's why he was able to survive that big 2v4 alongside 4-mans, constantly regenning off of the damage he was doing to the enemy team. Chiku, he's always been very skilled in playing a gigantic pool of heroes. So honestly, it surprises me that we haven't seen him on the Valentina until now, because a hero that can be every other hero on the roster just feels like it was tailor-made for him.
Pretty much. I feel like it definitely suits the TODAK style, it suits Chiku guys, and he sees opportunities with different ults very differently from the rest of us here. Making some clutch plays, and more importantly, having an item build to help sustain him doing that is really, really nasty. I mean, you have to give him credit here. Well-deserved MVP of game number 2.
Chiku, he's always that playmaker, he's always the shot caller. You can instantly see the Chiku effect whenever he is playing with TODAK. There just seems to be a different air around the style that they play, and that is why the fans love him. Let's have a look once again at our highlights brought to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series, where we can see how TODAK were able to get some really good early initiations.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. It just shows how tanky Fredrin is. And that was only at level 4. You need to have so much commitment to take him out. But I think TODAK, they could have snowballed even harder, right? I definitely think there are moments of glory for them. But the turnaround for Team CARACAL, they're taking this as seriously as possible. The catches, the picks, and more importantly, the ace. Finding these iron hooks where you would imagine the angle feels off. Rather ridiculous.
But I do feel like one of the undoings for Team CARACAL in this game was specifically this Grok pick. I think they prioritized it a little bit too early. And then when TODAK, they showed the Fanny pretty early on. I feel like CARACAL could have drafted to try and deal with this hero a little bit more. They thought that, okay, we don't actually need a lot of CC, and in this case, it actually was okay for them. Rival wasn't actually the major issue on their side, but because of having this Grok in the EXP lane versus the Fredrin, it allowed Formaze to have a very easy time, and we already mentioned about how important it is to have that EXP lane advantage.
It shows off so much. I mean, if we're talking about EXP lane advantage, I mean, Formaze was having the time of his life, right? Like, despite Eevee building full damage, there was no real world that a Grok could sensibly all in and win that 1v1.
Yeah, the thing about Fredrin is that he is very strong against continuous damage. He is very weak to burst damage, because then he doesn't have enough time to get his combo points up. Yes, typically damage Grok does do burst damage. I think that's why they went for that, but not enough. It's simply not enough. And because of that, Formaze, he doesn't have to worry about dying at all.
Yeah, that's true. For him, dying is just very mediocre, but for the time being, the score is 1-1. We still have one more game to go to finish off today, but we'll check that game out right after this break, because we need it, and so do you. We'll see you then.
hell are you?
The one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star.
The final game here, the make it or break it between CARACAL. Not so much for TODAK, but CARACAL against the Lunatix. The points are neck and neck here. CARACAL have an opportunity to overtake the Lunatix and bring it for tomorrow for Lunatix to try and make it into playoffs. But right now, TODAK stands in their way. My name's Gideon Q. This is Adafide here to bring you the final game of today, this Saturday, Week 8. Day number 2 at the MPL MY Season 10. I mean, Game 2 was exhausting, but coming towards this Game 3, it's all or nothing for CARACAL.
Yeah, absolutely. Team CARACAL, they came into the series hoping to get that 2-0 victory, to get as many points as possible to potentially qualify to the playoffs. And when they won Game 1, it looked like they had a chance to see that become a reality. And then all of a sudden, TODAK decides to swoop in and say, no, this is just not possible. We are now going into game number 3. CARACAL, they're not going to be able to get that 2-0 win they were hoping for, but that doesn't mean they can't still get all the points they need. A 2-1 victory still puts them ahead of Lunatix, and then they will have to leave it up to fate.
I mean, that's the problem here. I mean, let's recap the previous game. Game number 2 was looking extremely even. Standard plays being done. Well, sorry, a standard setup being used by TODAK overall with 2 very powerful picks in the Valentina as well as the Fanny. They play nice and slow, but look at that damage coming out of Chiku, guys, right? 2 magic items is all that he needed. Didn't have magic penetration, nothing of the sort. Still pumped out 19,000 damage.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. And one of those damage items was the utility style Ice Queen's wand as well. So this just goes to show, do not give Chiku Valentina. It is just not a good idea. In terms of the drafts, I don't think there was really too much issue with CARACAL's lineup, with the exception of maybe lacking a bit of crowd control for the Fanny and not having the best lane matchup into the Brethren. But otherwise, their fighting potential is very much existent. It's just that TODAK were able to show off a little bit more mechanically, and 4Maze's constant pressure in the front line made it very difficult for them to find the squishier backliners of TODAK?
It's difficult. I would say that the game was extremely difficult for CARACAL because it's all about pickoffs, right? And if TODAK just play around the strategy, they had a lot of different ways to get in on the fights, drag it out as soon as the cooldowns are done, slowly chip away one by one, piece by piece, until they get to the very core of the enemy's base. But I don't know, it could be a different story here in game number 3.
Well, I personally always consider TODAK to be a little bit of that antagonist of the MPL. They always feel like the final big boss, the final villains that every team needs to defeat in order to claim glory for themselves. So let's see whether or not they will be able to fell the beast today as we enter the draft for our final game of Week 8, Day 2.
All right, here we go. TODAK on the blue side, Team CARACAL opting to stay on the red side. A bit of changes here as Lunox and as well as the Akai getting banned out for TODAK, Fanny as well as what? It's not coming to me. I'm so tired of the Faramis. Gosh, I'm so tired already. Oh boy.
Yep.
Already coming through. Even the mental fatigue coming in. I can't imagine what the players must be feeling like after that game. Like, game 2 has exhausted me this much. The players must be exhausted as well.
Yeah, absolutely. If we on the desk are already forgetting hero names just from watching the game, the players are going to be under that much more fatigue from playing them. So, make sure you guys send your support in the comments because the players will need all they can get. TODAK, they're going to be shifting up their final ban this time, getting rid of the Franco finally. The Ace has made them respect this hero pick, even though they won against it in previous game. It really made things difficult for them.
Yeah, the Ace really pulled as many strings, almost literally, to allow Team CARACAL to actually pull through. Harith being hovered over here? I don't know about this one. He's about to do it.
Okay.
Nah, Valentina, he's baiting. Man's baiting. He still has the energy to put on a good show. Valentina being the biggest problem for the side from the side of TODAK. They banned it out, and now first picks going off to TODAK.
I mean, Paquito is open. That seems like the easiest first pick they could go for. If not Julian, but yeah, Paquito, no question about it. CARACAL instantly have quite the uphill battle to climb.
Yeah, I think Julian might get picked up for the side of Team CARACAL. AJ plays it, maybe Win even plays it. It's a little hard to tell here, but what else is there available? The Farmus is already gone, so is the Akai. I mean, there is Wanwan here. That's the scary part. If Team CARACAL, and especially if Zed, who we haven't seen him play too much Wanwan in his time this season, and including last season, it's a little tough. Cho, locked in? Are we seeing Grok again? Yeah, Grok again for the side of Team CARACAL.
I was wondering whether or not they would prioritize Grok one more time, and it looks like they did go for that. Still have a lot of confidence in the hero despite it being a little bit inconsistent so far, but the Cho stealing it away from Yumski, allowing the Ace or Eevee, depending on who's going on it, to have a more comfortable game is pretty good as well. Quite flexible, but that means that TODAK will be able to see what heroes are possibly opening up the map here, because these two instantly are the only possible roamers for Team CARACAL.
Yeah, that kind of limits them down. I do feel that Eevee for sure is going to play Cho. That is one of his signature picks up in the EXP lane. TODAK, on the other hand, if we're looking at it, Paquito most likely going to jungle. The question is, what is Chiku playing? Julian, and we also see a Yuzong as well. Hey, I didn't realize that Yuzong actually having a 76% win rate, being picked up 17 times.
Yeah, this is instantly TODAK going for the classic double fighter side lane. We have no idea where any of these heroes are going. Yuzong most likely will be a side lane. Momo, this is one of the fighters that he's more comfortable with playing, but the Julian and the Paquito will be very interchangeable, so Team CARACAL needs to prepare for big fights. They're gonna go for the Kadita for now, which personally, I'm not a big fan of. Yes, the rough ways will get you out of being engaged on, and you could argue that many of these heroes are squishy enough to one-hit burst, but I think more consistent damage is better.
I don't know. I was thinking maybe Lilia here, but then again, Paquito and Julie, you get hit by 1 CC, you're just going to get chained to death, and it's hard to use the black shoes. I'd make an argument that it's you're pretty much better off getting Purify so that you can ensure to get out of tough situations. But Team CARACAL, as well as TODAK, have both avoided the Wanwan. Immediately they ban out Claude, which kind of gives you an idea of what the patch has done to Wanwan so far. But TODAK responding kind, they know that red side for sure is going to get that first pick in the second phase, so they ban it out themselves. A follow-up ban from Team CARACAL on the Ruby.
Okay, so Team CARACAL are suspecting that TODAK will go for the Ruby here to set up better fights for the 3 fighters they already have on their lineup. Normally, this would not be a good ban, but against TODAK specifically, I can understand it completely. TODAK go for the 1-1 and the Melissa ban. So this leads me to believe TODAK might actually want to play Diggy.
Possibly. They could also pick up Beatrix for themselves. That's what I'm thinking about. But it's tough. Considering that there's already so many strong divers on TODAK's side, it's trying to become a deterrent for Team CARACAL. We might not see it this time. There's still Popo and Koopa, if anything. And I would make an argument that Popo and Koopa isn't too bad.
Popo and Koopa. I can see how that might work, but the Black Dragon form would allow the Yuzong to get into the backline, get rid of Popo without even needing to get through Koopa, so that is a bit of a risk as well. Melissa would have been ideal, but TODAK already did ban it out previously. So CARACAL are gonna go for the old reliable, the carry, to burst down some of the tankier members of TODAK's lineup.
That's so risky. It's so very risky here. Carry's attack range is so very short, which puts her at risk of getting hit by enhanced chains, puts her at risk of Paquito getting close. Yuzong easily can get on top of her, especially if he has the Petrify. It's almost guaranteed to land every single time. I don't know. The Phantom Step is good, but not as good as what people would imagine. The distance is so very short, and again, Team CARACAL, at least with the Grok and the Cho, they have 2 ways to open up the map to make sure that they don't put Zed in a vicarious situation.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yep, there it is. There's the Diggy. TODAK, they were setting up for it. I saw this coming. The Cho, the Grok, the Kadita all get hard countered by Diggy. They cannot CC anyone. And TODAK will go for the Popo and Koopa as well. I'm kind of curious whether or not Chiku will play this in the mid lane. Based on their draft, it seems the most likely, but compared to heroes we've seen him play in the mid lane, like Brody, like Natan, Popo and Koopa's wave clear is not that strong.
I think he could just play the Julian, right? There's no reason for him to actually try to go for this mid lane Popo and Koopa. I think Momo will have a field day, in a matter of fact, with Zed down on the bottom side of the map. So Team CARACAL, the fact is, team fighting is going to get really hard, so you might as well just start pushing lanes. Win locks in the Ling.
Yeah, I think going for comfort picks at this stage of the game is the best choice that Team CARACAL's got. TODAK has a terrifying lineup. They're going to run at you. They're going to fight hard.
Chiku's going to play Yuzong.
What? Yuzong mid.
Oh boy. Oh, I would not have expected that.
Now we have truly seen it all. And I am excited to find out. This is, again, adding another unique hero to players, to Chiku's unique heroes played this season. So let's just see what the record he can hit is as we now prepare to enter our final game of the day. TODAK, a massive team fighting composition supported by the time journey to enable them to run down Team CARACAL, who have a balanced team composition, but I'm not sure they have enough utility. They will be highly dependent on safely hitting that late game and scaling up on both Win and Zed in order to secure the victory. Let's see if they will overcome the final boss, that is TODAK.
Well, here we go. Game number 3 here. TODAK on the blue side, Team CARACAL on the red side, and Chiku, guys, already losing a good chunk of his health. Now, the mid lane isn't going to get pushed out by himself, but he knows for a fact that AJ is going to be playing on the Kadita, who naturally doesn't push very fast either. However, it is a range versus melee matchup.
I'm honestly very curious. I'm trying to figure out why you would go for the Yuzong mid here. Yes, if he hits level 4, he will be a force to be reckoned with. He can roam around to the other sides of the map. That is most likely what Chiku is planning here, to hit the Black Dragon form and roam alongside with Yumski, who right now is going to be mainly prioritizing on keeping his gold laner safe against the carry.
Yeah, but Chiku, he's doing a good job because AJ, he knows that if he takes a bad trade, Chiku could basically kill him in lane and he would have the Ocean Oddity out of there at the cost of 50% of his life. So, again, there's no real reason to trade. Just make sure you maintain your distance. And for Maze, he's trying to do some work here on the top side of the map so far, making sure that he's using double heavy left hand to ensure he minimizes the damage.
Yeah, the EXP lane has already been a point of contention in basically every game of the series so far. A Paquito versus Cho matchup is actually going to be fairly 50-50 as long as Eevee plays it comfortably. Although Paquito is very strong, he won't be able to easily take out the Cho, and this will allow Eevee to roam around, like now, with Win, to try and secure jungle invades.
Oh, and they might actually go for an all-in. Eevee's so close to level 4, he can make something happen, but Formace, with his level 4 in and of itself, threatens the rest of the team. The early game damage might not be in his favor. He backs away as Eevee continues to open this map, but hey, somebody gonna help Win out here?
Yeah, but I think Win is perfectly fine. They get the kick.
Instantly chain CC together, but here comes Chiku Guys in the Black Dragon form. Petrifies? No, not being committed. He gets knocked up by the breath of the ocean. Nicely done here for the side of Team CARACAL.
He actually did use the Petrifier. He got it on 2 players, including Win, and that is why Rival was able to dash in and get the Retry steal on the turtle. But because of that, he has no Retry here. Luckily, times it in time to get that purple buff and goes in for AJ, but he's not going to be able to follow up on that. TODAK actually do still have the slight net worth lead for now because they were able to secure the turtle, even though they traded lives for it.
Oh boy, I mean, the fact is the turtle falls into TODAK's hands. A good play was made. They sacrificed a little bit of time, and I don't think Chiku minds dying there, but for Maze, the fact that he died there is going to be a slightly upsetting for the time being, but notice how he doesn't mind it. He's already level 5. Eevee just hitting his level 5. He is at an EXP deficit because he keeps rotating between top and mid.
Yep, and Formaze is perfectly comfortable here as now Zed could be in danger.
I think he's dead here, right? Oh, he flickers on out of their rival, timing that enhanced chain to try and catch him off with the reverse time. This means that they continue to farm down bot side.
Yep, but noting that there's going to be a lot of presence down here. The Ace gonna sacrifice his life to try and delay him. Not gonna do too much. They get the entire gold shield because this is Popol and Koopa, and his pushing speed is kind of ridiculous.
Yep, they continue to press on forward here. Win trying to get a split push on the top side of the map before Maze denying him the space and the time. Zed is getting bullied constantly. He's a level down on Momo. Yumski is just babysitting that side of the map. And Team CARACAL, right? We're not seeing them make these money moves just yet.
Yeah, it is kind of questionable. You'd think that CARACAL would put a little bit more focus onto the gold lane. Yes, I understand they want to help out Eevee to make sure Formaze doesn't get out of control, but they need this carry to scale up. She is half of their late game win condition.
Oh boy. Momo already having that Blade of Despair. A quick lane swap even after cracking bottom side. They're going to rush Turtle here. Chiku will try to zone out Eevee to deny him that information. They know it, but I don't think Win can actually do much about it.
Yeah, this is the stage of the game where TODAK are going to be the strongest. And they're gonna look for fights any chance they get, especially if they have time journey up as well. Team CARACAL, they cannot go for anything right now unless they are sure they outnumbered their opponents to try and get late game scaling on this Ling and carry.
Speaking of which, as we see carry on the top side of the map, instantly the rest of the team rotates here. And I don't know, it's looking kind of dicey for Momo and Yumski. They still have the time journey, but they've got Chiku Guys nearby to make sure that there isn't full commitment.
Yeah, Team CARACAL, you can already see that they're reverting back to their typical instinctual style of play. Group together, try to win through numbers, but this is just allowing TODAK to stop them from scaling faster. Oh, no initiation, but time journey.
Yep, denying the entire thing here. They quickly just take out the turret. 4 members sitting around, unable to do anything. Formaze, oh, he misses the initial KO strike. He dashes on out of there, and Team CARACAL slowly bleeding out as the siege coming in from TODAK might just be a little too strong.
Yeah, Team CARACAL right now recognizes they need Zed to farm, they need Win to farm. They know that Win can play across the map quite safely because he is on Ling, high mobility, and not easy to catch. So most of them are going to be playing around protecting Zed specifically. That's why you can see they're moving as 4 and 1 across the map. Yes, they lose out on farm on the rest of their players, but they just need to get farm on these 2 players, so they're willing to sacrifice that.
Oh, here we go. The Ace coming in with a wild charge to look for the combination, but the time journey saves their lives and they get the kill onto AJ as they commit back. Chiku finds another one, but it's too late. Eevee's dead. The Ace, the next to fall. Win tries his best, takes out Chiku and Yumski and gets on out of there. Wow, a 2-for-3 trade in favor of TODAK.
That's excellent for TODAK right there. Again, the time journey just being such a huge pain in Team CARACAL's side. And even though the Ace got a nice 3-man wall charge, when AJ came in for the rough waves, Chiku hit the Petrify mid-ocean oddity. Literally, AJ got caught out mid-movement spell and could not do anything. TODAK are responding really well to Team CARACAL's initiation right now. This is going to come down all to him. He needs to be the one to split push. He needs to play very rival style right now. But since he is playing against rival, let's see how prepared TODAK are to make sure he can't get that advantage.
Now, this is the hardest part for a lot of teams, right? I mean, TODAK, they've taken out all the tier 1s, now looking to pressure these tier 2s. It's easy with a Popo and Koopa, but the question is whether or not they can get the picks on the right target.
That's gonna all come down to whether or not they can find those targets in the first place. Right now, the way that both teams are playing are very much heavily protecting their gold laners. You have the time journey protecting Momo. You have the entire CARACAL team protecting Zed. Looking at the items, hold on.
Oh, they find the initial kick, and that's one. Chiku's already dead. The enhanced change pulls him up, but Formace is able to turn it around, getting one for himself. AJ ends up dying, and now the backline being threatened entirely. The Ace trying to buy as much time as possible. Zed, he's still fine, but still a killing spree achieved. 2-for-1 trade in favor of TODAK.
CARACAL are able to constantly pick off Chiku, but right now, he is playing a very sacrificial utility style. He goes in, tanks all of the damage. He is ready to die because he knows he doesn't represent most of the DPS on TODAK. And if all the skills are being used on him, that is a win for the rest of his team. And that's a problem that Team CARACAL have to deal with right now, because other than using their cooldowns, they don't really have any way to respond to this Yuzong's aggression.
Yep, Chiku, he's going to be clearing up this wave topside. Win patiently waiting for him to just leave the lane before actually coming back in, clearing it off here. Now, Formace on the run, 3 members chasing him down, but they cannot maintain this pressure. They have to pull on back. Topside hasn't been complete just yet. Win stealing away jungle farm at the same time, and Formace trying to match him here. He's waiting for his cooldowns to get back into that fight, but he can't risk dying.
Yeah, Formace right now, he's just trying to compete with Win to get more of CARACAL to respawn so that his team can take the Lord. They will do so successfully. They get the Ace on top of that. Formace, he might die here.
Yep, Formace ends up dying still. Petrify coming in on top of Win. Chiku's looking for more. AJ, he's got no abilities. He's trying to survive. The Sha residue is up, but it's too late. AJ ends up dying, and Win just running around. 2 members have already died as Zed is just farming up as many camps as possible. No, not the purple buff. Win doesn't even get that either.
Yeah, that's going to be stolen away by TODAK. At first, that was actually not a bad trade. Trading the Ace and AJ for Formace at this stage of the game is actually good for CARACAL because it allows them to play the map a bit more safely with Win. But TODAK know that is the threat, so they are going to force CARACAL to come back and fight around the inhibitor.
Waves being cleared up as soon as possible, but that's not the Lord empowered wave. The next one is coming with the Lord itself walking down from bottom side. Win, he's on the top side of the map, and even Formace is patiently waiting for somebody to actually respond to this wave. And if Win shows up, he's looking to take him out, and that's what I'm talking about. Puts him down, back in his place, and now they're going to sink the waves mid and bottom, looking to crash in. Team CARACAL, do they have enough wave clear for this Zed? Yeah, I think he's just completed his second item, but topside, we're already seeing the fight. Win, winning out his 1v1 with the help of it, with AJ in the back. They need a recall right now because the Lord is being pushed in, and now TODAK 2-man petrified. They look to end the game. TODAK take advantage of the situation. Clear win conditions. Formace upset at his death, but the rest of the team achieve victory. 2-1 against CARACAL. GG, well played.
That's gotta feel bad. They made a risk, and it was a miscalculation. They wanted to take out Formace before he joined their team. They thought they could hold it long enough, but time journey, you forget about the time journey. TODAK just walks in, breaks the crystal down before Win and AJ can return to respawn. The 2-1 victory to TODAK means that Team CARACAL, this is the end of their MPL journey.
Yeah, brutal game here. TODAK still showing why that they are the best, but GG well played to Team CARACAL. Let's send it over to our host.
Ya, Quilcy Timor sekali lagi. Boleh tak kita fokus dekat pemain-pemain kita dekat atas pentas sekarang ni? Semuanya memberikan tanda hormat ke atas satu sama lain. Mereka tahu pasukan CARACAL, silakan dapatkan momen anda terlebih dahulu. Sekali lagi tepukan gemuruh untuk pasukan CARACAL. Mereka dah berikan yang terbaik. Mereka dah cuba yang terbaik. Namun begitu, hari ini, petang ini, rezeki milik pasukan TODAK. Dan terlebih dahulu saya nak paskan mic ini kepada Fomis tak? Boleh tak? Ada sedikit sebanyak? Boleh lah. Jangan macam ini. Paling kan? Okay. Fomis. Drafting yang cukup menarik dekat game yang pertama tetapi tidak membuahkan hasil. Adakah ini sebuah eksperimentasi daripada pasukan TODAK ataupun memang minggu ni dah plan nak menggunakan Granger di bahagian jungle tersebut?
Kita dah plan dah nak bawa Granger jungle sebab kita dah tahu playoff makin dekat dan kita orang pun akan cuba meta-meta baru jugalah. Okey,
dengan tidak berjayanya perkara tersebut, adakah kita dapat lihat pasukan TODAK okeylah, ketepikan je benda tu ataupun mungkin akan teruskan lagi?
Maybe kita orang akan improvisekan lagi lah kita punya meta tu supaya boleh bantai balik.
Oh, okey, masih lagi ada keyakinan dekat situ. Saya nak pas sekarang ni dekat Momo terlebih dahulu. Kita punya gold laner sekarang ini. Kita lihat sekarang ni ada perubahan sedikit sebanyak dengan hero-hero gold lane. Adakah benda ini memberikan impact kepada Momo tak? Sebab 1-1 pun ada ubah sedikit, Beatrix pun ada ubah. So apa pendapat Momo tentang overall gold laner sekarang ini? Ataupun marksman sekarang ini sebenarnya?
First sekali, alhamdulillah sebab kita menang 2-1. Bagi saya tak besar sangat lah dia punya patch baru ni. Sebab tak banyak sangat pun kena just balance lah.
Ikut balik apa yang dilakukan. Tapi satu lagi soalan, saya peminat gemar tegar Beatrix. Boleh tak kita lihat sekali lagi Beatrix ni dibawa masuk ataupun memang dah susah nak masuk dalam meta sekarang ni?
Actually boleh. Dia bukannya nerf, dia late game tu dia macam buff.
Adjust sikit cara permainan yang nak bagainya. Okay, terima kasih Bobo. Last kali lah. Obviously, meta-meta pelik memang kena bagi dekat awak Ciko. Tak tahu lah kenapa. Kita daripada caster ni geram tau sebab nak teka drafting daripada pasukan TODAK. First of all, buah fikiran siapa nak letakkan Yuzong tu dekat bahagian tengah? Kita orang jangka Fomis yang akan pakaikan tadi.
Kita orang sendiri lah. Sebab lebih ke rajin. Sebab kita orang nak cuba satu hero tu boleh letak macam-macam tempat. So nak peningkan enemy lah. Nak peningkan enemy untuk teka dekat mana bahagian tersebut. Jadi untuk minggu ini memang train perkara tersebut ataupun benda tu on the spot tadi korang dah plan? Yang Digi tu on the spot. Yang Yuzong tu memang dah train. Memang dah train untuk minggu ini. Jadi boleh expect banyak lagi perkara untuk playoff nantilah daripada pasukan TODAK. InsyaAllah banyak lagi. Tunggu nantikan nanti. Alright, terima kasih Ciko. Tapi satu perkara yang saya nak tanya untuk pasukan TODAK sebab dah secure playoff. Dan insyaAllah saya rasa pun apa bracket dah ada di tangan you guys. Tahniah diucapkan. Tapi kalau boleh pilih satu pasukan, andai kata grand final korang dah miliki, siapa yang korang nak bertemu dan kenapa? Kita orang nak lawan, tak tahu lah lawan siapa. Pilih satu-satu. Kita orang rasa kita orang paling strong. So kita orang rasa kita orang lawan je siapa-siapa. Terima kasih Pak Ciko. Jadi satu, tadi saya ada tanya pasal dekat eSports, satu janji mereka. Apakah janji daripada pasukan TODAK kepada semua fans pasukan TODAK sekarang ini yang memberikan sokongan kepada you guys? Untuk fans TODAK, kita orang janji kita orang akan champion sini, back to back. InsyaAllah. Amin, amin, amin. Terima kasih so much Ciko. Terima kasih kepada semua memberikan sokongan kepada pasukan TODAK. Dan sekarang ini sekali lagi, kita nak dengarkan mic check mereka. Ayo, kita sama-sama saksikan semua.
Masuk dia. Dulu. Nice! Sekali. Ruby. Nice! Go. Ruby. Asyik. Nice dah. Ayak balik dulu. Nice! Kena nanti. Nice! Bilang. Go. Kita hilang, Ibi.
Mantap lah, Ibi.
Nice, Ibi. Kena. Nice! Kena.
Nice,
Alhamdulillah.
Nice.
Hey guys.
Nice.
Meh, apa itu, Meh? Apa itu, Dek?
Tadi tahu.
Taunting. Aku pula.
Tadi tahu. Nah. Nice. Maka depan ni dulu.
Tahu mau tahu?
Apa? Tolong.
Boleh Adimo?
Nice. Boleh full flow.
Nice. Dapat. Dek! Mana suaranya, Wak?
Cok. Tahu.
Aku mati. Nice semua. Dah sepak. Mati. Ah, aku mati. Boleh tu.
Ui, lajunya Win.
Boleh tu. Nice. Boleh. Boleh. Don't tak skill.
Tengah ambil buff.
Bar dulu.
Kau ni. Nice.
As fast as Win was, not fast enough to deal with TODAK. Really rough game coming out against CARACAL, but TODAK just the better team this time.
Yeah, I think this was a case of just having better macro decision making by TODAK, because Team CARACAL were actually putting up a pretty solid fight. Win on that link, it's his signature hero. He was comfortable, he was getting some solid kills. They were trying to buy time to scale, but because TODAK knows they cannot allow the link, cannot allow the carry to get into that late game, they want to end it as fast as possible to not give opportunities to their opponents. The moment they see someone is on the other side of the map, we're going to push, we're going to take this fight, we're going to take this tower. You could see that every decision TODAK made was very calculated, very efficient. And sometimes things like that are all you need to secure an easy victory.
I mean, the kill score was really low, 9-7, and also a pretty fast game, 10 minutes and 22 seconds. As much as their decision-making is looking world-class, this draft is always going to boggle people's minds. Like, I can't wait to see other teams from other regions looking at us and being like, what the heck is that? What is going on here?
Yeah, absolutely. The Yuzong mid. Jiku has played a lot of strange heroes in the mid lane, but this is definitely among the strangest. You usually would not expect this to very much work out in his favor, because yes, using his wave clear is not so bad. So as a mid laner, he can do so, but he's going to lose out in terms of damage with someone that has solid long range poke. It's just that in this case, the Kadita doesn't have very consistent poke damage, so I guess Jiku saw that as an opportunity to try out this new meta.
Yeah, I guess it worked out fine. This is why I was thinking maybe Lilia could have been the way to go. At least you can shove out the mid lanes, and honestly, nobody would have expected Yuzong to begin with. It's quite confusing when you see Julian, Yuzong, and Paquito, and you're like, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Julian mid lane, right? That just makes sense.
Yeah, but not when you are playing against TODAK. That is the unfortunate thing. They make it so confusing when they are drafting. And their ability to think up of new ways to adjust on the fly is really amazing. You see the Grok, you see the Kadita, you see the Cho instantly. Alright, Diggy is the answer. Yumski picks it up. He goes for full damage, Enchanted Talisman, and Necklace of Durance. Because of that, the Ace had to go for a very early Radiant Armor, even though most of the damage from TODAK is physical. And despite that, he still ended with a 0-4 KDA. It's just really no good way of engaging onto TODAK because of that time journey.
Truly wasn't. I mean, look at the damage difference. So Yumski just harassing bottom side with the help of Momo. He even took Avarice. He didn't take Impure Rage. He took Avarice. Man's farming gold fast.
Wow, that's just incredible right there. And goes to show that this hero right now is really flexible in his playstyle. If you pick up a draft that has a lot of crowd control, you need to prepare for this possibility, or you'll end up in a situation where you really cannot do anything. When he was playing his heart out, he actually was the rich guy, highest GPM, 835, trying to do his best to scale up throughout the game, but TODAK just ended the game before that chance was given to him.
Yeah, I mean, Zed taking the most amount of punishment from the side of CARACAL, and honestly, if we had to break down the damage taken, I would imagine that Zed taking a large majority of it because Momo and Yumski didn't let him walk up to the waves, didn't let him farm comfortably, and he had to sit under tower with an immense amount of pressure from these two heroes who can do it from afar safely away from the turret range.
And because Win was prioritizing onto the top side of the map to get that very first turtle and to make sure that Eevee could push out 4 maze and start roaming around with him, that just meant more time with Zed not actually being able to do anything in his lane. Yes, the ace was there, but most of the damage that he was taking this game was from Yumski. Most likely, he cannot defend Zed. And because of that, you can see that there was no way for them to scale up.
Well, our MVP of this game coming in from TODAK goes over to Rival, all over the map, super slippery, and making sure that his engagements are always worth it, whether it be following up or catching people off guard with a quick gank. His enhanced chains don't necessarily miss. They are very, very accurate.
I personally feel that Julian as a hero is incredibly suited for these utility-style jungle players. Because not only can they contribute to team fights, they have the flexibility to decide whether or not they want to dish out damage or massive AoE CC. Not to mention, Enhanced Sword being a built-in escape as well, allowing for players to adapt on the fly to the situation, and in the hands of highly mechanical players as well, you can see just how effective he becomes.
It's a simple kit. Julian's kit overall is super simple, but knowing when to use the right abilities, the timing of it, how accurate you can be, just shows that you can have a seriously high skill ceiling with the hero itself. But when looking at these highlights brought to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series, you can see why Yumski is so prevalent during the game. When he has his ultimate, there's so little that Team CARACAL has to do that they're forced to back away before re-engaging in these fights.
And you can see that he has a solid trigger finger as well. He doesn't just instantly pop the time journey the moment he sees his team getting crowd controlled. He waits for the perfect opportunity to catch Team CARACAL off guard to pop the time journey instead of purely using it to keep his team alive, and that makes a big difference.
Yep. But with that being said, let's look at the standings here. Team CARACAL going to be losing out on their final game here. 13 games in total is the number for the regular season. Team CARACAL just do not make the cut here. 12-12 against Team Lunatix. Team Lunatix are still ahead because their overall match win rate, and also for the fact of the head-to-head. Look at that game win rate. Again, just ever so close.
For this reason, Team CARACAL will definitely not be making it to the playoffs, especially when you add on to the fact that Lunatix still has one game tomorrow as well to potentially increase their points further. So unfortunately, we will be bidding farewell to this team here at the end of the regular season of Season 10, whereas TODAK, thanks to their victory earlier, will shoot to the top of Group A, basically confirming their spot in the upper bracket of the playoffs.
Yep, Team Hawk and RCMY currently tied at 23-23. A slight difference in game rate, 58% to 59%. Hopefully, that doesn't bite them back in the butt. But now, Team SMG will be finishing off their games, and the same goes for SUHAZ eSports tomorrow.
We have to note, if Team SMG were to win their game tomorrow 2-1, we will be witnessing a 3-way tiebreaker.
Oh.
So that's not something that happens particularly often. Personally, we're hoping that's not the case because the day is just going to end up longer for us. But I'm sure everyone watching at home just wants to see more MPL games.
Truly they will, but let's recap here on the keys to victories. And again, once we are seeing mid lane domination, we got to look at Chiku straight off the bat. KDA is varied between both of the games, one playing standard and the other one not so standard. And honest, not so standard, hero pick, DPM drops, KDA drops.
Yeah, honestly, Chiku impresses me every single time for his ability to adapt to different situations. Game 1, he's playing Valentina. He wants to be utility. He wants to do damage. So he builds the Ice Queen's Wand, and then he builds defensive with the Dominance Ice. And the Oracle plays safe, survives in the fight for as long as possible. When he's playing Yuzong, he's more deciding to jump in front and drag all the enemy's attention to him. He doesn't care if he dies. So he does that. It's so difficult for a player to shift their mentality on the fly like that.
I mean, that's why they mentioned up on stage itself during the interview, was Yuzong prepared for? It's like, yeah, Yuzong was prepared for it. The Diki was a little bit more on the fly, almost literally. So, I don't know, the change of personality coming in for TODAK and still yet being proficient at it as well. There are many times where we do see Chiku jumping into brushes, catching people off guard with his Petrify, but the junglers and roamers macro overall, I feel it's up to TODAK standard. Everybody was on the same page.
Yeah, Rival and Yumski have always been able to create a lot of pressure across the map because they are both utility players. They go where they are needed, they are aware of the map, so their macro sense is always at the top tier. I feel like when a player enters TODAK, their macro play instantly shoots up to the top. There's a lot of awareness among this team, so you can tell that they create a lot more pressure as compared to maybe DA's, especially when he can't do anything against the time journey.
Absolutely. There's so little you can do about it, to be honest, and that's why executing catch potential was particularly difficult in game number 3, especially for CARACAL. Again, game 2 and game number 3, we saw 6 important catches and 3 important catches coming in for game 3 from TODAK, so I don't know, keep this in mind for your upcoming pub games. New season's coming up soon.
the reason why we see less catches in the third game for TODAK is because of how much quicker it ended. And typically when they started a fight, they just went all in on it. So rather than a fight, it's just rather than catch, it's more of a straight up brawl, which could explain those numbers. But let's explain the heat map here, starting off with Chiku, guys, the first 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, now, unfortunately for Chiku, guys, yes, he does have the Black Dragon form, but half the time he's stuck in the mid lane trying to push it against this Kadira. He wants to be extremely careful because when his support is stuck around the gold side of the lane, it means that he doesn't have a lot of vision towards the brushes on the river side. So if he tries to open it up, there is a possibility a quick rotation could have happened. Potentially, if the enemy jungler is around, Kadira could go for the all-in and secure a kill.
Yeah, but you have to note as well, Chiku did end up dying quite a lot in that early game. You can see that he was rotating quite a bit across the river to participate in fights, and oftentimes he did not come out alive. Now typically this would be bad for a mid laner because, like you mentioned, it allows the enemy team to push out the mid lane and bleed that advantage into the other sides of the map. The reason Chiku was confident in doing so is that 1, he knows he can rely on his team to push out the wave anyway, and 2, the enemy is a Kadita and they are losing both side lanes. They know that AJ needs to roam and help his teammates, so his presence in the mid lane will be considerably weaker.
And I think that's why you see a lot of the positions, especially towards the left side, towards the EXP side of the map, with the Wanderer being controlled, even the brushes, pixel brushes being taken care of on either side. But let's look at Formace for a second, right? In that same early game, the amount of rotations being made, especially since the gold lane, it broke so fast, right? We're seeing Diggy and as well as Momo on the Popo and Koopa crack the bottom side as quickly as possible, while Formace is just chilling for the time being on the top side before rotating down to the gold lane very early on.
And we can see at this stage of the game, actually, the top tier 1 tower for the EXP lane is already gone. So because of that, it opens up the map for Formace to start roaming around and assisting in the other lanes. I do feel like there was a bit of a lane swap going on as well because they want to use Momo's presence to take down towers as quickly as possible. So have Formace go around, create space, and this pressure that you get from this player, Formace, is just such a constant in TODAK. No matter what you give him, he's going to perform.
Yeah, I think overall, I'm surprised he wanted to play he wanted to play Paquito into Cho. I would have imagined that Yutong into Cho would have been slightly better for him, a slightly easier matchup at the very least, not so volatile overall. But hey, TODAK, they always somehow learn to make it work.
The thing about TODAK is that they don't like to play easy lanes, they like to play challenging lanes. And they want to make use of the most efficient play, that is putting Chiku in the mid Yuzong for some reason. So, if you guys were able to actually predict that victory, you guys might see your comment and your name up on the screen right now. If you do, congratulations, you've been selected as our hashtag MPL predictor winners. Make sure to watch out for the prizes that could be coming your way.
A lot of people confident about that 2-0, ended up being a 2-1 here, but yes, congratulations to everybody. If you wanted to participate, use that hashtag MPL predictor, include your game ID, server ID, and your prediction itself, and you could be one of those winners. For those guys who see their name there, go check your accounts. You might have already received it, but for the time being, this was a pretty tough game, and who would have guessed Team CARACAL taking game number 1?
Yeah, I do feel like part of that is because TODAK were experimenting with a new meta. Yes, they said they were confident with it, they had practiced it, they had planned it, but I still am not a big fan of the Granger jungle. If you want to go for that, you need more damage somewhere else. So maybe we'll see an evolution of it in the future. But speaking of the future, let's talk about tomorrow's schedule.
Yes, for tomorrow's schedule, it's going to be Team SMG up against Team Lunatix to see whether the Lunatix have what it takes to steal some games from Team SMG. Could potentially be a tiebreaker tomorrow as well, but SUHAZ eSports will be up against the homeboys, and finally TODAK versus Orange eSports. Doesn't matter who's on top of those groups, we need to know who's currently the best team.
And what a coup de grace to really end the season here. TODAK versus Orange eSports, the top seeds of both groups. as of the current point, who is actually stronger? They are also the first and second place of the previous season. They have a lot of proof. Besides that, like we mentioned, Team Lunatix, they will be now officially properly moving on into the playoffs. They gotta feel good about that. Let's see if they can get some extra points on Team SMG, who is looking to match up for that tiebreaker for that upper bracket slot.
Oh, week 8 has been exhausting, and this is only the second day. The final day happening tomorrow, so that's something that you gotta make sure you make some time for here. The MPL might be extra long that day itself. We'll see what happens, and we'll see how those standings are going to change with playoffs just around the corner. With that being said, this wraps up day number 2. Hopefully, we get to see you guys tomorrow for our very final day of this last week. Goodbye and good night.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up,